Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Coming on sundown because today we're going to be talking about sneakerheads. We live in the age of scalpers and collectible obsession. Whether it's Pokemon cards or a limited edition Starbucks cup, you run the risk of being executed in the street if you're in the way of a passionate enough collector. In a similar vein, sneaker culture is filled with both hardcore fans and those just trying to make a quick buck. However, this hobby has been around for longer than you may think, right? I feel like sneakerheads, I first started hearing about it during the Hype Beast era. Are Hype Beast still a thing, Nick?
I think so. I thought they were dying, but I still think...
Oh, they're still big? Remember Bape?
I don't know what Bape is.
You remember Bape?
What's that?
Yeah, I was big into Bape back in the day. Those who truly love sneakers come in many shapes and sizes. Some simply love them as a fashion statement, but others make them their entire personality. They'll wait in line for 12 hours to grab a new drop before burying their face in them to get high off the new shoe smell, only to lock them away in a display case indefinitely for fear of scuffing them, which I want to say is no different than any other collector out there. I think that out of all the things you could collect, there's worse things to collect. Just like we've discussed with many other communities, the sneakerhead world is filled with drama, chaotic obsession, crimes, and even some strange sexual kinks. And while sneakers today are arguably the most common sought-after style of shoe, this was not always the case. The first sneaker-style shoe hit the market in 1830s. What? What? I legitimately thought they were going to say the Jordans. I thought the Jordans were the first sneakers. Shows what I know. My God. In the 1830s, goddamn. These rubber-soled shoes were unique at the time, but the invention of vulcanized rubber in 1839 quickly changed that. Now that more durable and flexible rubber was available for commercial use, a bunch of new sneaker manufacturers were able to enter the market. Fast forward to the 1860s, and sports like croquet and tennis were becoming more popular, resulting in higher demand for sneaker-style shoes, not just by athletes, but some casual players as well. Eventually, sneakers would become the standard for most sports, and by the 20th century, more and more people began wearing them casually. While sneakers had been used in other sports for decades, they eventually became associated with basketball specifically. Converse introduced the first ever high-top shoe dubbed the Non-Skid in 1917, which soon became a favorite among basketball players. With this shoe came the first ever athlete collaboration when player Chuck Taylor was hired by Converse as a salesman and improved the shoes to make them more stable on the court, which is why people say they're Chuck Taylors, right? Little Converse? I thought that was just the guy who made them. Didn't even know that was an athlete. Once again, whew, no idea.
I was going to say, this is crazy. I didn't know.
I'm learning a lot.
Yeah, I'm learning.
I'm like, This boosted sales for the company like never before, and to thank Chuck for his work, Converse sewed a patch with his name on the ankle, and to this day, the patch remains, and the Chuck Taylor All-Star remains one of their most popular shoes, which I first saw my first Chuck Taylor, Sandlot. Doesn't he put a Chuck Taylor's on at the end of that? You've never seen Sandlot?
I've seen parts of it, but I think the dog scared me as a kid.
The dog was very cute. When I was younger, he did scare me too. It was the shot where it's just his doghouse, and they do and he's breathing and like all that like dirt is going up. Yeah, that fucked me up. That's crazy you've never seen it. We're gonna watch Sandlot together. From this point on, other athletes began collaborating with brands to design their own shoes. But it wasn't until 1985 when NBA superstar Michael Jordan collaborated with Nike to release the Air Jordan 1 that sneakerhead culture truly took hold. Okay, so we were kind of right. I know people say that's the holy grail. If you have the original run of that, people say that's like...
Well, what's interesting, and maybe it goes into this, but Michael Jordan made Air Jordans because he wanted a cheaper shoe for kids. But now they're the most expensive.
What?
Yeah.
What? Really?
Yeah, he wanted like cheap shoes that kids could buy.
Editor, fucking fact check. I don't know if I believe that. All I know, the only thing I knew about the Air Jordans back in the day, the big thing was back then you couldn't have other colors on your shoes, or they had to be white or something. Anyways, they did the Chicago Bulls colors for him, which is why it's black and red, and they paid the fine every game. So you got fined every game. That was kind of the thing. Well, I don't give a fuck. We'll pay it for you. Whatever. And that became a big thing. The time has come to turn the hours you spend gaming into real money. Because with free cash, you can pick from available game offers, play it, and get paid all on your phone. Plus, in-app purchases maximize your earnings and make you level up faster, and Free Cash also offers cashback for these purchases! With Free Cash, everything is simple and user-friendly. The first minimum cash out is just $25. Oh. And after that, you are free to bring in the cash. Oh. With over 280,000 reviews and 4.7 rating on Trustpilot, it's easy to see why Free Cash has the highest payouts compared to other platforms. And the best part is, I didn't have to change how much I'm on my phone. I just changed what I do on it from time to time. Did I like who I was before? Not really. Do I like who I am now? I don't know. and you're not using free cash to replace your job, it's just a good way to make some extra money on your side since we're all on our phones anyway. Might as well make some cash while we can. Free cash. So click my link or scan the QR code to sign up on freecash.com and start earning some extra cash today. And everyone who signs up on Free Cash with my link or QR code will get $10 as a bonus when they complete their first offer, baby. Thank you to Free Cash for sponsoring the video. See you later. Fans would go wild for these shoes at every subsequent release, and soon the Nike Air Jordan cemented itself as one of the most well-known sneakers of all time. And that's still true to this day, with Nike continuing to release new Air Jordan shoes, and since then, other brands saw Nike's massive success and copied its format, leading to the already massive sneaker market exploding with various new collectibles and collaborations. And of course, it's like such a part of your identity and your like everyday look that of course people would become obsessed with being like, these are fucking sick. And this is like the first time ever where it's like your shoes actually mattered what they look like, right? I bet fucking buying some loafers or some little fucking buckled shoes back in like this 1500s.
Yeah, don't step on these.
Exactly. Size fucking 3 foot because everyone's whatever. He's just saying, look at that shit, bitch. You think people got in the same, you know, it was like, stepped on my Jordans.
Oh, yeah.
People thought, you think that it was
You
loafers?
stepped on my loafers.
You stepped on my buckle. Whatever. You never know. I can't imagine. I wonder how common it was that people threw shit buckets out their window and it hit people. What? It hit people.
Hit people all the time. That's why you.
Fact check.
The woman's supposed to be on the street side, I think. That just in case it splashes, hits him.
What do you mean the man's supposed to be, like, what are you talking about?
So, like, if you're walking with a woman.
Oh, you're saying that the man walks window side. Yeah. She's like, oh, good golly. She's like, oh, they hit you again today, didn't he? He's like, right. Just throws fucking more powder on his face. Adjusts his like shit-stained wig. Yes, good. Today, the sneaker industry is worth over $96 billion, dude, and it's projected to grow up to $100 billion by 2028 as the prices of rare sneakers continue to climb. I mean, I collect mask and horror movie props and stuff like that, but it really is a delicate thing where if it's not totally taken care of, it'll fucking disintegrate. So people who have these old relics, it's pretty sweet, actually. Taking an extensive interest in a nice pair of shoes is certainly not out of the ordinary. However, there are levels to sneaker addiction that reach very, very strange heights. Many have an unquenchable need to smell brand new shoes, and in fact, it's often part of the ritual for securing a big and exciting purchase. Within online sneaker communities, you can't escape people gushing over the chemical-filled smell. Some post pictures of themselves smelling them online with a serial killer-like gaze. That's the good shit. Do you think it'll ever be a thing where it's like the people who collect them wear them too, and it's like, oh, I wore. It's like someone who's like owns a winery where it's like, this is an aged thing. We used bits of oak, cherry, a little bit of citrus in there, whatever. So where he's like, when I wore this, I didn't wear any socks, but I dipped my feet in honey. I'm like, oh, I can tell. It's like stinky cheese. Like you want a little bit of the sweat in there. Mm-hmm.
I like the smell of my dad's stinky feet when I was a kid.
Why? And why admit that? Why bring that out to light? Until you incriminate your dad all the time. I like the smell of my dad's stinky feet. People who work at stores like Nike or Foot Locker will admit that they huff the shoes they have in stock because it's just that intoxicating. I don't know what I would do if I walked into a Foot Locker, motherfucker in like the referee outfit. Turn back looking at me. I'm going to pay less. We'll see you. You know what I mean? Fuck that. Another common experience for sneakerheads is the inability to throw away their shoes boxes. Many different kinds of collectors hold onto the boxes their products come in, but some sneakerheads can border on hoarder activity. One hardcore sneakerhead shows off his impressive collection of shoes, only to later reveal that he doesn't want to throw away the boxes for the fear of needing them in the future. As a result, there is now an entire room of the man's house where every inch of wall is covered by empty shoe boxes. Even fellow sneakerheads admit that while this might depict some sort of mental illness, it's still awesome and worth praising. I think so. If you have the space, why the fuck not? Also, a hoarder mentality means like you open it and just chucking it. I bet you it is fucking pristine. Let me ask you this, Nick. Would you rather walk into someone's one-bedroom apartment and see every square inch of the floor is filled up with display cases with statues from movies and anime, or floor-to-ceiling sneaker boxes?
Anime.
That's where we differ. Believe it or not, some people even buy shoe boxes from resellers without the shoes in them. Some even take advantage of this demand to make a quick buck, like a man who bought a wall of empty Yeezy boxes for $2 each to resell them online for anywhere between $20 to $35. But what about when it's finally time to start wearing a pair? You'll find that unless you're going out with a pair of beaters, the concept of going out in public with shoes on can be anxiety-inducing. This is because every obsessed sneakerhead shudders at the idea of scuffing or even worse, creasing a new pair of shoes. How many people do you think have ended their own lives because they creased a very valuable pair of shoes?
Oh, at least 10. I bet you there's some sneakerheads out there who know a homie who passed because his sneakers got creased.
We have got to stop saying homie. Or ride a line that I don't want to ride. Also, we're just like, yeah, I bet there is a couple homies out there that do it. God. Many less intense sneakerheads scoff at this. Seeing as shoes are meant to be worn, wear and tear is inevitable. Still, they're still shocked to see just how much work more intense collectors put into keeping their kicks safe. One of the easiest ways to crease a pair of shoes or wear them down is to drive a car with your foot resting on the pedal. Because of this, it's common to take off your shoes and swap them with a pair of slides prepped in your car at all times. That's too much. Also, my foot odor, there's no way I'd be taking that in and out. There's just no way. It's disgusting. It's abhorrent. I wear these slides. Sometimes I take off these slides and it like it's a fungus. Yeah, it's just fucking gross, moldy sweat. Ugh. The fear of creasing leads people to walk flat-footed or do a duck walk as they go up and down stairs. Is there videos of this? A little duck walk? A truly devoted sneakerhead will embarrass himself if it means keeping his shoes protected. It's not totally uncommon for people to be caught walking around with trash bags wrapped around their shoes, especially when it rains. I mean, come on, dude. We gotta protect them. It's like wearing a raincoat. Some will even spend money at crease protectors, which are inserts you place in the toe box of shoes to stop them from bending as much. Many will wear them despite being uncomfortable at best and in constant pain at worst. Other companies like Crease Beast make custom socks with pockets in them so you can place their foam inserts inside, and while reviews claim they're much more comfortable, people just think you look like an asshole wearing them. Why do you think that is? Is it just because you're just like, oh god, get over it, it's shoes, and they just don't have obviously the same appreciation? Exactly. Is that what it is?
It's one of those things where it's like, that hobby's stupid.
I see. It's just people being bitter.
Yeah, and to be fair, I mean, I don't know. You might look stupid.
How goofy does it look? Sneakerheads take this stuff very seriously. When one group of kids filmed themselves at a Sky Zone purposely creasing all of the nice shoes left by customers, a ton of the comments were from people saying that if it were their shoes being creased, they would catch a charge, aka they would beat the shit out of it. Which also, you know what? Why the fuck? Why do that? Come on now. Creasing all the shoes? What dickheads? Come on now. How do you think that people should be allowed to just slap a child?
Oh, yeah, if they acting up.
If they... Crease shoes are such a triggering thing for sneakerheads that they'll film strangers in precarious positions and post it online to share their frustrations. Most people just end up telling them to stop being obnoxious and wear their shoes like a normal person. And there does come a point where a shoe collection is so massive that it starts to become downright comical. Some admit to spending as much as 15 minutes trying to decide what pair they want to wear that day, and even find themselves swapping shoes multiple times a day to justify their purchases. Hello? Women! Women! What, can a guy not fucking pick some sneakers, dude? How long does it take the ladies to get ready? Am I right, boys?
I'm gonna say, I wouldn't know personally, but I've heard hours.
Personally, I've never actually had a girlfriend, but if I did, I would say, oh, you better hurry up and get ready. What would you say to your girlfriend if she was just taking way too long to get ready?
I say, sweetie, take as much time as you need.
So gross. He did that. He said that he did like this. You can't see him. He did this. Take as much time as you need, princess.
I said, we're late to the parent-teacher conference.
Oh, wait. Is it for your own child or hers?
They're hers. It's hers. It's not my child.
How old is she?
I mean, she's 36, but she had the kid.
Oh, Nick, I thought you were saying that.
Oh,
you're going to that.
Oh, God. I'm saying is she... Come on, man.
What do you mean? Come on, man. I even said, oh, is you're like, oh, no, it's hers.
It's her child. It's her child. I married... She's 36. She had the kid when she was, let's see, 19. 17. We're going to his, junior year.
She had a child when she was 17?
We'll make it 18.
Shoes, sneakerheads. But this can escalate to beyond just a few extra minutes spent deciding which pair to wear. People who have too many sneakers to keep track of will literally create a digital wheel that they spin to determine what they wear, which is fucking awesome.
I was going to say, yeah.
If I also take the decision out of it, ooh, sick. Go get it? Why not? Others design spreadsheets that log every pair they own, as well as the last date that they wore them, which is, I mean, that's goddamn American Psycho's level of fucking organization there. A small subsection of the sneakerhead community, believe it or not, loves shoes in a very different way. For them, it's a straight up ish. We always gotta go there, don't we? It's not just seeing someone attractive wearing sneakers that gets a rise out of them. Sometimes the shoes alone can get the job done. Licking or worshiping dirty shoes is one thing, but some people go as far as wanting to be trampled on by sneakers specifically, which to me, this just feels like an evolved version of just a foot. Well, we can't say it. Can we? Can we say a foot heart? Many of the most popular channels focus on dunking shoes in water or getting them wet. And this type of ew. Did you just fucking moan? This type of content seems pretty innocent on the surface, giving YouTube no reason to take it down. Most collectors don't watch this kind of content, but for those that do, the pipeline to more destructive videos is clear. Channels also exist of women who purposely destroy high-end sneakers, be it by burning them, creasing them, or even playing in horse manure with them. This all might seem insane, but for some people, it consumes every waking thought. One man admitted that his sneaker practice was so extreme that he would trick women into giving him their shoes. He would claim he needed them to avoid nightmares and sleep better. My God, dude. Hit him with a little Navajo action. It's my dream catcher. That kind of thing. Please, I need your sneaker, or else the demons will talk to me when I sleep.
I was gonna say, it's kind of the landscape has changed, but I know back then, it was like 10 years ago, a lot of people would openly film their and a lot of women would just randomly do it.
We can't say that word. We can't say it, Nick. His obsession got so bad that he started getting depressed at the thought of his female friends throwing away their old shoes instead of giving them to him. God. Why? You have to send me your shoes or else I can't go to sleep, please.
I want to know how many people at shoe stores have a shoe practice.
I would assume a lot. That's such a conscious decision. I think that some people, the younger you are, the more you're just like, I mean, I love shoes and I get a discount, whatever. Those old boys that are in there, you gotta watch out. Also, all their nostrils. Have you ever noticed that every person that works at a shoe store out there, their nostrils are always flared out? We're open.
New strat. You say, oh, what shoe size are you? Let me take your shoe in the back, and I'll go find one. And that's where I do the deed.
Wait, what's the deed?
Sniff them.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. You can't do any. Can't do. I mean, you could and sniff, but.
Dude, wanging and sniffing in the back of a Foot Locker or Nike is fuck. You know what's fucked up is that 100% happens daily.
You know what? I bet this is what I would do too. I'd have a shoe.
Ooh.
I'd have.
Ooh. Ooh.
I'd have one shoe where it's like I always in it when I'm sniffing other people.
What would the shoe be?
Yeezys.
See, just so many racial undertones today with what you're doing today. There's something about you today, man. Oh, I hate in your heart today. You know that? Mine would be Nike Shocks. Remember Shocks? The little springs in the back.
Moon shoes.
And a pair of moon shoes would be. The hell's in these? Your boss.
Oh, those are mine. Those are mine.
Yeah, don't open. Don't open. Yeah, I also like how quickly you admit yours is mine. Those are mine. Mr. Manager, that's mine. He's probably in on it too, though. When it comes to dating and attraction, even the least superficial person will admit style and appearance play, at the very least, a minor role, right? Which it plays a big role. It does. Looks are the first thing, Nick. And while many sneakerheads couldn't care less at how a person dresses, if they are wearing a shoe they deem ugly, then it's all over. For many collectors, the Panda Dunks, a simple black and white sneaker, is viewed as the ugly shoe a person can wear because to them, it shows the person wearing them has no personality. I can kind of see that, being like,
oh yeah, boring.
so like whenever I see somebody wear Birkenstocks,
get some taste.
the other thing about people who wear Birkenstocks too, they always have to tell you how painful it is to wear them at first. Oh, but then whenever they get broken in, ooh, do they feel good? I'm always just like, in 2017, before Hurricane Harvey hit Houston, where are we going with this? A couple was frantically packing their car with essentials as they prepared to evacuate the city. Instead of taking photo albums, expensive electronics, or family heirlooms, the husband packed the car full of his sneaker collection, leaving barely any room for his wife to pack anything. Well, goddamn, dude, what am I supposed to do?
Tell her to get her own car. Get your fucking own.
Babe, drive the Fiat! It's like flooded. She's like, it won't drive. Trying to drive down the road in the fucking Fiat. Can you imagine that? Also, what's a family heirloom?
Your mother's ashes.
She's gone. Let the storm take her. I'm saying if your entire life is a sneaker thing, I would probably take that over. Or so here, say, well, our photo album. Well, bitch, we'll take more photos.
Those are, I don't know. Photos are priceless.
Okay.
Unless they're digital, then yeah, we can back them up.
You know what? I say, whatever. We'll make new memories. New memories. Daddy can't get a new pair of these. Sneakerheads, I'm with you on this one, dude. Nick, me and Nick are parting ways here, but I'm with you.
I would compromise. We put the photos in the sneaker shoes.
No. What if they scuff the fucking shoe, Nick?
That's why you got the little paper there.
Oh my God. Oh my God, so you're so ignorant. This is the actual conversation that happened during Hurricane Harvey, by the way, between the man and his wife. On his 24th birthday, one man received a pair of sneakers he had been wanting from his girlfriend. Overjoyed with his gift, he took the shoes into his closet and began preparing them for storage when he noticed something that made his heart drop. When he opened the box, the shoes didn't shine like they were supposed to. He immediately recognized that they were fake. Angered by this, he confronted his girlfriend and asked why she bought him fake shoes. She said that the real ones were discontinued and out of her budget, so she bought the next best thing. thing. This angered him even more, so he threw the shoes away and told her that if she couldn't afford the real things, then she shouldn't have bought them in the first place. He then went on a reseller website and bought the real pair. Now his girlfriend is upset with him, and he doesn't know why.
I think he's in the right here. I would be a little more calm about it.
I think that she should have just been like, oh, I didn't know.
Her being upset, though, she shouldn't. This is what I would say. Say, babe, I'll get my own. No worries.
She has the right to be upset, Nick.
Why? Why did you have to be upset?
Because he's like, first off, if you can't afford them, you shouldn't have bought them in the first place. It's just like taking a gift, a kind gesture of like, well, I know you wanted this one, and it was out of your wheelhouse. Obviously, she doesn't understand how serious it is. Look, before you even speak, give me a fucking. See, I see you biting at the lips to fucking talk right now. Well, I'm just saying, do you not think it's rude that you throw the gift away? You throw the gift away and you say, and you basically just like, if you're too poor to buy them, you shouldn't have bought them, and then you take her gift and you buy a better version of it. You don't see how that could maybe upset you?
I would calmly talk to her, be like, look. Should have told me these were fake up front.
All right, sneakerheads, you can have Nick. This is your fighter, your bastion. All the sneakerheads are gonna be like, I do not advocate for that. This kind of treatment would upset anyone, which is why many partners of sneakerheads end up creasing their partner's shoes as an act of revenge. Which,
that's fucked up.
Come on now. Despite the many horror stories, there are still plenty of sneakerhead couples that do make it the distance. However, even when it comes time to propose, sneakerheads still have their shoes on their mind. Proposing to someone is supposed to be one of the happiest moments of a person's life, but sneakerheads can't just enjoy the moment. They have to ensure that their shoes are in pristine condition. This has led many sneakerheads to propose in their socks in order to protect their shoes from creasing when they get down on a knee, which, as if getting down on a knee isn't already a dead giveaway that something big is happening, taking time to actually take your shoes off has probably ruined some of the surprises when people actually are trying to like get proposed to. Also, if you're what more giant romantic gesture is there than a sneakerhead being like, and I'm creasing my shoes because I love you this much? If anything, that gets you a lot of brownie points.
Also, since you're planning the proposal, you could wear the shoes that you don't like, you want to get creased, you know?
No, but see, that's the thing. The romantic side of it, Nick, is that the person knows what you like, what shoes you love, and the day you crease them is the day it was the happiest day of your life.
Yeah, she'll know that too, yeah. Yeah, wear a shoe you want to get creased.
No, I'm saying the shoe you don't want to get creased, that's the one you got to do it with. That's forever. See, sneakerheads, you can take them. You can take them. What's insane is you have the worst shoes.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
You have the worst shoes, and like he only wears your entire outfit. It's only things that your parents buy you. He's 36 years old, and he sits there, and his parents will be like, "Wear these Skechers," and he's like, "All right, mommy and daddy say I should wear Skechers." And then now, what shoes do you have on right now? Yeah. Bye. Also, what kind of fucking sock did you kill a cat? Get away from me. God, are those socks inside? Whatever. When you have people who are this devoted and protective of their shoes, one could only imagine the horrors that take place when an exclusive pair releases. Even back in 2011, people were at each other's throats to secure their spot in line for products like the $180 pair of retro Air Jordans. In Seattle, police used pepper spray on 20 people who were starting fights. And in Atlanta, a crowd of people broke down doors to be the first in line to buy them at the mall. The Atlanta chaos ended in 4 arrests, including a mother who left her 2 toddlers in the car amidst the mob to purchase their limited supply. Police had to smash open the window to get them out of the fucking car, dude. Pretty crazy. Does Michael Jordan ever say anything about this? He's just like, people, this is crazy. You ever see him touch those kids at the racetrack? He's like squeezing a little kid's butt. You ever see that? He's invested in some NASCAR team. You see him like pinching some kid's butt or whatever. I think he's trying to be cute. He's just like, hey, little kid, but still, it comes off weird. And all the comments are just like, LeBron would never. Just a year later, in 2012, more chaos would ensue during a Foot Locker event at the Orlando Mall in Florida, and it was there that $220 limited edition Nike Air Foamposite 1 Galaxy would be up for grabs for a crowd of over 1,000 rabid sneakerheads. Despite being asked to group up across the street from the mall until the event started, one man randomly dashed towards the store, and this one act caused a sea of people to follow him. That'd be horrifying. Can you imagine seeing it? 1,000, that's a lot of fucking people, dude. Hit the door! You know, as I say, that's what it reminds me of, is Black Friday fucking stampedes, man. The crowds were so massive that Foot Locker canceled the event, causing even more anger and unruliness. Things got so intense that police and riot gear had to be deployed alongside helicopters flashing spotlights overhead. And I'll be honest, the shoes, I don't think the shoe is that good, right? There are many stories like this, but only a few as insane as the events that transpired in 2005, when streetwear designer Jeff Staple was tasked with designing the shoe dedicated to New York City. He created the New York City Pigeon, a $300 gray pair of Nike Dunks with a graphic of a pigeon on it. This design, while certainly not flashy, had one big thing going for it. Only 150 would be available.
It was time to actually launch the shoe, and you're never gonna believe what happens next.
This home video shows the scene outside the Reed Space Store on the Lower East Side yesterday when nearly 100 self-proclaimed sneakerheads got into a shoving match as they waited for the doors to open and the chance to buy one of only 20 pairs of pigeons.
Cops tried to break up the line because it was getting too big. When threatening to arrest them failed, they started physically ripping customers from the line as they clutched onto the gate in protest. Police pushed Jeff to contain the line outside a store, so he gave a big security guard a stack of numbered tickets to hand out to people, and as soon as the security guard held his hand up to announce he was doing so, the entire crowd of 200 people swarmed him.
The crazy thing is you started seeing people dropping weapons out of their jackets because they didn't want to be arrested with the weapon. We saw baseball bats, we saw knives, we even saw a machete, like a full Crocodile Dundee machete sword.
Fucking machetes!
They're illegal to carry, I guess.
They're a sword! That's insane. That is insane. If you're allowed to carry a machete, what? What? Scams are extremely prevalent in sneaker culture, with people trying to make as much money as possible by taking advantage of casuals who don't understand the value of what they have. Many of the largest online sneaker creators like Culture Kicks have been in hot water for lowballing people at conventions and then getting into heated arguments when they're called out for it. Which, if you don't remember that, remember Culture Kicks? He's like a content creator and he like lowballed people, but then it became a big meme, and then he basically, I don't know if he left the internet or so, I don't know. You can see the video here, but there was tons and tons of videos being like, this guy's lowballing people. But you see that with any kind of collector of like a social media person going to a convention or boothing or doing whatever. If it's like a camera in someone's face, they're gonna like be pressured into actually giving you more than what you expected or whatever. Not like us at MagicCon. No. We didn't do that. We did. I did see some people being like, I feel like this is going to make... Some people were saying that this is going to be an annoying trend where people are like, oh, I have this cube, give me cards and I can do whatever. Which should be fair. At MagicCon, we did not say it has to be anything of rarity. Just say whatever you got. I'll tell you what though, that's fucking like any kind of like vintage wear conventions where it's like a thrift, like people that know what they have and it's like high fashion vintage pulling whatever. That and sneaker conventions, they're fucking ruthless, man. They got like some big money shit and it's fucking, it can be pretty crazy. You may be wondering what sneaker culture is like today, right now, right? I mean, there's been a couple, but what about the great year of 2026? Well, people still collect shoes and they go out of their way for limited edition drops, and the opportunity to resell them for massive profit has certainly died down a bit over time. I think sneaker culture has took a bit of a hit financially. This is because companies like Nike have begun cracking down on resellers. Not only have they begun limiting the amount of shoes one person could buy, they've also begun canceling sales made with bots and software that snatch up stock before the average person can make it to the store. While collecting shoes is slightly less chaotic than it used to be, many simply can't afford shelling out so much money for a pair of shoes that won't last forever. When it comes to sneakerheads, a majority of them are likely just normal people who like to collect cool looking shoes, right? It's just their hobby, it's their thing. At the end of the day, every community has their extreme ends and their quirks. To those who are borderline hoarders, however, just keep in mind that your precious collection won't last forever. It might be your best interest to wear them before it's too late. Enjoy them while you got them, you know? And also, I will say, while the sneaker market's down, maybe this is the time to get in. It does feel like right now is the time where I feel like Nike shoes are at their least cool. I feel like New Balances are kind of king right now. I feel like I see a lot of Adidas and stuff. I feel like Nike needs to have a new comeback of something. Doesn't it feel weird? Also, I will say, some of those people make some fucking sweet shoes, dude. There's some shoes out there like that bootleggers make, whatever. Good stuff. People do, I saw this one that was like a Newport Nike shoe that was made like probably over 10 years or so ago. Put a picture up. There's like a video of a guy making it, but I think all that stuff's kind of illegal. But I do think like we're going to find more and more artists making shoes and sneakers and like seeing like, I bet you that market is still thriving in terms of collectibles, or like one-off or whatever it is. Or even the guy that we talked about that made like, he had 30 of them in his store, etc. I think that that's where sneaker culture will live and thrive. But until next time, guys, keep your sneakers safe and hey, wear them. They're shoes. Have fun with them. We'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. God, I fucking about blew up my goddamn head with that sneeze. Fuck. Good Lord. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about rideshare apps. Oh, God damn. Rideshare apps like Uber and Lyft have become a necessary part of everyday life for many people. It's also become a major source of income for its employees. Almost anyone with a functioning vehicle can now make money driving for these companies. As of 2025, nearly 8 million people drive for Uber. Just Uber.
Wow.
I thought people were boycotting Uber because it was dangerous. They kept like hiring people that would like beat the shit out of you while they were driving around.
Oh, I didn't know. Really?
That's why people were like, I use Lyft now. And I was like, well, goddamn, dude, I don't want some like Russian dude beating the hell out of me while I'm driving around in LA. And as more and more people flock to these services, it's only natural that there will also be an increase in bizarre and shocking incidents that happen in them, right? Even just throughout 2019 to 2020, there were recorded 20 fatalities due to physical assaults, with most victims being passengers.
You think it would be the opposite?
Well, that's what I was saying. I was thinking it would be drivers, but
There was that one video of the Indian. I'm pretty sure it's Uber, but he's like, the girl's filming him, and he's just like, in India, I would you.
what?
You must have been kidnapped by me.
You've been kidnapped by you?
Of course. Because there is no option to get you, right?
And she's like, good thing it's not. We're not in India.
Yeah, imagine getting dropped off to your coffee date with your buddies after that happened. Fuck's sakes, dude. And as it turns out, there are a lot of crazy drivers as well as passengers using these rideshare apps. There are countless examples, like the infamous 2016 "Get Out of My Car" video that went viral years back. Even Psychic Pebbles did a nice animation of it that was beautiful.
Can you get her out of my car, please?
Essentially, a female passenger refuses to get out of an Uber because she was dropped off at the exact spot she wanted at the hospital, and the man claims that she made him wait way too long for the pickup, on top of being rude and condescending to her. It's a fucking nightmare video. It's what I actually embody hell being like. You are not to yell at me?
Fucking get out of my car!
But you're not to yell at me.
And it got me thinking, just how absurd can these stories get? And what we found ranges from ridiculously stupid to absolutely horrific. We're gonna ease into it a bit here with something particularly stupid: the drunk farting Uber passenger. In 2019, a 35-year-old man from the UK named James Mallet was riding in an Uber on the way to a nightclub, and at one point, he started farting. The driver, Alexander Bochev, had gotten fed up with the smell and the disrespect. He told James and his three friends to get out of the car. James, intoxicated, angered by this demand, started threatening to fight him, and he eventually struck him in the head, which led to a full-on fight between the two that ended in Bochev breaking a finger. Another passenger broke up the fight, and James later admitted to the police that he physically assaulted the man. In the end, he was given 120 hours of community service, a $650 fine, and 6 months in prison.
Whoa.
Man, that's more than a slap on the wrist there, dude. Sadly, the driver was unable to work his job after breaking his finger, and in the end, he quit his job with Uber and eventually lost both his car and his house. Now homeless, he was forced to return to his home in Bulgaria.
Jeez.
This is how we start light? Jesus! Justice for my man! Is there nothing we can do? God damn! Honestly, getting out of the UK, that's a positive at least.
Hold on. You could still drive a car with a broken finger.
Well, what I'm thinking is this: did Uber kick him off because he participated in the fight? Which you would say is self-defense. The guy struck him in the head. I want answers, Uber. I want answers.
Get out of here, you stink.
Yeah, you get out of UK. Get out of the UK. We don't want you anymore. But let's shift gears. It's a car. From down south and go up north. What I mean by that is, let's talk about the Uber driver that assaulted a man for burping.
This is something, we had a similar thing in LA. Remember the Uber driver would get...
We unfortunately went to VidCon one year and we were staying in LA, but we took an Uber up to Anaheim. The entire drive, which that was a long drive. You just get to there. Which at first I thought, isn't that a sign of a heart attack too? It's some sign of, like, maybe not a stroke, but there's something to where, I mean, it was every 3 seconds, 4 seconds. It kept clearing his throat like, I wish I could force burps. Whatever, the whole time.
Wasn't he, like, falling asleep, too?
It was a really kind of shitty car, and we were in the back like, please don't kill us. That was also one of the guys too, or no. I'm thinking of Austin. When that guy stopped in the middle of the highway. Me and Nick were in Austin, and this guy, this Uber driver, stopped in the middle of the highway so he didn't miss his exit, and cars were like zooming past, and we were like, you can't stop here! You can't stop! And he's like, hey, yeah, see. Whatever, it was anyways, what are we talking? The burping guy. This happened in 2012 when a man from Arlington named Seth Bender got into an Uber. According to the lawsuit, quote, shortly after entering the vehicle, Mr. Bender burped, and after excusing himself, the driver became irate and started ranting and yelling that he hates Americans and homosexuals and a number of other derogatory comments. One burp just sets off the motherfuckers. The gays! The goddamn gays! Fuck! The guy's like, it'd be funny if he had like a Sprite too in his hand. He was afraid to drink the Sprite after that.
Do you still take the Uber ride after that?
You have to. Well, this is middle of the drive.
Oh, I thought it was like right as he went in.
Listen, dude, I've had a lot of extremely offensive like old dudes in LA when you pick them up, they're just like, yep, got the big man back in the office. So maybe we can get some of these its and theys and whatever out of this goddamn city. And you're just like, you're like on the way to like a fucking like coffee shop or bakery or whatever, and I'm like, I just wanted a scone, man. I'm not trying to get. It's too early to be fucking ranting and raving about this. If anything, I just do. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I feel you, man. But things only escalated from there. Bender was kicked out of the car, but the driver, Hamzu Abu Sharia, followed him. He spat at him and slapped him. The lawsuit that would later take place aimed to sue Uber as well as the driver for a combined $750,000 in damages, on top of extreme embarrassment and humiliation, fright, and emotional distress. The driver was eventually fired, and the results of the case are unknown. I'm gonna go on a fucking limb because I've been pinned between vehicles in my wreck. And let me tell you, he ain't getting $750,000 for that, all right? For spit and a fucking slap to the back of the neck, no. If that guy got $750,000 and my boy Bongchev didn't get a fucking place to stay in the UK again, I'd be pissed. That'd be, you know, and there's many cases where Uber drivers have to share a car with stranger, dangerous people. And this can lead to, obviously, life-threatening situations. And take, for example, the psychotic passenger who suddenly grabs the wheel of his driver's car to force the vehicle to crash into a truck. In many cases, the assailant gets away, leaving drivers confused at what had just took place, right? And in most cases, Uber drivers set up dash cams to record any wrongdoing during a drive. It's the only way attackers get what's coming to them. Like the Taco Bell executive that beat down an Uber driver.
Yeah.
This is a classic.
Yeah.
A video was released by an Uber driver named Edward Caban in 2015 where a drunk passenger was viciously attacking him from the back of a car. Benjamin Golden had been trying to give the driver directions, but was way too drunk to do it properly. And after driving in circles for a while, he ultimately parks the car and tells him he's too drunk and he's got to get out. Golden starts getting angry, and just before he starts to exit the vehicle, he starts slapping and punching Caban in the face. And in the video, you can see him grabbing him by his hair and slamming him into the car door. It's absolutely fucked. And eventually, the driver pepper sprays him in the face until he starts running away. The police arrested him for assault of public intoxication, where he pleaded guilty and was placed on 3 years of informal probation. It was later discovered that Golden had been working as an executive for Taco Bell for over 7 years, and Taco Bell immediately fired him and encouraged him to seek professional help. Caban filed a $25,000 lawsuit against him to cover his medical expenses. It's weird how many executives, because wasn't there the drive-thru guy? I think it was like drive-thru at Chick-fil-A or something, and he was like, "You're horrible for working here." Oh. To the girl. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
That was I know you're talking about. That's because he was mad at Chick-fil-A because they were donating to like an anti-gay thing.
Something like that,
he
yeah.
was harassing an employee.
Yeah, some like 16-year-old who was just like,
I just work here.
I make fried chicken sandwiches.
We're always happy to serve every
I don't know how you live with yourself and work here. I don't understand it. This is a horrible corporation with horrible values.
And what's fucked up too, the executive guy, he was recording himself. Yeah. What a fucking idiot, dude. Good God. But back to the Taco Bell executive, that fucking, I'm gonna say, I'm not gonna say that. That dumb. You think this story would be cut and dry, but no. Despite saying he was incredibly remorseful, Golden filed a $5 million counter lawsuit against Caban for filming him without his consent via dash cam and uploading it to YouTube. While Caban states he has PTSD from the attack and lives in fear from it,
I keep waking up in the middle of the night, think I hear something, and I keep the shotgun next to the bed now. I'm honestly afraid he's gonna come after me.
Golden's lawyer thinks that he was lying and that the video should be barred from being used as evidence. Unfortunately, the results of this court case are not public. I want to know. Give Caban justice. If anything, guess what, bitch? Counter sue. You just got countered sue to your counter sue. $6 million in Bitcoin. That's what I do. If I was Caban, I was in the deal with Golden in the courtroom, I'd just do this to the whole time. I'd be eating 5-layer burritos the whole time. Oh, fucking Diablo sauce. Really loudly into the court mic, open a fucking Baja Blast. Look at him. And when it comes to rideshare lawsuits, we can't continue without talking about one of the most recent court cases. Let's talk about rapper Dank Demos versus Lyft. You know Dank Demos?
Oh yeah, this is a huge case.
Play one of the songs for half a second.
Oh, I don't know her. I just know the case.
Earlier this year, rapper Dank D-Moss put the ride-sharing app Lyft in hot water after posting a now viral video. In it, D-Moss films a confrontation with her Uber driver where he tells her he can't pick her up, explaining that his tires would not be able to handle the weight. He insists that she calls for an Uber XL before driving off. D-Moss, who had publicly stated that she was 489 pounds at the time, hit Lyft with a lawsuit for discrimination. Big girl. At the same time, though, that's pretty brutal. You can't be like, my tires can't take it. That's some personal vendetta shit, dude. Give her a ride. Like, what the Why do I feel like you sympathize with the driver? Look at you, guy. God. She told reporters on Fox, quote, I just want them to know that it hurt my feelings. She feels that there is a noticeable lack of proper accommodations for bigger people like her. To be fair, you're huge. We can't just make everything that's going to fit your size. But at the same time, if you crawl your ass into the, I'm going to say big ass. I'm not going to go that far. It's rude. If you crawled into the, I'm not going to say crawl either. If you got in the back of a Toyota Camry, motherfucker can give you a ride. A Toyota Camry, a 2-ton vehicle, can handle 489 pounds. That's all I got to say, all right? My fat ass has been in many times.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, yeah, if you could fit 5, 200 to 300 pounds.
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. Yeah. It's ridiculous. If anything, the guy was, it was discrimination at its most. He looked at her and he was like, I don't want her in my car. Literally, is what happened. And it sucks, but that's just, it is what it is. His excuse, though, like, my tires. Fuck off, dude. Such a stupid excuse. Lyft responded by saying they condemn all forms of discrimination, but are unable to do more as things are caught up in litigation. The case is still underway, but recently Dank DeMoss had taken her newly found fame to start up in OnlyFans. It is rumored that she is on track to being a millionaire based on her adult content alone. This may have inspired her most recent business venture, where she is starting to produce a line of adult sex toys inspired by her fupa, which is the fatty upper pubic area.
I think she lost her court case, actually.
If she lost it, guess what, dude? If this whole thing trickled in her becoming a millionaire because of a thing like that, more power to you. Sometimes passengers get into an Uber expecting a safe ride, but end up becoming forced to witness a crime. Let's talk about the Uber high-speed chase of 2024. 34-year-old Jose Emmanuel,
Romero Fat?
Romero Fat? Romero Fat. What if it's Romero Fat? I cannot say Romero Fat. Had prior history with arrest for not having a valid license, being arrested a total of 3 times. And just after getting off probation, he decided to drive for Uber. He had picked up 2 passengers, and during the ride, a police officer tried to pull him over at a traffic stop after seeing that he had modified exhaust system. Jose, in response, decided to peel out and begin a high-speed chase. That would suck to be a fucking passenger in that.
I cannot go back to prison, Holmes.
Cut! Cut it out! He reached up to 120... Okay, we cannot keep that... I cannot. He reached up to 120 miles per hour with passengers panicking in the back seat. Police officers used stop sticks to pierce his tires, but he kept on speeding down the highway. The passengers were begging him to stop and let them out, but he refused to comply. No way. After his tires started to give out, he rushed out of the vehicle only to be tased and arrested soon after. His new charges include fleeing and eluding a law enforcement officer with lights and sirens active, resisting law enforcement without violence, and, once again, driving without a valid driver's license. Honestly, bro, would have just pulled over. Would have just pulled over and been like, I f***ed up, man. Because now what? You're looking at serious prison time. Yeah. Now, unfortunately, these horror stories can sometimes lean into downright morbid and unsettling. Let's get into the darker side of the rideshare experience, starting with the Uber hate crime. Last year, a video went viral showing dashcam footage of an Uber confrontation between a 23-year-old passenger named Jennifer Galbelt and 45-year-old Muslim driver named Shahol Muhammad. At one point, the driver began an Arabic prayer when he was stopped at a red light. Jennifer took this moment to pull out a pepper spray and spray him in the face. I mean,
you think he was gonna blow up the fucking car?
He just starts going into his prayer, and she's just like, "Oh no, thank you." Into the person, just immediately, stop that. And the guy's like, "Oh, ah!" It's so fucked up. The man starts fighting back, eventually leaving the vehicle while the woman's friend freaks out. And in the footage, she directly asks Jennifer why she did that, only for her to respond with, "He's brown."
Oh my god. So she was on edge the entire time.
Well, it's even the thing. She fucking saw the thing like driver incoming, and she's just like. We got cancel. Man, we're gonna miss brunch. Okay, fine. I have pepper spray. We're okay. Dumb bitch. Good God. Am I wrong?
You're not wrong.
Can a fucking man not just say a prayer in his car, dude? A prayer, Nick.
It sounds scary if you don't know what they're saying. He attacked me.
God. Cut it out! She stands outside of the car in a strange silence before being convinced to leave with her friend. The man calls the police only a few minutes later. Jennifer was arrested on the scene and charged with, and I count, 1 count of assault in the 2nd degree as a hate crime, 1 count of assault in the 3rd degree as a hate crime, and 1 count of aggravated harassment in the 2nd degree. Try to fucking puzzle that one together, dude. Jesus Christ. And you know, Uber rides can make people pretty anxious, especially for some women who find themselves with male drivers. It happens, right? I understand. Getting in a car with a guy that you don't know, you're immediately just like, I'm kind of uncomfortable. It happens. That's why if I was an Uber driver, I'd be like, don't worry, sweetheart, we're going for a safe ride. I have like snake contacts in. Don't worry, you're in good hands. However, sometimes rash split-second decisions can lead to horrific tragedies. Just like Phoebe D. Kappas, a 40-year-old woman, was taking an Uber to meet her boyfriend at the El Paso casino he worked at. During the ride, she saw that a sign reading Juarez, Mexico. Unfamiliar with where she was at the moment, she convinced herself that her driver, 52-year-old Daniel Pedra, aimed to kidnap her and take her to Mexico against her will. Bit of a jump. Bit of a jump. She's like, I don't know where I'm at. You're gonna kill me and take me somewhere else. He's probably just like listening to like fucking like music too, and he's just like, you know what I mean? Just like normal shit.
Yeah.
She could even see like the casino in the distance. She's just like,
She probably dozed off for a split second and then saw that. Where am I? Mexico.
Or one time, you know, it's kind of fucked up. Not to go on too much of a tangent. One time, my Uber driver was like, "Are you comfortable with me getting gas?" And I was like, "No."
Why weren't you comfortable?
I think it was more so me being like a greedy piece of shit of like, I don't want to take the time. Like I'm kind of, I want to get to the place. And the guy, it was like really tense after that. He's like, okay, well, I hope I don't run out of gas. I was like, I'm sure it'll be fine. Which to be fair, fill up your fucking like, why do I have to get gas with you, dude? You know what? Actually, I'm defending myself on that one. Anybody who says that I'm in the wrong there. Which here, let's go back to it. Without questioning him, she immediately pulled out her heavy revolver and shot the man multiple times from behind. The car swerved off the road and slammed into a highway barrier. Crazy. Insane! Page's head was bleeding heavily, and Kopis used this moment to take a picture and send it to her boyfriend. When he drove over to the scene, police had just arrived. Kopis was charged with aggravated assault, and the investigation did not prove that there was a reasonable suspicion of kidnapping. The route that was used for the Uber drive was nothing out of the ordinary. It was nowhere near any sort of entry to Mexico. Pages was taken to the hospital, but he was eventually taken off life support 2 days later. This upgraded Kopis' charge to murder with a bond set to $1.5 million, which later reduced to $500,000. She now faces life in prison if convicted of murder, and the case seems to be still ongoing. Here's a news flash. Put her behind bars! Forever! What fucking psychopath? Also, she's just like, let me bring out my fucking Yosemite Sam revolver and shoot this guy 6 times in the back while he's driving. Imbecile. Like, racist imbecile. Like, so those are the people too where I'm like, now here's your punishment. We're going for a drive. Oh, great, I'll get in the back seat. You're driving, and I'm sitting directly behind you. Can you put these fucking dots together?
What's crazy is
it's just annoying, man.
Pull out the Uber app and just be like, where's he taking me?
You have a map. You have a map that's like, you can tell if it's not going. If it was something weird where even it was like, but she didn't realize that he was going to his parents' house first. Then I'd be like, well, yeah, you can't deviate from the. But to be en route, you're perfectly on time. Yeah. This is the literal route that he's taking. It's just some old fucking boomer, you know what I mean? Who's just like, where am I? Instead of like being able, they're the people too that when they do their phones are like this. And this wasn't the first time that an Uber ride was involved with the deaths of innocent people. Sometimes the driver's the one holding the gun, like the Michigan Uber driver killing spree.
Whoa.
Jason Dalton, a 48 dude, these 48-year-olds.
Yeah, what?
That's when your brain goes to mush, dude. I totally feel it. I'm like a few years away from just being in this comatose state where where I'm just gonna be in a grocery store one day and just like look at some person like by the milk section and just be like,
pull out your revolver.
Yeah, I'm just gonna carry a giant fucking gun with me everywhere. What are you looking at me for? He's trying to poison me with milk! Jason Dalton, a 48-year-old Uber driver from Michigan, went on a killing spree throughout a 5-hour period while working his rideshare job.
Jeez.
This sounds, when was this? There's that new movie it's not super great, it's not bad. Spree, with one of the dudes from Stranger Things in it. He's great in it. That became like a weird like indie hit too, like underground movie hit. People like that one a lot. Spree, check it out.
This was what inspired it.
I'm wondering. Starting around 5:45 p.m., he shot a woman in her mid-20s named Tiana Carruthers in front of her children in a parking lot. For the next 4 hours, he performed his normal duties, picking up Uber passengers and driving them to their destinations. And around 10 p.m., he decided to find his next victim at a car dealership. It was there that Richard Smith and his 17-year-old son, Tyler Smith, were shot and killed by Dalton. He immediately began firing more shots at random people in the parking lot at the Cracker Barrel. This shootout took the lives of 4 more people, all between the ages of 60 and 74. And in the process, a 14-year-old was greatly wounded. In the end, 6 people died and 2 were injured. By 12:40 a.m., the police took him into custody and stripped him of the semi-automatic handgun and his tactical jacket. Emily Linmar, whose father and brother died in the killing spree, told the court in tears, and I quote, "Every day since I woke up to half my family being gone has been a living nightmare. Nothing feels right and every day is a constant painful struggle. The same cycle of waking up to chilling reality that half of my family is gone." Tiana, who survived the gunshot, told him in court, "You tried to kill us all. You failed. I'm standing here, right here in your face. How does it make you feel? Look at me. How does it make you feel?"
Damn.
I know. He refused to look at her or respond. At another hearing, he interrupted a victim to go on a bizarre rant, which he said, "No, they gave bags. These old people. They have these old black bags that are called, well, they're black. They're black bags that people drive around and people look at them. It gets real bad. It's time people look, and that's when they tell the people it's time to get to the temple."
What?
What the fuck are you even talking about, dude?
It's black bags.
Black bags. So he's just insane. He's off his fucking rocker.
Something like
Yeah.
screw loose, just fucking.
Or do you think that's a tactic to be like, he's insane, plead insanity?
I mean,
Does that still work? Do people still do that shit?
Yeah, all the time.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if it works, but people always will plead insanity because a lot of times it's like he snapped.
Yeah. Well, it's don't put him in jail. He needs to go to a mental hospital. Yeah, it's bullshit. Dalton seemed to be too unstable to analyze for a proper motive, but it was noted at some points he outright refused to apologize.
Well, if you apologize, then that assumes,
Well, I think that you can, even if you're insane, you can be like, "I'm sorry that I did this thing."
That's where the other lawyer goes, "Oh,
exactly. He's a monster. He admits it." He tried to convince investigators that the Uber app took control of him and made him kill those people. What? He described himself as feeling, quote, like a puppet, saying it would take over your whole body, which he was charged with 6 counts of murder, 2 counts of assault with intent to commit murder, and 8 charges of using a firearm during the commission of a felony. Dalton pleaded guilty to his charges, and around 3 years later, he was sentenced to life in prison without parole. This is a person where I think you just should fucking put him down, dude. That's always what I think. It's just, okay, well, here you are. You're just gonna live here forever. Put him down. Just seems odd. It seems so fucking weird. A story like this can really be so frustrating because there seems to be no clear understandable motive, meaning this horrific tragedy really happened for no reason at all. When I see stories like this, I'm always just like, this guy, it's been like a boiling pot for years, and it was just waiting for the time to just fucking pop off. Stories like the ones we cover today really do remind you that basically anybody can be behind the wheel of an Uber or Lyft, right? But also people can be vice versa. Anybody can be in the back of your car that you're helping out. Most people have completely normal and pleasant experiences, but always be careful because you truly have no idea who you're dealing with. You don't know what kind of crazy individuals are taking you places or dropping things off your house, like DoorDash people, even all that kind of stuff. So weird. It's such a convenient thing, but it also breaks this level of security. Like people picking you up, they're in your bubble now, right?
Do you remember when we got dropped off at Noel's house and the guy's like, "Oh, nice neighborhood."
Yeah, me and Nick went to Noel's house to hang out one time, and the guy would just kept commenting on the neighborhood and the house and all that stuff, and we were like, okay. We got out of the car and we didn't go into the house. If anything, I think we walked up the street a little bit. It plants that seed in your brain where you're like, oh, I don't want to walk into my buddy's house and he's just like, all right, jackpot. Which, I'm sure they're not thinking that, but it plants that seed in your head.
When you comment so much on like, this is a nice neighborhood, you must make a lot of money.
Well, it makes you be like, well, what motive are you saying? Like, what motives do you have? There's no reason to say that. I've had people come up and be like, oh, nice house. It's a compliment. But when you're harping on it, then it makes you seem like something in your head's turning right now. Doesn't it seem like that a little bit? I don't know. All I'm saying is be careful out there. It's fucking weird, man. Too many weird people. You just never know in these situations, which sometimes is just bad luck, but also sometimes you just never know when you're gonna get in the middle of someone else's shitty bad day. So that's always what I say as well. Don't road rage people. Don't flip anybody off while you're driving. Don't yell at anybody. If somebody does you wrong, dude, turn the other cheek and just move on, because you never know what kind of fucking psychopath is gonna come and get you. Same with an Uber driver. If your Uber driver's being weird, just sit politely in the back and don't say shit. If you have a shitty passenger, just do the ride, don't say stuff, and drop them off. I'm just, with anything in life, try not to get in the middle of that shit, dude, because people are fucking insane. Love you, appreciate you. Have a good rest of your day, everybody. We'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
That's why I use Waymo.
Oh, buddy. Love Waymo. If anything, do a nice advert for Waymo at the end. to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about a very embarrassing way to die. Now, if you were to die somewhere, where would you think would be the most embarrassing place you could die? Your room? We've seen that. It's not good. What about the grocery store? People buying some produce and then you pop over dead? I don't know. Probably the most embarrassing place you could die is on the toilet. You know what I mean? Everyone associates dying on the toilet with Elvis Presley, who infamously died with like, I don't know, 6,000 pounds of shit in his stomach or whatever. People always talk about it, but it was an interesting thing that was brought to my attention that there are a lot of people of notoriety who have died on the toilet. And today I just wanted to talk about people who've died on the toilet. It doesn't really go any deeper. Don't look into it. I don't have a toilet fetish. I don't have a stinky doo-doo fetish at all. I just want to talk about people who have died on the toilet. So let's, without further ado, let's do that. And Elvis isn't the only person just die of a big fat heart attack or drug overdose on a toilet. A lot of famous people do a lot of drugs and then they have to take a shit and then they die while they're taking a shit. Much like Judy Garland, or Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz, who was found dead on the toilet with blood streaming from her mouth after an overdose on pills. Follow the yellow brick road. Toto, I don't think we're in Kansas anymore. Am I right? Also, English novelist Evelyn Waugh died after having a heart attack and then drowning in his toilet.
How does that happen? Did he get...
He must be like, and then fell on his knees. Right, one of those kind of things. And apparently 11% of all cardiac arrests happen while people are sitting on the toilet. I'm not gonna lie, that frightens me. Every time I take a now I'm gonna be like, is this it? Is this the time I pass on into the next life? Because it might be. But this is because you're straining yourself while trying to poop and it can stress your heart out and people are like, they do that. And let me tell you, I take some rancid so that is how I'm going to die. I can tell you that right now, but
Today's video is sponsored by PDS Debt. It's so easy to get into debt. Lord, I know. But getting out of it is a different story. So many of us are struggling with credit card debt, personal loan, collections, or medical bills. And the system is set up to keep you there. Look, I went to school, took on a bunch of debt, and I wish PDS Debt was around to help me out. If you're currently struggling with debt, PDS Debt may be able to help. May be able to help. PDS Debt provides a service to match you with debt solutions tailored to your financial situation. Everyone with $10,000 or more in eligible debt qualifies. And the best part is, there's no minimum credit score required. Save more while paying off your debt in just a fraction of the time. Stop waiting and start saving. Get a free debt analysis right now at pdsdebt.com/papameat. It only takes 30 seconds. That's pdsdebt.com/papameat. pdsdebt.com/papameat. Thank you, PDS Debt, for sponsoring this video. And back to the video.
let's take a look at some of the weirder, more obscure ways people have died on toilets, because we've only scratched the tip of the iceberg. Let's go. First up, I want to talk about Duke Jing of Jin. That sounds like I'm being racist, but that's his name. He was the ruler of the state of Jin, one of the most powerful states in ancient China, and he reigned from 599 BC to 581 BC. During his 19th year of ruling, the Duke mysteriously fell ill and died a few months later. According to the commentary of Zuo, which is ancient Chinese documents, you fucking losers. Before his death, the Duke dreamed of a great demon with disheveled hair that reached to the ground, beating his breasts.
I had to make sure it was a guy, but he was like,
beating his breast, his man tits. The demon blamed the Duke for the death of his descendants and asked God to have him pay the consequences. When the Duke awoke, he called a witch to explain this dream, to which she told him,
"You will not live to eat this year's new wheat."
Soon after, the Duke fell extremely ill and requested the assistance of a physician. For his arrival, the Duke had another dream. There's a lot of dreams of the Dukes here. The Duke of Dreams is what we should have called him. This time it was the disease manifesting itself into two boys. Where are we going with this? They taunted the Duke by saying even the best physician wouldn't be able to hurt them, as one was hiding in his heart and the other hiding below his throat.
Basically cancer.
He basically had microplastics in his bloodstream and he died. When the physician arrived, he informed the Duke that there was nothing that could be done for him. Yeah, I like how they're like, I don't know. It's 581 BC. What do you expect of me? He's like, can I go in for an appointment? They're like, there is no place to go. I come to you. That's what year it is. A few months later, the new wheat harvest season arrived and the Duke was still alive.
Lying witch.
I just go back up to that witch and slap her in the face. He ordered his servants to use some of the wheat to make bread for the Duke to eat. While it was being prepared, they dragged the witch to the baker, showed her the bread, and then executed her on the spot. God damn! Just as the Duke was getting ready to taste the wheat, he felt bloated, so he went to the loo. I like how he's like, guys, before I eat this bread, I have to shit. But unfortunately, he slipped and drowned.
Yeah, apparently he fell into like a pit of shit.
But unfortunately, he slipped in and drowned into a pit of shit. So was he just like hovering over a giant hole in the ground? He's like,
I imagine right as he walked in, he like slipped on a turd.
Fell back in. But the story doesn't end there. Apparently, the slave who pulled the Duke's body out of the toilet also had a dream that morning about carrying the Duke to heaven. I wonder in the dream if he was covered in shit
That's
too.
what I wonder.
Yeah, he's just like, the Duke, and he was so stinky. He was covered in some kind of stinky mud. Consequently, the slave was buried alive with the Duke to serve him in the afterlife. God damn, dude. Do you think the servant, do you think he was stoked about that? Or do you think he was kind of pissed? I mean, he's dreaming about the Duke.
I was gonna say, I think what it was is like, they said like, why didn't you tell anybody you had this dream? Because then they could have...
Well, we saw what happened to the witch. I figured I'd just keep it to myself. Next up, we have Arius. Arius was a Christian priest from Alexandria, Egypt in 256 to 336 AD. And is one of the most controversial figures in early Christian history. Windigan's like, what? Arius argued that Jesus, while divine, was not co-eternal with God, the Father, but instead was a created being.
This apparently caused chaos.
Arius said fucking what? People are like by the Sphinx like, what did he say? This view condemned Arius as a heretic within the Christian community, so he was excommunicated and exiled in 325 AD. But by 336 AD, the Roman Emperor Constantine had ordered Arius to be reinstated into the church. Thank you, Constantine.
He was like persuaded by his followers. He's like, fine, I'll do it.
God damn, fine, I'll do it. Jeez. It was a lot cooler here in Rome before Christianity. On the day of his reinstatement, Arius was walking proudly through the streets of Constantinople when he felt a sudden urge to relieve himself. Oh my god. Oh my god, I have to shit. So he rushed to the nearest latrine. I wouldn't put up a picture of a latrine. It's an old toilet. So he rushed to the nearest latrine and fainted after violent relaxation of his bowels. He fainted after he violently shit himself. According to Socrate Scholasticus, a bitter enemy of Arius, his bowels and small intestines hemorrhaged and his spleen and liver bursted out of his body, causing him to die almost instantly. Is this where you shit your guts out came from? It is, isn't it? Oh god! And all of his gutty works just fell out of him. Modern scholars attribute Arius' death may have been a result of poisoning by his opponents. What opponents? What the f? But too many at the time, the fact that Arius died in such a sudden and horrific manner, just before he was to be reinstated, was interpreted by many as an act of divine retribution. I like how they're like, Jesus was fucking pissed. To them, this was proof that Arius' views were indeed heretical, and that God had stepped in to prevent his reintegration into the church. I would think that if God was going to do something like that, it would be more like, be much more grandiose.
I mean, shitting your guts out.
I mean, shitting your guts out, don't get me wrong, I guess to be fair, you're kind of, yeah, you're walking me back. If you shit your guts out and somebody finds you with your out and you're like, your entire gutty works are just like hanging there with your tiny little red, you're just like, then yeah, I guess you would, people would be like, oh dude, Arius sucks. Look at Arius, dude, just shit his guts out. Look how tiny his dick is, and you're just like, flies and shit going around you, farting, and his like intestines are like slapping. It's like, he's just like,
My God, why?
Why, God, why? I guess when I think of God doing something like that, I think of just a guy exploding. Right? You're like, holy shit. Next up, you have JW, aka the Balloon Man. The Balloon Man. Ever since birth, JW suffered from gastrointestinal issues, just like Mr. Beast. At the age of 2, he often suffered from irregular bowel movements, constipation, and unusually bloated belly. Yeah, he just looks like he's like fully pregnant. We were like, JW's pregnant again. He's like, stop it. Got like perfect pregnant belly. Stop it, guys. You know what's disgusting about pregnant women? Is when their belly. You know what? God bless all the women who have children, because it's a hard thing. But you know what I don't like is when their belly button gets pushed out and then they get those stretch marks by their belly button as if they're like fucking like splitting at the seam there. That always scares the shit out of me, because I'm always just like, I don't think it's gonna hold. That's what I used to think as a kid. I was like, I don't think it's gonna hold. Over the years, the severity of these symptoms worsened, causing his stomach to swell up and become permanently bloated due to the accumulating fecal matter. Old boy was blocked up. He's like, I just can't stop eating cheese. J.W. Velveeta is his name. By the time he reached 16, J.W. could go up to 1 month without any bowel movements. Brutal.
So do you think if he it was like...
If he shit, I mean, it's a landslide. Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's a chocolate river. We don't even want to get into it. Thinking it was a tumor, JW tried to go to the doctor, but he was unable to receive any medical treatment for his condition, as the surgery was deemed too dangerous at the time. I mean, guys, we're talking about, when even is this? What year is this? Oh, the 1800s. Instead, at the age of 20, JW joined a freak show in Philadelphia and was dubbed the Balloon Man and Windbag for his protruding belly. And so help me God, if I start seeing people calling me the Balloon Man or Windbag, I am going to be fucking livid. I can't escape the controlling fire thing. That little son of a bitch at Chick-fil-A has ruined my life, all right? In 1892, less than a decade later, JW was found dead in a bathroom. His final moments were spent attempting to relieve a bowel movement.
He was struggling, dude.
People are just like, classic JW, classic Balloon Man. An autopsy revealed that his colon was 8 feet long. Oh my God. With a circumference of 28 inches and contained 40 pounds of shit. That's insane. He's got the goddamn anaconda from that Ice Cube movie in the 90s. He has that anaconda wrapped up inside of him.
Anaconda.
He's like, guys, no, seriously, my stomach hurts. They're like, Balloon Man, Balloon Man.
I think during the freak show, people were allowed to come up and touch.
Oh, they definitely are going up and slapping his belly like a bald guy's head. You know what I mean? Oh, I bet it was brutal. He's probably just sitting there the whole time like,
You think he liked it?
Oh, no, I think he's in pain. You think he liked that? His 8-foot megacolon is now on display in Philadelphia at the Mutter Museum. It is stuffed with straw and fabric to simulate what it would look like with poop in it. We gotta go. If you're in Philadelphia, you gotta tell me, is the Mutter Museum worth it? Is the Mutter Museum, is it like a freak show museum?
I think so.
Oh,
scientific,
dude.
Yeah, it's like scientific oddities.
Oh, scientific oddities. They better have a fucking thing that you can go up and like press it. That's what they should have done with it. You see the megacolon, you're like, that's what it looks like, but then they have like a fake like silicone thing that you can like, you know, press your face up against it. Oh. It must have been so hard.
Oh yeah. Well, his shit had to be hard too. You gotta.
Oh my God, it fossilized inside of him. You'd have to assume. I wonder if he did it feel like he was out broken glass, hard chunks of like that, like rocks and pebbles.
I was gonna say his colon was 28 centimeters wide, so his shit was, yeah.
How wide do you think his asshole was? Your colon goes to your asshole, right? So if you're getting stretched up that much, you're stretching. Do you think he was always just crowning? I don't know, a little burnt baby's head just right there at the top. He's in there scooping it out with his hands. This is fucking disgusting. At the time, JW's condition was a medical mystery, but now it is believed that he suffered from congenital megacolon or Hirschberg's disease. Hirschsprung's disease. Why can't they just be like, it's fucking the stiff colon disease? You know what I mean? Why don't you just call it stiff colon? Well, it's congenital megacolon or Hirschsprung's disease. I'm dyslexic! I can't read, I can't talk. I'm gonna be mute for the rest. This is a condition where the nerve fibers fail to develop in your colon, making the colon unable to move waste to the intestines and rectum. That'd be brutal, dude.
You think he was, like reaching up into his colon, like
if he is crowning from his asshole, which he definitely was, a 28, I mean, that's insane. Think about how much it was stretched towards the end. His asshole was definitely, he had that red cauliflower probably sticking out. If it was me and that, I mean, if I was like, I won't come out, I would dig. You'd be calling my ass Shia LaBeouf in holes, dude, for real. I'd be digging up a hole, for real. Moving on, good God. Mirza Ghulam Ahmad. Ahmed? I'm American. What the hell is that? What is that name? They were the founder of the Islamic religious movement in India, and Ghulam claimed he could hear revelations from God and claimed that he was Mahdi, which is savior, a reincarnation of the Prophet Muhammad, and also Jesus Christ and the Hindu god Krishna. He was just all of them. That's a lot. To even just be like, I'm Muhammad, people are like, oh my God. And you're like, I'm also Krishna. You're like, what? And I'm Jesus Christ. Huh? What? And in 1907, he apparently received several revelations from angels informing him of his imminent death. Fucking put Jesus in the window looking in. Oh, Mirza, is that you? Then in 1908, Mirza died from a series of severe diarrhea. What does that even mean? A series of severe diarrhea.
Apparently he so much he became so weak he couldn't get up.
Oh, can you imagine like you're so much that you're like the fucking little alien in Men in Black in that little seat on your toilet? Also, was he eating while he was shitting? Is that how he kept like? Because like if you, let me tell you, I've had some sloppy Joe before where you're just like, I have nothing left to give. But to shit yourself so much to where you couldn't even get up, what happened? There's no way it was just due to the diarrhea. By the time of his death, he had gathered over 400,000 followers.
And it's blasphemy to say that he died on the toilet.
It's blasphemy to say he died on the toilet?
Oh, yeah. That's why I didn't put it in.
Wait, so are people saying... Oh, now we said it here. Okay. Well, good. Well, now you got me to say a fucking blasphemous act, dude. Thanks. So he had actually... People were just like, you are Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, in India. He was huge.
He was huge in India.
He was the person who brought Islam to India.
Damn. I just want to know, has there been any speculation of, did he have a disease of some kind?
Well, that's also blasphemy to say he did have a disease.
So we can't have a conversation without it being blasphemy. So I can't say you had a disease, that's blasphemy, but I could say you shit yourself to death.
He was so weak from his shits.
He was so weak from his shits that what?
He died.
So he shit himself to death. I like how it's like a fucking Pokemon like HP counter. He's so weak he fainted and he just never awoke again.
Well, I think it's because it's just like people are arguing that it's humiliating to die on the toilet, but it's fine. It's a natural way to die if you shit yourself and you're weak from shitting yourself. I went to like 3 websites that were all saying this.
I went to 3 different Wikipedia pages. No more blasphemous acts to me. You know what I say? No, I'm not even good. I'm moving on. I'm moving on from this son of a bitch. Next up, we have Godfrey the Hunchback. What are these characters you're telling me about here? Godfrey IV, aka the Hunchback, was Duke of Lower Lorraine from 1069 until his death in 1076. He was the eldest son of Duke Godfrey the Bearded and Duchess Doda.
My favorite game.
No, not Dota, Doda. It is kind of funny that the dad's like the Bearded, and you have the son who's just like the fucking Hunchback, the freak. The Hunchback, even back then, that's gotta be a fucking, there's no way people were like, you're the Hunchback, yeah. That's gotta be an insult, right? You're like a freak.
So the funny thing is every time they like reference him, they're saying like, oh, Godfrey, he was a great guy, great leader. He was a freak with his hunchback. He was weak.
He was such a nice guy. Unbelievable. He was a freak, didn't like looking at him, he smelt bad, wouldn't go near him. But goddamn was he nice. He's like, thank you. Despite his small stature and hunchback, Godfrey was a respected leader with a great mind and gained several military victories. Yeah, right, dude. One of these accomplishments was driving out Count Dirk V out of Muis Estuary. Muis Estuary in 1070. You guys remember that one, right? Godfrey the Hunchback, he did that. 6 years later, Dirk wanted revenge. So he plotted an assassination attempt against Duke Godfrey the Hunchback. During the night, the Duke had retired because of a natural need. So he went to an outhouse to relieve himself. That's when a servant of Dirk named Giselbert, who waited for hours underneath the toilet, the latrine, stabbed Godfrey in the ass with a spear or a dagger. Right up his ass like that. 7 days after the attack, Godfrey passed away from his injuries.
Here's some pictures. There's a few, debates on whether how he died. So they illustrated these.
They hit people illustrated. I like, is that him like farting? Actually, I don't know why more people don't get assassinated on the toilet. That's a perfect place to get assassinated, I would think. Pants around your ankles. One other time someone's like, oh, they're most vulnerable when you're taking a I'll share you're also the most inquisitive. I think people think about some real while they
Like what?
I don't know, I think about my mortality a lot when I'm shitting. I think it's just because you're expelling something from your body and you're just like, well, that's gone. When am I going to be gone?
I'm usually on my phone.
Yeah, well, I'm on my phone too, but I'm just like... You kind of catch yourself in that loop, so you go back to it. It's like a Chinese guy begging on TikTok. No.
Have you ever had so painful that you had to put your legs up on the toilet?
Oh, those are I actually call those the crowners. It's fucking believable. You're like, oh, it feels like you're being fucking split in half. No, you like feel, you can tell it's like halfway out. And you're like, and then finally it drops. You're like, Also, I feel a little fucking like widened up after it happens, like an old like moonshine jug. That's what it feels like, dude. Let's talk about other assassination attempts on the toilet. God damn it. Like King Edmund Ironside in 1016. Man, the 10s were a rough year for people on toilets, dude. During this time in England, there were strong tensions between the Danes and the English people. And after a devastating defeat on the Battle of Assanden. Ass? There's ass in that. What goes on the toilet? Your asshole. Edmund was forced to sign a treaty that stated if the King of Danes, Knut, is it Knut? Nut? I'm just saying nut. Or King Edmund would die, then their kingdom would revert to the others. Suspiciously, just a few months later, Edmund was assassinated on the toilet. There are a few different accounts of his death. Some say that Edmund's general, Erdrick, stabbed him in the genitals while hiding in the bathroom. How are people so like sneakily getting into these bathrooms? They're just like, you know, the f***er's like, I beat Tenchu Z like 6 times. It's gonna be a huge shout out. Someone's gonna be like, Tenchu Z. You ever play that game?
No.
Here played Tenchu. Another account says he was killed by a booby-trapped crossbow that was hidden in the cesspit, which doesn't mean they just fucking shot up at his asshole. Who went down there to put that in? He's like covered in shit. He's just like, the trap is placed, sir. Thank you. Move on. The most common theory was that he was stabbed by a sword or spear in his bowels, in his belly. You know what? I prefer to think about the booby-trapped crossbow that shot a bolt up his asshole and killed him. Dude, you must feel pretty accomplished if you came up with that trick. Also, back then too, seeing that wound must have been insane. There's like shit covering his cheeks and his thighs or whatever, because you know he's probably like, ooh, because he probably, if you got hit in the with a bolt, you'd probably initially be like, oh, and you'd stand up a bit, and then the would fall down on your inner thighs, and it would be all over your feet and stuff. Just a really stinky affair, if I'm being honest. Or there's the Japanese warlord Usugi Kenshin, whose death is shrouded in mystery and speculation. He was one of the most powerful daimyos of the Sengoku period and earned the nickname Dragon of Ichigo. That's pretty sick. For his military genius and feats on the battlefield. You know what we never talk about? I've never really learned about Nobunaga. I always thought that name was sick. Pretty sure he's like a samurai warlord. He was also, the only reason I even knew about him when I was a kid is because he's also another video game shout out. Onimusha. Nobunaga was a demon warlord, but he's a real guy. I thought that was kind of fucked up when I found out about it, because it's like, oh, that's a made up guy. They're like, no, he's real. I was like, that's kind of fucked up. You made him like a demon king or whatever.
Was he evil?
I have no idea. He might be evil. People in the comments sure will know. Oh yeah, Nobunaga. Yeah, I know Nobunaga. On April 19th, 1578, he died on the toilet at the age of 48. The most accepted theory is that he died of stomach cancer, as it was recorded that he had stomach aches for 5 days and was constantly on the toilet until his death. I hate to say this, but see, that's a little more, if you're gonna shit yourself to death that way, I like that more than the guy who's just like, yeah, he shit himself to death and you can't say anything else or it's blasphemy. I like how these guys are like, he probably had fucking cancer and that's why he shit himself. And you're like, oh, that makes sense. The other people, you can't fucking say shit, dude. You can't say shit. We're throwing in some zingers today, but some speculate that a ninja hid in the cesspit below and pierced his anus with a katana while on the toilet. What is with people's speculation that people have to always be hiding in a goddamn cesspit, dude? He's like, he probably had cancer because he had the stomach aches, right? Yeah, probably. Yeah, it's probably the ninja in the cesspit with the katana, right? That shouldn't even be a speculation, because was there a piercing wound? And if so, then why was that not people's first assumption? You know what I mean? What the fuck?
I think at the time, because right after they waged like a huge war against their enemies, so I think it was propaganda.
Oh, is it
from either side? I think from them, they were like, they killed.
Yeah, we did it. James I of Scotland. While not exactly dying on the toilet, James was ambushed by assassins while staying at the Church of Blackfriars in Perth, trying to escape. James used iron tongs and pried open the planks of his chamber's floor. He then went down a sewage passage that led to the cesspit of his castle sewer. And unfortunately, James had forgotten that he had ordered his men to block the drain with stones because he kept losing his tennis balls down the drain. While this was happening, one of the maidens, Catherine Douglas, that's like a fucking American name, used her arms to bar the door closed against the assassins to buy James some time. Eventually, the assassins burst through the door, breaking her arm in 2 places, thus giving her the nickname Cat Barless. Eventually, James is discovered in the sewage drain and was hacked to pieces. Do you think they fucking cut him up in the sewage drain? God damn. Many people were glad to see James dead, as they considered him a greedy tyrant. Ironically, his descendants James IV died of a violent attack of dysentery, which is just shitting yourself. The idea too that James was just down in the sewer like...
That'd be a good comedic moment where he's like trying to get the stones, and then a tennis ball floats by, and he's like, oh, of course.
He's like, oh, there you go, okay. Just the idea of a guy getting hacked in a sewer pipe is just like so funny to me. I don't know why. You're like, like they hacking away at this guy. Erfurt latrine disaster. So many fucking latrines. I like how if it was in the 19th century where we had fucking toilets, it was just people just like, yeah, they got fucking high and they died of a heart attack. Back then, it's like, it was a latrine and a cesspit. There was a ninja in a cesspit. Sometimes it's not just one person who dies on the toilet, but many. And one of the most infamous cases was the Erfurt latrine disaster. On July 26, 1184, Henry VI, King of Germany, held an informal assembly at the Cathedral Provostry in Erfurt on the second story. Man, I bet second story shitters back in the day were rough. Like, the pipe's supposed to go all the way up there? He's like, yes, okay. All of the nobles across the Holy Roman Empire were invited to the meeting to mediate a land dispute between a noble and an archbishop. Just as the assembly was about to start, the wooden floors in which the nobles were sitting broke under the stress, and the attendees fell down through the first floor into the cesspit below.
No, apparently they broke through the second and first floor.
They broke through 2 floors. Oh, okay. So they did like a Tom and Jerry skit going down the, okay, a little Looney Tunes action. Anywhere between 60 to 100 people were either crushed or drowned and suffocated by the fumes of the shit. King Henry VI avoided the fall and survived because he was seated on a stone alcove built into the wall. Like how he's like, watched them all like fall. He's like, okay. I don't know. The idea of dying on the toilet is, I think it gets a bad rep. It seems like a lot of great people in history have died on the toilet. And to me, it'd be an honor. If you find out that I died on the toilet, don't laugh. And don't feel sorry for me because I joined a great ranking of other human beings who did the same. And I think that they're not cowards. I think you're a coward.
Me?
Not the viewer.
No.
Do you want to die on the toilet?
No.
You're a coward.
I don't want my fucking cock like shriveled up and like.
Dude, why would I give a fuck if I'm dead?
It's called my legacy, dude.
What legacy? What legacy are we going to have besides being like they made, like, we got 2 years left, maybe a year left of good shit. We got to get all the stuff we want to do out now while the iron's hot, or else, I mean, it's done. All these people watching these videos, this little fucking gravy train is not running forever. Let me tell you that right now. So I just want to say, you know what? If you guys died in the toilet, I would give you a nice salute and I'd say, God bless. You joined a rank of beautiful, beautiful human beings. And at least you probably didn't die with a ninja stabbing your ass or somebody hiding in your bathroom. Now, if you find out that I got shot on the toilet, that's when you should be like, oh, because that's the new age ninja. But that's all I got for today. You know, stay safe shitting, my friends. We'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
What would be like the worst way to die? Most embarrassing then?
The most embarrassing way to die? Probably getting caught, like, jacking off.
With a belt around your neck?
Like, autoerotic asphyxiation feels pretty embarrassing to me. It's like in your hand, and there's probably cum all over the floor. But also, then people are like, oh, he was into that. That's like a double whammy. That's a triple whammy, kind of. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down, because today we are talking about...
Hold on, do it. Yeah.
Art.
Oh my God.
Art. More importantly, modern art. Listen, dude, I am a big sucker for art in general. I mean, I do animation stuff, but also I love commissioning paintings and doing all kinds of stuff. I'll put a little slideshow of some of the just beautiful pieces I have here just in the studio. Art is just the fundamental expression of human beings. It's storytelling. It's the human experience all boiled down into an image or a film or, you know, some kind of dance. I don't fucking know anything. Art can be whatever you want it to be. But if I'm gonna be honest, and this might roll some heads, I guess, but I feel like all the good classic fine art, I feel like we're past that. And nothing feels more relevant and more true to that statement than modern fine art. And fine art is something where it's kind of what everybody thinks pretentious artists are, right? It's all of the things that are so far up their own ass that it's unbelievable, but really some of the modern art is really insane. I mean, even just some of the more brief ones, you know, like The Comedian, which was the little banana taped to a wall. Ooh. Powerful stuff. I mean, this stuff is also copying stuff like Duchamp's Toilet from back in the day, whenever that was like during a new wave thing of, I don't know, people in the 40s or whatever being like, oh, we're so smart and we're so smug, we're taking the piss out of it all. Whatever. You have Yoko Ono screaming. I love that video of Yoko Ono whenever she's screaming with Chuck Berry. Chuck Berry's like looking there and he's just like, what the fuck is this crazy bitch about, dude? But then you even have stuff like this. Oh my God. So fucking annoying. I hate you have to do the puzzle piece thing. Verify to continue. I remember seeing this thing and people were just like, these are breed machines. It looks like an H.R. Geiger piece a little bit, doesn't it? What is this even called? Contemporary art. Oh, I guess you should say, instead of modern art, you should say contemporary art. Whatever. So, oh, that cameraman's sneaking back behind it, looking through the visor. Okay, dude. He really went up. I love the guy, like, went up behind it and he's just like... Zooming in and shit. Oh my god. Oh yeah, glasses left behind. It's just a nice pair of glasses left on the floor. I like people taking pictures of it. Oh my god. Look at this. It's a pair of glasses on the... This is just, who do these own to? You know, there's mystique and mystery. And listen, I feel so personally attached to this because I myself went to an art college. I know, I love to waste money as much as I possibly can. I also have hobbies like Magic the Gathering. And what money means, what is money? Burn it all! I mean, it's worthless to me, right? And I got a Bachelor of Fine Arts from an art school going far. That piece of paper was extremely applicable to where I ended up in life. Thank you so much. But I have dealt with the pretentiousness, and art college feels a little different because in art college is at least it's like you're 18 years old, finding out who you are, you're finding your independence, and yeah, you're gonna make some cringy, self-obsessed art stuff. But to extend that into a full career is something that is fascinating. That somehow, some way, you were able to like make a career out of it is unbelievable. And today we're gonna be looking at some of the most pretentious and fucking awful pieces of contemporary art. So let's go! This video is sponsored by MeUndies. Let's take a minute to talk about your closet. Do you have holes in your socks? Hell, maybe even your underwear? I bet you do because you're a sick son of a... And that's why it's time to take a nice little spring cleaning break and head on over to MeUndies. MeUndies is my go-to site for underwear. They're so soft and comfortable that it made me question why I even bothered with other brands in the first place. I prefer the bold and classic single colors, but they also have more adventurous prints to fit any style. Plus, MeUndies has all sizes covered, and the material provides a flattering cut for every body type. Chiseled, flubby, MeUndies has got you covered. And MeUndies is not just underwear. No. You can get undershirts, joggers, and swimsuits there too. Good things come in big packages at MeUndies. Get 20% off your first order plus free shipping at MeUndies.com/PapaMe. Go to MeUndies and get yourself something comfortable, and you'll be glad you did. Thank you, MeUndies, for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. First up, we have Shrink, which was a performance art created by Lawrence Malstaff in 2010. It is an ongoing project. It's basically somebody is being shrink wrapped. The shrink is literally, it's shrink wrap. You know those fucking things when your mom's like, you have too much clothes! And you throw it in that fucking bag and you take the vacuum, suck it all out, and you're able to toss it under your fucking bed like a goddamn body bag. That's what this is. Let's take a look. It's fucked up. I've seen Japanese porn that starts like this. I don't know what it is what the Japanese do. Those motherfuckers love watching people get shrink wrapped. It's fucking disturbing too. Can they breathe in here? I don't think they can breathe. They probably can breathe. In that porn, they can't. I tell you, it is vile. I'm like, I don't know who the fuck's beating their cock to this, but that is fucked. You ever seen those videos?
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right. Dude, the guy who invented the fucking vacuum suck thing for the storage has to be pissed by this, right? He's like, what the fuck? This is literally what I made. Do they have a breathing apparatus? Is that what the tube is for, I'm guessing?
I think there's 2 tubes.
Or is there just an air pocket? I can't tell. Oh my god, it's like freezing someone in time. It's taking absurd motions but being able to freeze them. Basically, it's a giant take on consumerist culture and preserving all of the things that we might not need. It's capitalism at its worst, strung down and suffocating the human experience. Boom. What do you think about that? Huh? You like that? Pretty much what it is. You know what though? I'd be fucking pissed. If I was the guy who made the shrink thing, I'd be like, you better give me some fucking royalties or something like that. Or even for the guy, Lawrence Malstaff, to just be like, no, I have those things in my room and they're awesome. And he just like admits he's like, I just wanted to make some of my own, you know? Next up, we have Roman Signer, who is an 85-year-old sculptor from Switzerland, known for his bizarre and off-kilter solo performances where he creates what he calls action sculptures. Works of art which are used for experiments that bear which he refers to as aesthetically pleasing. Recently, he has been the center of online discussion due to his performance known as The Sands of Time, Cascades of Society. A performance where Signer stacks buckets of sand atop one another before knocking them down. It has been described as provocative and thought-provoking. The unstable tower of buckets is meant to symbolize the delicate balance within social systems, hinting at the fragility of our social fabric. The action of sand continually spilling from the buckets brings to life the concept of social mobility, the struggle for power, and the ever-present fear of downward social movement. The sand, albeit small and seemingly insignificant on its own, gains momentum as it cascades the buckets, symbolizing how individual together can influence societal structures. This is fucking insane, man. This sounds crazy. Let's take a look at it. What do I even have? Really, the first thing I want to say is that the man in the white here, the bulbous belly, and he's wearing that button up that you know he shouldn't be wearing. I fuck with that guy right there. You know, I don't like the idea of, some people look at a lot of art and they're like, anyone could do that. Anyone could do it. The idea is that anyone could, but no one did, and you're the person who actually did it. It's less about the talent of actually making it. But at the same time, it feels to me that whenever you're saying stuff about societal structures and collapsing, and you're using it as a metaphor for what is essentially a children's playground toy of sandboxes that collapse amongst each other, and the finale is literally it falling once, and then you're just like, that's what it is, and everyone's like, yay! Feels a bit silly. Feels like we're getting to a bit silly, a little pretentious territories, you know what I mean? And especially you call it the Sands of Time. Get the fuck over yourself, dude. Isn't that fucking crazy? The Sands of Time. He also created the work performance, the Wasser installation, where he paddles a kayak through 8 small canals, which are all connected through a cinder pool. According to Signer, the Wasser installation creates a vacuum where the beginning and the end of the imaginary journey converge. In this domain of silence, meanings flow into one another effortlessly without ever taking definite shape. Let's see here. Wow. This is truly remarkable. This has to be so uncomfortable having people stand here and just watching you do the most mundane, stupid shit.
That's part of the art. The cringe.
The cringe, the performance art aspect, the cringe of that. I like how he has gloves on. As if these are some like real rapid shit. He's like, Jesus, okay, let's see what I can do here. If anybody went to me and they were like, hey, we're gonna go see a fucking Roman Signer deal, I'd be like, you better fucking count me out, dude. Oh, this is another one. It's just umbrellas and buckets. Signer first achieves artistic notoriety by using explosives. Where is that video, dude? I want to see something fucking blow up. Oh, here we go. Table with rockets. I mean, that's kind of sick. It's just literally called Table with Rockets, and it just shows a fucking rocket, like, exploding into the air. See, that's sick. Dude, do more of that stuff, man. That's fucking tight. That's really cool. Next up, we have Ryosuke Kiyasu. It's a drummer who performs with the band Sete Star Sept. Along with performing as a solo snare drummer, Kiyasu has recently begun to tour an avant-garde performance of the snare drumming, which is described as supposedly aiming to challenge the preconceived notions of what the possible range of sounds can be achieved with a snare drum. You know what? I have some preconceived notions of what the snare drum can do, so I'm actually pretty curious to see what it can do. Okay, the girl in the back, there is no semblance of actual, you're listening to noise, it's a visual. The thing with this is it's like, it's a audio visual experience, but she's like, this is slapping. Once again, flashbacks to art school. This looks like every crushed punk show I've ever been to in my life. But also, at the end of the day, it still sounds like a snare. Like, just because the microphone is kind of shitty, I mean, it's still, and he's just yelling into the I mean, it still sounds like a snare drum. Am I wrong? God damn, don't tell you what, that boy is assaulting, straight up violating that table. Leave the table alone, damn. Motherfucker's moving around. Sounds like a Daughters album or something like that. There's a couple here I want to see. I want to get a couple in here, just kind of get a vibe of it. What would make this even more challenging too is if he did this in a space where no one knew that the art exhibit was happening, and then you raise it even more because then you have people trying to wrestle him off of the table and the snare drum, and those kind of sounds could intertwine with it as well. See, now I'm elevating the artistic experience. Impressive. I didn't know the snare drum could do that. Oh, there's one more. I just want to see this last one. Let me see. guys look like they're laughing at him in the background. They're like smiling and they're just like, hey, this looks like a snare drum. I wonder if he makes love to that snare drum, dude. Motherfuckers get intimate with it. This next one, all I have, it says, I genuinely cannot find context for this video, but it's too good. Woman with long ass high heels fucking dies next to a chair. What's this? It would be difficult walking these heels. The struggle is real. I'm always a sucker for the nice rat face gauze, like that German film Goodnight Mommy. Not the remake. The remake's bad, but the German version of Goodnight Mommy fucking rules. And I remember in that movie, her face is all wrapped up like that. Kind of, it just has that like weird 90s Marilyn Manson kind of aesthetic and stuff too. It's fucking rad. I will say, just fucking let the person sit down, dude. Let the old girl sit down and have a fucking pop a squat, dude. I understand it'd be difficult to walk in the high heels and stuff, but goddamn, fight for your right to sit down. Here's a live painting, a $4.9 million scribbling live painting.
This live painting has just sold for $4.9 million to an anonymous buyer.
Yo, babies on a Cracker Barrel menu be like... The guy who bought that for $4.9 million is doing tax shelter stuff. Did it for a tax write-off. Also, it's the exact same kind of premise as, like, what is it, Jackson Pollock, where it's all non-discernible, non-conscious thinking. It's just like expressionist era type movement things. At least I can't remember all the goddamn different fads and everything or whatever, but it reminds me of Jackson Pollock, who was very famous because he unconsciously painted. So each stroke was he never planned any of his strokes, so the pieces he made were all unconsciously made by him, which was a popular thing that happened. Which, it's art is only as valuable as people make it out to be. As stupid as things are, if you're the first to do it, you hit the fucking jackpot, dude. And it's also about intention. It's about how you play the system. Because at the end of the day, too, fine artists are also just really good marketers, where they can trick rich people into giving them money, is what I say. Sneakers on Drills exhibit, created by conceptual artist Jack Almgren. Almgren is a Swedish artist who often exhibits his work at group shows with other similar style artists. He has another untitled piece and a similar piece to this in an exhibit called The Taste of Bizarros. Let me see this, dude. Ooh, are those Ryobi drills? Dude, don't be letting the foreman see that, dude. You might get bullied, dude. You kidding me? Ryobi drills? Come on, dog. Ryobi drills, man. Can't fucking go and just get a goddamn Milwaukee drill. Oh my god, it's like they're walking on their own. Man, imagine if that was a Milwaukee drill. Those motherfuckers would be scooting for days. That's so sick. The Sounds of Butter. Wasn't able to find a ton of info on this online, but we just know it's created by a Jewish performance artist who created this piece as a homage to a man named Yossel, a man who created candles made of butter in Auschwitz during the Holocaust. So let's see. It's 8 seconds long. All right, also first I wanted to just say that kid is way too big to be being held. That kid back there could easily stand, so I don't know. Feels weird because I don't know the context of this, but then again, what is the context? Manufacturing, maybe supposed to be simulating the experience of churning the butter and making it into a candle, possibly, but having the man stand behind you with 6 sunglasses, holding a mixer and you're doing it with a microphone, I guess I just don't fully get the picture. But then again, maybe I'm not supposed to. Because let me tell you, art isn't made for everybody. Sorry, posers. How about Yuki Tanaka's Rotating Mud? A large clay piece which he patterned by allowing the wet mass to rotate against his face. Tanaka explains the rotating mud is a reflection of the transient nature of existence and the ever-changing landscape of the human experience. Yap yap, boy be yappin'. Through the constant motion of the mud, the artwork embodies the passage of time, the fluidity of identity, and the cyclical nature of life. It invites viewers to contemplate the interconnectedness of all things and the beauty found in impermanence. Wow. The human experience. It's all different. Right? Are you me? No, and I'm not you. So let's not pretend to be. And let's take a look at Rotating Mud.
This art piece was just sold for $8.2 million. The buyer has requested to remain anonymous.
All of the big artists are going to be anonymous. One, because they're just like, I don't need the government knowing how much I'm spending. I don't, it's going to go into a storage unit or fucking thrown away. Usually, they almost always go into just a storage unit somewhere. Okay, so let's see through the plastic bottle on the floor. So are we supposed to say the human experience is about littering too? Come on, dude. Do you think some of these artists here that do that kind of stuff and it's this kind of physical kind of thing, do you think that they think that the guys who make the planet spray, the spray paint galaxy planet paintings on the street, they think that they're fine artists? Or the people who have like the paint bucket and they're like, and they let it drop and it like just like a pendulum swinging thing and it's like, look at that beautiful pattern. Do you think that they're like, oh my God, wow. Do you think that they're stoked on that too? Because if these assholes are like, that's not art, I'd be like, dude, who the fuck? Like, oh, now we're on to somebody digging hole. I don't think that this is I think this is just another video that he put together. Yep, these are someone just digging holes. Okay, which actually the whole thing is kind of cool. Well, you know, Clayface, something very physical about that. It's very performance art based. Is, I don't know, there's just so much human charm to it. And honestly, I feel how, by watching that, I kind of feel how we're all different and how I kind of just want to appreciate the imperfections of it all. And also the impermanence of it all, but it's all not, it won't last forever. Next up, we have Emmanuel Berenger. He's a French visual artist who has recently gained much infamy from his performances where he puts his past as a long jumper to work. What's a long jumper?
In track.
Oh, look, in track. Oh, okay. Emmanuel jumps from a trampoline equipped with a stick of charcoal where he creates his work of art by letting the charcoal draw alongside a large canvas neighboring him. These works have sold for over $100,000 multiple times. Yeah, all right, well, these must be pretty fucking impressive. Emmanuel describes that putting the body in motion and acting to achieve work is never an end in itself. The gesture is linked to a trace that will leave without words simply through break and shocks. The body invades space to speak for itself. He jumps, is basically what we're saying. He wasn't happy with that one. He's gonna restart. Motherfucker looks mad walking back, doesn't he? Motherfucker looks tapped. I mean, it's an impressive line, dude. You know, if it was shorter, there's no way people would pay for it, but that's a big ass thing. It's a big ass fucking jump there. There's gotta be some better jumps than that, dude. Come on. Wow. Impressive. Unbelievable vertical leap. Dudes in the NBA could crush the shit. Didn't jump as hard. It's the ponytail that's holding him back. You gotta cut that man bun when you're getting into these athletic shit. Ooh, that one felt, I don't know how I felt about that one. Almost looked like he got kind of scared jumping. I don't know. Next up, Takashita Matsutani. Takashita Matsutani is a Japanese avant-garde artist based in Paris and Nishinomiya. Though active as a painter and sculptor for decades, he has recently become a notable figure online due to his bizarre performance known as Stream. Stream is described as a ritualized manner of mark making with a performative gesture that presents a time-based record reminiscent of Matsutani's artistic beginnings in Japan. And that's it. You know what? Stream looks pretty cool. The one thing I did not like was I found it to be very unsatisfying and very aesthetically unpleasing was the crumpling of the canvas or paper. That upset me. If I was there, I would have done that too. I would have been standing there, I'd be like, He gets done, I'm like... Next up is Yon Bourgeois. Yon Bourgeois is a French dancer, choreographer, and artist who gained online notoriety for a widespread performance in 2022. I like how it's always widespread notoriety. Dude, no one fucking knows these people. No one, knows online notoriety for what? His fucking TikTok got 10,000 likes. So did a fucking 8-year-old who ate a bowl of macaroni. Like, fuck off. The routine is meant to celebrate the beauty of picking oneself up after falling and then having the courage to try again. Well, that's kind of fucking motivating. God, I got like a chill up my spine, dude. That's fucking sick, huh? Little Rudy situation. You ever see Rudy? About like a mentally challenged guy who like plays for Notre Dame. It's not a big deal, but let's fucking see, dude. Hey, let's see you do something. You know what I mean? This is like a pretty well choreographed thing. This would be kind of difficult. It's kind of nice. It's also kind of, I don't know why I'm fucking like relaxed, dude. Look, he's spinning it. God, dude, this is good. This is great. If I saw somebody do this in person, I'd be stoked. Do you not like this?
I think it's cool.
You think it's cool? Well, then why the fuck is it on this list then, Nick?
I wanted to put some cool ones in.
Why? It doesn't make any sense. Piss Christ. Actually, I wrote a paper on this back in the day. Andre Serrano, who created Piss Christ in 1987, it's basically a mixture of his blood, piss, and everything else, and it's supposed to be a take on his Christian upbringing and roots and the turmoil of being raised in or under the religious cap guise. The reason I actually know Andre Serrano is because actually, for any little Metallica fans out there, I know people always get mad when I say that I like Metallica, but he's the guy who did the covers for Metallica's Load and Reload. Here's another another controversial fucking opinion. I like both of those albums, and if you don't like it, you can suck my fucking dick. Good stuff, dude. Fuck Andre Serrano for a second. Why don't we just talk about Load and Reload for a second? That's some real avant-garde contemporary art right there. Outlaw Torn, Bleeding Me. Are you kidding me? Slept on. Slept on for days, dude. I always like this song too on Reload. It's called Slither. It's a good one too. Doesn't fucking matter, dude. You don't know what I'm talking about. I will say the Piss Christ image I thought goes pretty hard. I don't care what anybody says. Yeah, it's just cum, semen and blood into a fucking thing, and there's a little crucifix in there. You chart something that doesn't look sick. If that was a movie poster, people would be cumming their pants all over it, right? Am I wrong?
I was gonna say an album cover.
Dude, absolutely. Oh, now we're getting into my boy Potato number 345. Oh, shit. Kevin Abash is a renowned photographer known for his striking photos of many individuals, including Malala and Bob Geldof. Oh, I know those people. Which always took place on a black background. His photos have graced the covers of Vogue. Oh, my God. And widely used textbooks. Oh, my God, textbooks. However, in 2010, the photographer would release a series of photos of an Irish potato. Now you're fucking talking, dude. Meant to celebrate his Irish heritage. Yes! I love that. The photographs would draw eyebrows after an anonymous, wealthy business owner would purchase the series of photos for £1 million. This is a fourth of the price of the most expensive photograph ever sold, which is Rhine's second, which sold for 4.3. Who gives a fuck, dude? Hell yeah. My boy Potato 345. I'll give you a fucking £1 million for it, mate. Fuck off. Or actually, what would the Irish accent be?
Here, I'll throw you £1 million for this foot there, mate. Going to fuck.
I'll give you £1 million for it. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. Is that pretty good?
That's Jono.
Yeah, Jono, let me know if that's good. Is he editing this one? Yeah. Oh, shit. Next up, we have Takehiko Fukyu. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Is a Japanese dancer who performs under the group of Muda. The group creates a performance dedicated to dance and bodywork. I like that, dude. Why am I'm getting kind of bought in on contemporary stuff. Like, I started off being like, I don't know about this. And all of a sudden, I'm like, damn, dude, come on, get me in there. Dance and bodywork? All right. With their aim being the pursuit of the formless form. Being to pursue the formless form.
The form of the formless.
The wetless water. And the ultimate dance of creation that returns to nothingness. It's all about from beginning to end, baby. That's what they all love. The most recent venture has been a series of performances known as Art Zombie. Ooh. Where Fukyu would move about Is it Fukyu?
Fuku?
Whatever. Takehiko would move about the dance as if he was possessed by a demon. Kind of like that, dude. You're getting my little horror chub brewing here. I can't wait to see this. I hope he looks like a demon.
Is this artist possessed by demons? Takehiko
Fukuyu.
Nope. Performance art pieces wouldn't look out of place in a scene from The Exorcist.
I've been to San Francisco twice in my life, and everybody who I've ever seen on fentanyl or meth or do this exact stuff, bro's got them bath salts.
In their words, their aim is to pursue the formless form and the ultimate dance of creation that returns to nothingness.
It just feels like it just does not make sense. A form of creation that leads back to nothingness, but by creating something, you're forming something. Finding the formless in form, it seems like you're just contradicting yourself. No? Or am I wrong? Doesn't the whole thing feel very contradictory? Is that the point? The whole thing is that life is a contradicting mess? To live life is to not live at all?
To die is to live.
To die is to live, you're right. Can't Help Myself by Sun Yan and Ping Yu. Created by China's most controversial artist. Oh my god, I've heard of these people. Sun Yan and Ping Yu. The artwork Can't Help Myself is about an industrial robot that is programmed to keep a pool of dark red hydraulic fluid from escaping, or else the machine will die. I've actually heard of this. This shit is sad as fuck.
Yeah, no, what you need to do is get your posture right.
The piece is a critical reflection of modern-day issues such as migration, surveillance, authoritarianism, and technology. I always thought it was about the mundane nature of working yourself until you die, like the most mundane bullshit thing, you know what I mean?
That's what a lot of people thought, but apparently it's immigration.
Yeah, well actually, the thing scooping up the dark liquid and you're a literal industrial robot that has to perform an impossible task, that's about immigration. Sorry. First debuting in 2016, the piece finally stopped working in 2019. Oh, that would have been cool to see. This shit is fucking sad, dude. It's just a giant machine that is just programmed to literally clean up this pool, but the pool will never, it'll never fully be clean. It's kind of torturous in a way, right? When AI takes over and fucking kills all of us, then these motherfuckers are gonna be first on the list. There's something extremely haunting and depressing about watching that thing just collect that pool of water. It's like the arm itself kind of takes shape in this, like, it almost becomes like a form. It becomes like a person, almost. It's very sad.
People describe it as a dance.
Is he dancing? It looks like he's fucking working his ass off. Looks like he's being fucking tortured, honestly. He's like, is unconsciously being tortured. Okay, dude. I like how this one just says, socialists call this modern art. It's a candle is inside of a guy's asshole, and he's being drug over by two people, and there's like a leak in the deal? I can't tell. Yeah, socialists. Hey, this is what the left doesn't want you to know about, is what it feels like. All I know is, look, listen. I almost pulled a little Wings of Redemption there. Look, listen. Look, listen. Shout out my boy. Shout out my boy Wings. All I know is art is subjective. There is no, you cannot take away the value of art from somebody if they find value in it. Just the same way that, like, you might watch the stuff I do and think that they're cool while someone else thinks that they're fucking terrible. It's just a subjective thing. Other people who like different things find value, and it brings purpose and meaning to their life that is otherwise wouldn't be there. Art can never truly be bad, and in a way, art can never truly be good. It's just a simple human expression that is proposed, that is trying to reach someone else, connect to them in a way, and say, hey, I'm a human too, you're a human, let's be human together. And that's what art's supposed to be. But in my opinion, some of it can just be a bit silly. And I think we saw some of those today. We also saw some good ones. Mostly the stare and just the stare guy bouncing. I thought that was cool. And the robot. The sad robot. You want to see, actually, this is how I'll end the video. If you're thinking about going to art school, don't. Don't do it. It's a waste of money. If anything, maybe get a part-time job or something and just work on your art in your free time. All right. I'll see you next time. Was that good? I feel like that was shit. You know, my favorite artist, Francis Bacon. Francis Bacon is one of my favorite painters of all time. Surrealist Nightmares. He has this brilliantly and haunting piece called The Pope that is amazing, but he also wanted to have sex with his dad. So, you know, sometimes I think you gotta want to have sex with your dad to be a good artist, I guess. Laugh, Nick! Laugh! Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because we have another enthralling episode of SCP Meat. Today we're talking about one that has been heavily requested. SCP-610, aka The Flesh That Hates. Now this was uploaded on April 11th, 2009 by a user named Nico Chris. So without further ado, let's get into it. Which I will say that 610 is considered a Keter class, which is much like our good friend Cousin Johnny, which is pretty much a threat to mankind itself. There's very specific ways to contain it, but today, if you're a fan of The Thing, if you're a fan of The Blob, if you're a fan of body horror, then stick around because this one is right up your alley. So without further ado, let's go. Wait! We want to talk about a beautiful partnership that we have on this channel, and it's with GamerSupps! Now, if you know me, I love GamerSupps. In fact, we have a nice collaboration coming very soon, because GamerSupps is the best, all right? I just want to say that. Fuck coffee, fuck energy drinks. Give GamerSupps a chance. You have caffeine options that give you a nice boost, that get you up and ready to go. Zero sugar, keto-friendly, and they even have non-caffeinated options just because the stuff tastes so goddamn good. You'll want to have it late at night and not have to worry about having a fucking panic attack right before you're about to sleep. With all these beautiful waifu shakers and beautiful anime shakers at the gym, you'll be the sexiest little minx walking around the floor. Or you can choose between all of the fucking amazing flavors they have, because I don't think I've had a bad one. I legitimately don't think I've had any bad flavors. If you use promo code PAPAMeat at checkout, you get 10% off your order, or you can even sign up for some free packs to try it yourself, free of charge, because you know why? You'll definitely be coming back to get some of this beautiful, beautiful magic. But also, like I said, be sure to be on the lookout because we'll have our own little flavor and shaker coming very soon. Thank you so much to our beautiful partners at GamerSupps. Be sure to check them out. They're fucking awesome. back to the video. So we're gonna start off by talking about the containment procedures, which as a general rule of thumb for this, 610 is more of like a large body, of like it's a large mass. It's a big fleshy mass that infects a large area and inhabitants within it, and even crawls on non-living organisms and stuff. It's like a flesh-like weed that covers living organisms like people, animals, and it even crawls up on non-living organisms like houses, stone, I mean anything, like an invasive weed as well. So it's pretty interesting. Let's go over the special containment procedures for this SCP. Let's get into it. Due to the vast area of infection 610 covers, containment is impossible. Isolation of the area has proved far more effective, and the permission has been granted by the Russian government to establish a perimeter to keep people out of these areas under the guise of military operations, which, listen, dude, Russia, containment areas, we're all familiar with these fucking mumbo jumbos, these goons hiding things, but it is very interesting that the only way to really stop these things is to pretty much make a giant bubble around the area to where it just cannot spread anymore. Kind of scary. Being trapped inside of a bubble. There was that terrible horror film, or there was like a comedy with like a bunch of stars. The movie flopped. Do you know what I'm talking about? It was like a COVID movie. Remember that? It was like about like a bunch of comedians and they were trapped in a bubble. And it's like, oh, the pandemic. Ugh. Whatever. That's my fucking SCP-610. A Hollywood comedy about COVID? Holy shit. Should any organism displaying traits consist of 610 be sighted near the perimeter, then the established protocol requires it to be engaged at a range with small arms until immobile, then dispatched using incendiary weapons and munitions from as great a distance as possible. Any living thing coming in physical contact with an organism infected with 610, it's considered expendable and is to be immediately terminated and incinerated, which is pretty fucking sweet. So if you even remotely come in contact with this thing, I mean, they're just like, kill him. Be killed, because there's just absolutely no way. I'm trying to think of something similar. It's the Hollywood COVID film all over again. That's how these motherfuckers did it. The Bubble! Ah! Thank you. The Bubble. God, that movie was fucking terrible. Fuck that shit. You started out hating, now you love my drip. Good God. Any persons coming within 3 meters of SCP-610 infected life are to immediately withdraw from the area, be isolated from the rest of their team, and subjected to medical examination using only remote techniques to determine if infection has occurred and appropriate steps taken based on that determination. At present, the known infection vectors 610 spread seem to be focused on physical contact. Drone movements with heavily infected areas have returned air samples containing minute particulates, which when exposed to organic compounds will result in the spread of 610. The results of these particular tests have revealed that most required several days to manifest, if at all, with the exception of direct contact with exposed lung and liver tissue. These particular tests show a rapid rate of growth, which requires incineration of the testing environment no more than 24 hours after initial exposure, with even a 2-hour mishap risking a compromised facility event. Given that this kind of rapid growth only occurs in organic material existing outside the human body, this form of infection is currently considered a minor concern. So they have to use literal drones to go in to test the air. You have to basically have all these containment procedures. If you go in, you have to be isolated for a period of time to make sure that the infection has not gotten you. We are not going to risk this shit at all. But I do like the use of drones, dude. Especially during a time of when this came out. When did this come out again? 2009? Drone technology must have been fresh. Transformers just came out, and then all of a sudden we're talking about drones and shit. What the fuck is going on there? You know what I mean?
Obama used drones.
What's that?
Obama used drones?
Obama used drones to kill terrorists. And then he did that speech talking about how they got Osama bin Laden.
9/11.
And that was kind of cool. Anyways, these peculiarities have given rise to a series of questions regarding the possible origin of the infection in conjunction with the failed data redacted or expunged, fuck you, containment protocol remains at a scorched earth policy at this time, and no concern for transmission via water or air infection perimeters exist barring situational changes in the field. So Nick, does that pretty much mean that there has been no signs of it spreading into the water, into the air? It's just in that area?
Yes.
And it's a scorched earth, which means that it's just dead earth. They consider that shit dead earth. Which, you know what's kind of interesting is that we're finding here, we saw that small arms affected, which they mean guns, and incendiary rounds, which means fire. So it seems like fire hurts this thing, but yet they don't decide just to scorch it off the earth. They might say it's scorched earth, but I feel like they're just keeping it alive because this is like some umbrella shit. This is like they're going to try to test it to make it seem like it's going to be some kind of weapon. They're trying to weaponize it, I bet, somehow. That's what fucking governments do, dude. They weaponize stuff. You know what I mean? I want an SCP that's like the Cat in the Hat. And they try to make the Cat in the Hat like a fucking espionage ninja. Motherfucker just shows up with some munchkins and wreaks havoc and then cleans your house up. You know what I'm talking about? That'd be kind of tight. I could see the SCP Foundation doing it. Anyways. All right, so let's talk about the description of 610. We gotta figure out what the hell is this thing, so let's just describe it already. Which initial reports of 610 came direct from Russia's government through indisclosable channels. Every Russian government is an indisclosable channel. You fucking kidding me? I don't trust anything coming out of Russia. There, I said it. I don't care. If we have some Russian viewers, just know I love you because you watch me and you know, you're a fan of me, but I don't trust any more. I probably don't trust your dad or your mom. Just want to put that out there. I will say the Russian flag with the hammer and sickle is tight. That's all I'm going to give you. And the large communist paintings are sweet too. That's it. And the Art Deco is very, very cool. It looks like Candyland. And also you have a lot of good directors, like the guy who made Stalker. That's all I'm going to give you. And you have a very cool accent. I'm getting off topic here. These reports consisted primarily of disappearances of farmers in the region and were not considered until the local police, followed by the regional police, and finally a government dispatched agent all failed to report within a 72-hour period. Oh, okay. So they're saying they didn't give a fuck about the farmers dying. They didn't give a fuck about the local police dying. But it's when the regional police and the government dispatched and they all failed to come back. That's when they're like, oh, okay, comrade, I need to figure out what we're doing here. A small military contingent was dispatched to the area and quickly withdrew, at which point the Foundation was contacted to investigate. How many innocent lives, dude? It's fucking Stalingrad all over again. My God. The area 610 affects is close to Lake Baikal in southern Siberia. Ooh, if you know me, dude, my dick gets hard over Siberia. Serbian film? How many times do I have to say Serbian film before people start taking that shit seriously? Okay, good film. Fucking watch it. Containment perimeters are marked in blue surrounding these infection areas, and as a part of the present, no further locations have been identified. Incursions into the perimeter must be reported prior to conducting, confirmed during exploration, and debriefed on immediately following return. Areas of known infection are marked on a map provided to us here. Click that map, please. Let me see the map here. Yeah, I guess it's just that little area. I mean, I don't know Siberia, so this could be anything. How do I know this isn't just Risk? How do I know this isn't Sid Meier's fucking personal journal for civilization? Get me out of here. Hurry, click. Get out of there. Nick, hurry! Oh, okay. I was trying. Okay. You know what I don't like about SCP stuff? Is they always talk about this like, oh, as soon as you get back, you gotta tell us what's going on. When the fuck do we get a little breather room? You know what I mean? Did I not just go into a fucking area in Siberia where it's like infested with all kinds of shit? Can I not just get a quick 10 to myself? It's always like, debriefed on immediately following return. God damn, dude. 610 appears to be a contagious skin disease at first, with symptoms including rash, itching, and increased skin sensitivity. Cabin fever vibes. I like that. My mind immediately goes to the cabin fever scene with the girl in the bathtub when she's shaving her legs. The sound effect they used for that made me gag. Within 3 hours, the disease will cause blemishes resembling heavy scar tissue to form into the chest and arm areas, spreading to the legs and back within an additional hour, consuming the victim completely within 5 hours. Exposure to high temperatures vastly decreases the time for the contagion to spread, and complete infections have been recorded occurring in as little as 5 minutes. Wow. Okay, so that's kind of interesting. So they're sitting there saying that if you're in a hot area, or like if you're in, let's God forbid you get this fucking infection in a sauna, your ass is done. But it also kind of insinuates too that if you were cold, it would be slower, which is kind of interesting too. What I like here though is the symptoms including rash, itching, and increased skin sensitivity. Within 3 hours, the disease will cause blemishes resembling heavy scar tissue to form in the chest and arm areas. I'd be curious if it starts in your face at all, and if there could be a thing where it's like, you know, when heavy drinkers, if there's like a heavy drinker, usually they have like rosy cheeks, or that you start to get some of those like not varicose veins. It's just like, I don't know what they're called, but they're like little red veins in your cheeks. I imagine that it starts off kind of like that. It would probably be really hard to realize, oh, this is, you know, I have a problem here. Just like little subtle blemishes, I don't know. After the completion of the infection occurs, the victim's life functions will cease for approximately 3 minutes, after which they will restart at 2 to 3 times the activity rate of a normal human. Okay, so they're basically turning into a fucking zombie. I don't know if I like that. Can I say that? Is that too rude? It's just the idea of dying and then you come back. It's just the zombie thing. I lived through all of the zombie craze of the early 2000s. And let me tell you, that shit was like, you couldn't fucking escape zombies, dude. Following this, the scar tissue on the victims will start to move on its own accord and grow at a rapid rate. Whew. Oh, that's some nice body horror, like that. Normal human features start to disappear at this point under the infection, and the path of mutation appears to be largely random. Subjects observed in the stage of infection have been recorded as growing 3 or more limbs of a type, such as arms or legs. The head may become misshapen and elongate or widen out, and parts of the subject may be split open, from which additional branches of flesh will grow. Sick. The duration of the stage of infection is unknown, and not all subjects appear to progress in later stages. What I like about this is that you basically become a fetal alcohol syndrome baby with an elongated head. And then I like the idea of you growing multiple arms and other kind of appendages, and also just more flesh. Just a nice flabby flesh. You ever see a guy who's lost, which don't be looking at me, all right? You ever see a guy who's lost like 150 pounds and he just has like a big flab of flesh? Like his skin is just obviously stretched and now it's just skin that's hanging. To see that multiply is really interesting, especially with, you know, and not that the aspect of growing multiple appendages is really unique, but it's always a fun visual. It's hard not to just smile when you start getting into body horror where there's just bones crackling and skin stretching and slimy kind of goodness and all kinds of flesh folds over each other. Visually, I'm in heaven right now, all right? Under unknown conditions, an infected individual will cease moving and place itself in a location it deems suitable where it roots itself. All right, Last of Us, you want to fucking... What are you doing there, huh? They're like, it's different, it's mushrooms. It's fungi. The fleshy growth on the victim will then begin to spread itself across all surrounding objects and consume them. Such objects do not spread the infection as living creatures do. However, and the effect of a prolonged contact with these objects is recorded later in this document, it is assumed that this behavior is to create an area hospitable to continued growth of the other infected. Ooh. So 610 basically becomes a cesspool for growth to other infected people. That's a lot of fun. And especially, I like the idea of them just being like, they look at a couch that's just like covered in skin and they're just like, I'm gonna sit here for a while. And that just becomes their suitable area. Some motherfucker just holds up an infected Long John Silver's. I think I might settle here for some time. Observation of life infected by SCP-610 by staff is impossible. So basically they're saying that you cannot observe people that are infected. Those infected with the disease immediately seek out aid as natural human impulse, resulting in unattended infections. Those infected pass the scar tissue phase, actively and aggressively attempt to infect anyone approaching them within an undefined area. It has been established that should an infected be capable of sight and observe an uninfected, it will proceed toward them. If the infected has lost the ability of sight, a range of approximately 30 meters is considered safe. Okay, so these motherfuckers be going blind. But it really doesn't say how they infect people. I'm guessing that it's just, do they bite them? I mean, they're kind of alluding to zombies, but I like the idea of like, even if they fucking like breathe on you, they're like breathing out this toxic haze. Because what we're gonna find here later is that it's like a little area. There's like spores that pop, which once again, for 2009, when did The Last of Us come out, Nick? 2013?
2013, yeah.
They gotta address some shit. Because this sounds oddly familiar. Just with the overgrowth aspect, you know what I mean? Which I do like. My mind, when they talked about being rooted into the area, it made me think of Pirates of the Caribbean 2, when Davy Jones, or Swashbuckler Ben, wherever the fuck his name was, he like is embedded into the ship and he kind of like rips himself out of the wall. Kind of makes me think of that. You know what I'm talking about? Will Turner's dad? It doesn't fucking matter. Observation of 610 infected settlements has been established using artificial methods such as remote robots. Okay. Dude, anytime someone says robots, I'm not a big sci-fi guy, so anytime someone says robot, I could get down with drones a little bit. Dude, I've watched some drone racing before. Pretty cool. Robots, though? Come on, dude. The data returned from these observations, coupled with the openly aggressive nature of the infected to attempt to spread SCP-610, has resulted in the Keter classification. However, so long as nothing is allowed to enter or leave the infected area, it is considered a neutralized threat. Of concern are the cavernous areas beneath the infected settlement that were discovered during the exploration, and attempts to get research personnel into these areas are underway. Ooh, that's kind of interesting. So basically what they're saying is that it is a contained area. They did do a Netflix, The Bubble, or whatever fucking streaming platform that movie came on. My God. What's interesting is also the infection is spreading down and it's creating like little infamous caverns. Almost like a weird Gears of War kind of like vibe. Like a little infection spreads there and there's like people existing and roaming around these small little caves, which I'm a claustrophobic fat piece of shit. So the idea of caverns with infected people that are just like, oh, help! This sense of desperation in their voice. If they're recently infected, if not, I imagine they're probably pretty lifeless or they're just kind of like brain rotted, but still, people wandering around a cave just pleading for help seems pretty fucking sweet. And they might even have like multiple hands, multiple arms or legs, and they don't even know why. They're probably just in extreme agony. Really, really sweet setup here. This leads us into the field logs here. We do have a document here of 5 entries. 6 technically, but the last one's been redacted, so don't know what happened there. But these field logs kind of show some of the things of this Siberian area and how the infection spread through various drone shots and other kind of the Foundation personnel going in to find stuff. So without further ado, let's get into the first field log, which is L1, which states here, a small remote-controlled rover is sent to the Site A to locate missing personnel, as if it's like a fucking Mars rover mission. I don't know how I like that, dude. I'm not a big robot guy. You ever look at what's Boston's thing? Boston Dynamics? Jesus Christ.
You don't like them when they dance?
I don't like when they dance or do backflips or anything, or run up that stupid, goofy-ass course with all the boxes. I don't fucking like it. I also don't like that you can't push them down. What the fuck's up with that? Couldn't just program, be like, hey, if these things act up, you can push them over? Nope. That's done. Do those motherfuckers run on 4090s, you think? You know what I mean? Little NVIDIA fucking cards? Are people gonna be scrapping them like they're fucking Nigerian blood diamonds? After establishing the containment parameter for SCP-610, the Russian government approved our request to research and investigate the area. For the such exploration, a small camera-mounted unit known as Herbie, gee, fucking kill me. Herbie fully loaded. You ever see that? Lindsay Lohan, the talking Volkswagen bug? Oh my god. Was dispatched at a safe distance and directed towards Site A.
Say perimeter. Use a perimeter.
Did I say parameter? Perimeter. I don't say words correctly, and if you get mad at that, you can go fuck yourself. Herbie is able to enter Site A without incident. The landscape around Site A shows early stages of assimilation by singular 610 infected who have fallen at largely random intervals around what remains of the village. Many of the homes appear to have suffered fire damage long since put out. However, a fair amount remain intact. Aerial reconnaissance of Site A has put it in an estimated population of 79 infected. Ooh, okay. Well, you know, whenever they say village like this, it always makes me think of like Resident Evil 4. Like, I kind of imagine a very simple, old-timey village, people just like farmers, that kind of thing. And now there's like these dilapidated kind of older village buildings that have all kinds of infected in it. And to even say here that there's 79 infected is pretty interesting at different stages. So people were infected through different times, which kind of shows the slow spread that it had amongst the town. Or I guess I should say probably relatively fast spread. God knows how many people died during the situation. Varying degrees of physical mutilation due to 610 are present in Site A, and it is assumed that all inhabitants are in advanced stages of infection. Herbie, oh my god, observed the exterior of the village for 2 hours, during which time all infected behaved with what appeared to be a loose sense of social structure. However, the central plaza experienced occasional bursts of activity and downtime, requiring more information. Herbie was directed to follow an infected as it entered a home. So this is a little log here from Herbie, and this is just directly from the log. This is what Herbie got to examine as that little cocksucker was going and following a poor infected bastard into his home. Quote, after entering the home, Herbie's camera was raised slowly so as not to draw attention. The infected person is watched from the doorway as it hobbles around the home and stops at each other visible infected organisms. What this creature was before infection is unclear. Now, are they insinuating that we don't know if it's human?
Yeah.
Interesting. So it must be moving in a way too where it could possibly very well not be on 2 legs. Or if it is on 2 legs, it might not have a human-like form anymore, but it's stopping at each visibly infected organism. That kind of leads me to believe that it is, oh wow, that image is sweet. That's pretty cool. That does look like a very Siberian kitchen if I've ever seen one. Ooh, I kind of like that though. Little motherfucker walking around, probably has some like goat legs or some shit with like a human baby face or something. Also, quote, the primary infected person known as Alpha henceforward stops at the bedridden infected known as Beta and proceeds to assault it with furious punches. Beta is unable to leave the bed for unknown reasons, but is not completely immobile as it flails its arms in response to the beatings delivered by Alpha. This sounds like my grandpa and grandma. Alpha, as in my Alzheimer's-ridden grandfather just beating my poor grandmother, Beta.
Power Rangers.
Alpha Ranger. That's interesting. What the fuck did Beta do? Alpha, which is insinuating, I guess they're insinuating that this is the first infected because of how far it's been infected.
I think it's first observed.
Or first observed, sure. But even then, I mean, like, it's pretty far gone, which I guess they're all like that, but goddamn, Beta is just bedridden. It's just laying there, and all of a sudden, Alpha just goes up and beats the shit out of it. I'm angry! Alpha continues to assault Beta for several minutes until a piercing sound explodes in the room. Beta then proceeds to project a cloud of unknown matter into the air from its chest cavity. Oh! So literally, it's popping like a goddamn spore. Alpha lingers in the cloud and begins lapping around the house. Alpha sits down at a dinner table and begins setting the table. Which, here's another quote. I'm just gonna keep reading because it's kind of interesting. After the plates are positioned, the facial tendrils extending from Alpha wiggle up and start to coil on one of the plates before tearing apart and separating. This is repeated each plate. So is he breaking each plate?
So tendril comes out, it coils up, and then breaks. It's like almost like a over here soft serve or something.
Oh, so the tendrils are coming out and being broken as if they're gonna eat them.
Yes.
I see. Which that image, I just want to say again, is very, very cool. Looking at the image here, I don't know who did that artist rendition, but that is fucking brutal. I will say the food is extremely shiny. Everything's very, very shiny. Also, God forbid you put a picture on the wall.
This is Siberia.
Yeah, Siberians don't believe in pictures. I forgot about that. Afterwards, Alpha gets up from the table and leaves the house. Then a group of 6 or 7 infected enter the room. God damn, a whole flock. Which here's another quote from the log. Each infected shambles as if moving is difficult, jerking in large steps or squirming in small ones. These infected all surround the table and each takes turns grabbing handfuls of the flesh substance left behind by Alpha, pressing it into whatever orifices on themselves that they can. Some into their mouths, some into their chest, some in their backs, some under their arms. When all the plates are empty, the group leaves. Damn, dudes, these people are shoving their mouths, their ears, their pussy holes, their assholes, their cock holes, anything that they could do, just shoving it in. There's just, anytime somebody mentions orifices, you know, they're just like, you know what we mean. We're not talking about mouth. An orifice. They're trying to be like, I wanted to say asshole or cock. cock or pussy hole, but I can't because that would make it look too cheap. You know what I mean? Herbie follows the group, and immediately after leaving, Herbie runs into Alpha, our first infected person. Panning the camera around the obstruction appears to be Alpha, whose facial tendrils are intermingling with another infected having similar mutations. The impact is ignored, and the two infected part ways after several minutes. So he kind of gets locked up, dude. It kind of seems like a little drive-by kiss, huh? A little bit. Herbie then goes on to investigate a nearby store and sees an infected Russian soldier inside. In the back of the room, there's a large pile of bodies. There's a mix of both military and civilian clothes. Here's another quote. Atop the bodies, an infected sits, appearing to have its lower part fused to the pile and with its upper half in a wild state of flailing and seizure. Approximately every 10 seconds, a burst of spores flies out the top of the infected, which linger in the air. Herbie is directed to leave the building. Oh, that's pretty sweet. We're getting into some like levels of one of James Gunn's movies called Slither. I really love just masses of flesh and people kind of fused into that thing. Kind of the same thing as the ending of the movie Society. There's just nothing cooler than a big blob of fucking humanoid skin just tied together. And the idea to have the every 10 seconds burst of spores fly out the top of these infected is just really, really cool. I love the idea of just a big cloud of just infectious gas. It's just sitting there waiting to infect somebody. Like it's continuously trying to get new hosts to almost join this large mass that has become this town. Herbie leaves to investigate the town hall, and Herbie passes by a well. A series of infected are standing arm in arm, forming a chain as they stare down the well. Herbie passes the last infected and suddenly gets snatched up. Well, Herbie, you flew too fucking close to the sun. What is he's a drone, right? Or he's a rover. They're trying to act like, hey, let's sneak the rover around. It's a giant fucking mechanical, probably has like treads. There's like, it's squeaking and fucking jostling around, all kinds of cords and shit. It's like, what do you, I mean, they might be infected and stupid, but motherfucker, I mean, like they have eyes and ears, you know what I mean? Video feed from Herbie focuses on the face of the infected, which is strangely in the perfect shape, given the condition of the rest of its body, which is horribly bloated. This infected was once a young girl from appearance, age estimated to be 10 and 12. Damn. Herbie is rolled side to side in its grip as it face stares, motionless at the rover. The infected face suddenly balloons in size and explodes outward in a series of fleshy flaps that grips Herbie and draws it inside. Herbie's video feed terminates here. Ooh, I love that. The drone was considered lost at this point, but after 5 hours, the drone's video feed came back online, and the drone was unable to receive commands and appears to be melded to SCP-610. Suddenly, the video feed is cut, and all the footage is ordered to be deleted. So essentially, we can assume that the drone or the rover here has been stuck in this fleshy mass because the little girl's face explodes, and the feed cuts out, but when it comes back, it's pretty much a part of the infection now, which is also such a nice, like, doomsday kind of prep to this. You know what I mean? Like, it's just such a perfect way to start this nice excursion, which at some point, they're gonna have to send people in, I would assume. We get into L2, the second log, and it's titled, An Infected Class D Personnel is sent into Site C with video equipment. So we're talking about D personnel here. Very quickly read the beginning here just so you understand what exactly a D personnel is. During construction of the perimeter surrounding SCP-610's containment area, several Class D personnel were infected due to assaults from infected villagers or animals roaming the area, in addition to a number of infections as a result of escape attempts and careless behavior. Which, if you don't know, Class Ds are pretty much prisoners, and this is all forced labor, which is fucked up. Because what they're saying here is they're just like, hey, you know that infected area? You're arrested. Go build that bubble. And it's like, all right, do we have any protection? Nah, just build it. You'll be fine out there. And what sucks too is some of the Class D personnel, the prisoners, are then just being like, why the fuck am I building this? I'm just gonna go run off. But inevitably, you can't, they're gonna run through probably some toxic gas field and get infected as well. Which, in turn, as we've read before during the containment procedures, as soon as they figure out you're infected, you're fucking dead. They're just gonna snipe you in the head or something like that. It's just not worth it. Most of these infected personnel were immediately destroyed with flamethrowers. All right, well, there you go. However, a small collection of infected were contained in a cold storage unit, which prolonged the inevitable progression of SCP-610's mutative properties. I knew it! Hot goes fast, 6 goes cold, bitches. I fucking knew that. The decision was made to utilize some of these infected personnel as video relays and dispatch them into nearby sites. So basically, they're saying that even if they're infected, they're just like, hey, go work until you basically become a brain-rotted monster. I bet you they lied to him as well. If they knew that they were fully infected, there's absolutely no way they're gonna be like, they probably sat there and they're like, so Doc, am I able to run free here? You know, what's the plan? And they're like, you're fine. Healthy as a goddamn horse, you better get back out there. This is gonna reduce your sentence until, I bet you honestly it was something fucking corrupt like that. You do this labor, your sentence will be reduced. And it kind of gives everybody a nice initiative, you know what I mean? Which, due to the concern over loss of equipment as evidence in SCP-610-L1, our first log, the drone, all 3 subjects that were used in manner were sent in with a single video system to Site C. Additional equipment issued for this dispatch include a 1-gallon container of gasoline, 3 emergency flares, 3 9mm pistols with 3 magazines of ammo each, and 3 single food rations. So what we can see here is like a gallon of gasoline, maybe to start a fire or to maybe power some kind of car, but I would almost assume that it's like throw it on something and burn it. I really think that the first two, emergency flares and gasoline, are just used as like, hey, start a fire with this. Because even if they light the emergency flares, they're not gonna go in and get them. It's like you either come back uninfected or you're not coming back at all, which is also why you have the 9mm handguns to basically help yourself out. And then you have 3 single serving food rations. These guys do not expect them to be out there long. If anything, they just expect it to probably be just a fluke of a mission. You know what I mean? I'd say the S word, but God forbid YouTube hears that. The infected personnel were instructed to observe and avoid interaction with the infected villagers as long as possible, but should a situation arise where they are met with aggression or feel they are losing themselves to 610's influence, they are free to kill as many infected villagers as they so choose and do as much damage to the infected objects and property as possible while maintaining video feed. All right, what's interesting there is infected objects and property. Almost makes it seem like, does it somehow like biological tissue enter a car and then like a car becomes like infected property? Are we assuming that Herbie is fully loaded and he is going to attack people? Is kind of what I'm wondering. It seems like it. I mean, that seems kind of fucking cringe. I hope not, but you know. The intent of this order was to provide data for 610 infected communities in a raid situation so a plan of eradication could be better established. Okay, so they're basically sending these people in to just be like, all right, how the fuck do we actually destroy this thing, is what it seems like. At the time of this expedition, Site C was suspected to be a possible origin point for SCP-610, having far fewer mobile infected than other sites, as well as structures which appear to have been layered over several times with a terraforming effects on the immobile infected. Dispatch Class D personnel, known henceforth as DI-1, DI-2, and DI-3, were directed to pay particular attention to anything that could be considered an origin point for SCP-610, which I'm wondering if it means detained inmate 1, detained inmate 2, detained inmate 3, is what I wonder if that means. If Class D is just detained, and then I is an inmate for the prison aspect of it, right? The trek from our perimeter camp to Site C was uneventful. There is no evidence of any native animal life in the area. As Site C is approached, there is a noticeable rise in the temperature within the last 30 meters of the trip that necessitates removal of the heavy cold base coverings that were provided. Why would you remove that, dude? It seems like the area, or SCP-610, is involuntarily creating some kind of heat source so the infection spreads even faster. It's like the organism itself understands that it knows how to infect things rapidly to have itself survive and evolve in these situations, which is pretty sweet. The temperature rises again sharply at the entrance to Site C proper, which requires a further shredding of garments for fear of heat stroke. Site C is described as being heavily humid, around 32 degrees or 89 degrees Fahrenheit. Come on, dude, 89 degrees? These Siberian prisoners don't know heat, dude. Go to Houston in July and come back and talk to me, dude. God damn. Site C had an array of immobile pylons. What's a pylon? Which encircled what is believed to be an entirety of the site. Each pylon appears to be 2 to 4 infected persons fused together in one spot. Yeah, so they're just like living structures. They're not actually the actual structures. It's just like they look like them. 2 to 4 infected fused together, huh? And some of these pylons features such as faces or anuses are still visible, in addition to several other holes which do not naturally occur, all appearing to act as heat vents. Oh my God, ass heat vents? Just shit gas just poured into the... You ever fart and your pants get, like your underwear gets warm?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's all I'm thinking about. All right, you made that weird. Where the heat is generated is unknown. Current belief, what do you mean it's unknown? It's the fucking asshole heat, dude. It's the fucking it's the devil's kiss right there. Current belief is that this is an advanced stage of SCP-610 terraforming its environment to facilitate spread of itself. So yeah, it is learning and growing, and it's trying to basically figure out a way to survive, much like the brave citizens of the bubble. Don't keep putting the bubble jokes in. I don't think it's gonna land very well. DI-2, who was the furthest along in progression of SCP-610 of the 3 by a number of hours, begins to seizure after only a few minutes in Site C. Why the fuck was he so far ahead? Hours ahead of them? There's 3. Why would you be so far ahead? Jesus Christ. The progression to the scar tissue phase of 610 infection is observed in full course as DI-2 spasms on the ground, his entire body being overtaken by the sickly tan flesh almost entirely after 45 seconds. God damn, that is fast. DI-2 is terminated by a gunshot from DI-1 and his equipment left where it is. The spread of SCP-610 over DI-2 continues even after death of the body until all movement ceases. Oh, interesting. So it's like, even though the body's dead, the organisms are still trying to it's almost like some kind of weird infection is still circulating through his body to squeeze out any life left, which is kind of sweet. Also, fucking DI-1, dude, didn't give a fuck, dude. That motherfucker just shot that guy in cold blood. You're compromised. As perimeter control is relaying new instructions to DI-1 and DI-3 regarding the situation, there's a shift in the ground covering the Site C where DI-2's body is. Video feed shows the flesh-like growth splitting open beneath the body and a series of ropey tendrils coming from within the gap to pull his corpse inside. The opening closes up quickly, time elapsed 3 seconds. Damn! 3 seconds? The ground splits open and tendrils suck him up in 3 seconds? Holy shit. I mean, look. 1, 2, 3, gone. Think about that. Also, I love this kind of, it's like it's getting very pagan to me. Return to Earth vibes, you know what I mean? It's nice. I really enjoy this thing that's like, we don't really understand what's even beneath the surface of this infection. Fearing the same, DI-1 and DI-3 decide to act quickly. They proceed to the village center and encounter another previously unknown phenomenon. In the precise center of the town, rising above what was the community well, is a sphere suspended by an angled supports composed of SCP-610 flesh. This ball is riddled with the features of humans in early stages of SCP-610, infection, as well as good number assumed to be in the later stages. Ooh, so it's just accumulation, a ball of people like early infected and later affected just strung up in the air by the well. What is going on? They keep mentioning the well. That's probably the source of it or something. I wonder if it's water-based maybe? A number of specimens of non-human life forms such as deer and bears are also visible within the mass. Oh dude, being stuck forever with a fucking deer, bro. The entire sphere of flesh pulses at roughly a 5-second interval, and with each pulse emits a ring of spore-like material from its equator. This material floats to the ground and appears to be absorbed into the converted environment. I love that. Almost like its heartbeat is, every time the heart beats, it's like a little Febreze blast, a little tss. One of those automatic Febreze things. You ever sit in a bathroom, you don't know they're in there, like tucked away in the corner, and it scares the shit out of you when it sprays. You're like, oh! And it does a little click. DI-3 begins to douse the sphere with the provided gasoline, and when questioned by a panicking DI-1, explains this looks as good a thing to burn as any. Yeah, ain't no shit. DI-3 doing work here. At this point, perimeter control has ceased giving commands due to the rapid deterioration of events. There is no reaction from anything within Site C to any of this activity until the precise moment at which a lit emergency flare is applied to the spherical mass. I fucking knew that was going to be used for. I called it, dude. Did I not? Which immediately goes up in flames. Hell yes, it does. The remote feed plays back a noise from an unknown location that seems to come from a location far outside Site C, but was reported as being heard even at perimeter control by Sites C and A. This noise is described as both explosive and alive. Ooh! So basically, somewhere else is the actual hive, and it could feel the pain here. So that kind of sets up something cool where if you shot something far away from the hive, it would still be able to feel it. So it's just kind of growing, and it still has neurons and feeling receptors. It's able to feel all these different things. I bet this thing's gonna get pissed, dude. Within 15 seconds following the sound's dissipation, Site A reported that a series of explosions had occurred within the village. 5 seconds after the report, the spherical mass in the middle of the Site C explodes. Multiple explosions, so maybe different spheres exploded with one of them being burned. Both Class D personnel are thrown by the blast. DI-3 confirmed dead by DI-1, who is dragged off screen and then thrown up in the air, presumably killing him. 3 seconds later, an unknown creature steps on the video equipment and destroys it. Oh! Perimeter control remained on high alert for a full 24 hours at all locations without any incident following this event. Yeah, right. Perimeter control remained on high alert for full 24 hours. Yeah, fucking right, dude. They sat by and watched a video camera feed part-time. Oh, that was crazy. I don't know what happened there. That is pretty sweet, though. Are they trying to insinuate that after the explosions and after that thing, it triggered this creature to come out and protect the area or, like, get rid of the nuisance?
Antivirus.
Yeah, like an antivirus, exactly. The body is signaling to this area like, hey, there's trouble here. That thing immediately moves out. This weird creature that we've never seen before, some weird mass that doesn't look human, picks up DI-1 and just fucking chucks him. Brutal. DI-3 was the man, though. He didn't give a fuck. He was just like, I'm burning this thing. I don't give a fuck. Which log 3! Initial discovery of the tunnel entrances at Site A. So Site C is possibly just gone. It might just be, oh, so, okay. That's what they meant by scorched earth, is that it's actually just burnt completely to a crisp. The immobile 610 infected rapidly shriveled and died along with all the flesh material spread across inanimate objects within the village. Interesting. So, dude, fucking DI-3 is the man. That motherfucker, I don't know, well, hold on, we don't know what he was in prison for, though. If you're in an SCP prison, dude, you're probably like,
You're death row inmate, probably.
A death row inmate, but I'm like, you know, to me it seems like to be in the SCP prison system, right? It's like you ask too many questions or something. Fucking Snowden. I'm gonna say DI-3 is Snowden.
Oh, Epstein didn't actually kill himself. He's a Class D personnel.
Epstein actually went to, he was DI-3. So actually, no, DI-3 was a bad guy. We're digging ourselves quite the hole here. Well, let's crawl out of this hole. All right. The mobile 610 infected proceeds to enter an upper-class building, which collapsed, revealing the presence of a sinkhole beneath it. Okay. Evidence suggests that something pulled the building inside with the intent of exposing the hole. And the hole is approximately the size of 3 grown men standing shoulder to shoulder. So definitely there were 3 people there, and something from underground pulled them inside and broke the foundation of the hole on the, like, basically the foundation of the building. It's estimated that it goes down more than 1,000 meters. God damn. It's like the fucking ocean. 1,000 meters. How long is my American brain's trying to? How long do you think 1,000 meters is? Are we even close to a mile? I don't want to say that and it sounds stupid.
It's 0.6 mile.
0.6 mile. Half a mile. Not that far up, dude. You can't be that mad at me. Half a mile underground. That's pretty crazy. Infected that did not evacuate into the hole died above ground and quickly became shriveled husks. Oh, interesting. Fuck! Stop saying interesting, Hunter, dude. You sound like a fucking idiot. How long do you think 1,000 meters is? So some of the infected actually fled for their own safety. So they were cognitive enough to know that. I like how some of them are just like, I can't escape. And they just shriveled into like a raisin. Research teams began collecting and testing samples in the vicinity of Site A, and seismic activity began occurring at Site A, and immediately following this event, a torrent of 610 spores erupted from the hole. Ooh. Basically a giant queef gas enveloped the area. I'm telling you, dude, I really like the idea of this thing being underground, especially seismic activity, weird earthquakes basically happening. That's sweet. As the eruption was being reported, both teams at Site A came under attack from the aerial life forms infected with SCP-610. It is impossible to tell what they mutated from to this present state, so we have no idea even if they're animals or human or what. Many of the avian creatures attacked by splitting their heads in half and clamping them against research members. That's awesome. Pulling them into the air and dropping them into the hole when possible. What if these fucking birds, dude, what the fuck? They clamp down on you like one of those little clip things that keep the chips fresh, and then they just lift you up in the air and drop you in the hole. How fucked up is that, dude? I'd be like, dude, just kill me. Don't drop, just crush my head. What the fuck are you doing? These avian infected proved vulnerable to small armed fire. In dispatching them, a total of 2 research staff were lost to the hole and 1 injured due to crossfire. The injured staff was put down immediately upon showing signs of infection due to a suit breach. Yeah, so they were trying to shoot the birds and it proved totally ineffective. One motherfucker got shot. He got shot twice. He got shot once in the leg. He's like, I made it out. And they're like, oh, there's a tear in your suit. He's like, no, 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 no. And then just gets shot in the head. A second seismic event began to occur and a second spore burst erupted from the hole. During the rising seismic activity, new unseen 610 entity began to emerge from the hole. The only footage captured of this creature depicts an engorged human head approximately 20 times larger than normal, pressing itself out of the hole with no discernible body. Video and radio contact were lost as seismic forces increased. Further aerial surveillance of the Site A hole an area depict, God, a-hole. Come on, dude. At the Site A, I'm just gonna say hole. Fuck. The things get me to say a-hole. Fuck! Site A-hole, an area depicts 0 activity and no traces of the research teams or their ever having been there. All personnel and equipment are considered lost. That's the ends of the 3rd one. So, okay, so the thing at Site C, that's totally scorched earth. Then they go to Site A because of the seismic activity. Turns out to be a giant fucking human head that pops out. It's basically queefing out spore dust that's infecting the area. What's cool about what's happening in Log 3 is it almost seems like because the infection lost one of its areas, it seems like it's like compensating, spurting out more air and infectious material to maybe try to recompensate or try to regain some ground or newly affected areas that might be able to spread out once more since it lost such a pivotal area, it seems like. Especially because Site A is one of the older ones. It seems like the newer areas have more life. More actual humanoid people are able to walk around because they're not totally infected and like just a pile of liquid flesh. Like I'm assuming what's happening at Site A. Everything's been so infected that it's just boiled down to like folds and folds of skin, which are pretty sweet. Log 4 here says unmanned exploration of Site A tunnels. Unmanned, dude. Get some men in there. Or boys, dude. Don't ask, don't tell. Don't ask, don't tell on those tunnels, dude. It's a crazy thing the Army did that. Events regarding the discovery, research, and handling of 610 rapidly degraded to a point where fail-safe options were being considered. With the absence of activity at Site A, a remote drone dispatch was authorized in 2 parts. The first part was a drop remote relay device at the entrance to Site A sinkhole, and the second part would dispatch a drone into the hole directly to relay its data from the remote relay for transmission back to HQ. So basically 2 drones, both going to the sinkhole where the big fucking head and the queef gas was in the air. Also, this is some time after, so the head is no longer there. So it popped up and then we lost all radio control. And then when we come back, it's just a sinkhole again. So who knows what happened to the head? It could have crawled out, it could have gone back in. So I'm curious here. Attached is the video log recovered from Site A sinkhole drone before it's lost. Upon entering the hole, the drone illuminates a rough, okay, so there's no actual footage. Oh, that's fucked up to say that. That's fucked up to say attaches the video log recovered. Okay, so this is just the log. Attach the video next time, come on. Upon entering the hole, the drone illuminates a roughly dug shaft. It is not clear how the hole was made, but it would appear it was created by a single event rather than dug over time. Yeah, dude, it was probably because of the fucking, those explosions, right? One of the explosions earlier, remember from Site C, then it heard the explosion from Site A? It was probably just one of the giant explosions there. Probably some kind of weird defense mechanism where it exploded and dug itself deeper underground for safety, possibly? Traces of 610 material are attached to the walls of the hole. It is unlike the samples from above ground, which shrivel and dry rapidly. This material retains its texture and appearance. That forbidden flesh hole, dude. The forbidden fleshlight. At roughly 250 meters, which, like we said, the hole is 1,000 meters deep, so about a quarter of the way down, the bottom of the sinkhole becomes visible and movement is detected within the sharp tunnel holes. Lights on the drones are dimmed and weapons come online. Oh, sick. Lights of the drones are dimmed and the fucking miniguns become activated, okay? The movement appears to be coming from what appears to be a deer, uninfected, but wriggling in grip of tendrils composed of 610 material. The drone proceeds ahead and ignores the deer. Dude, put the deer down. God. The deer's like writhing in pain. It's like making weird sounds, and all of a sudden, I like to think the drone's just sitting there and it's just like, and just like moves off on its own. That's fucked up, man. Whoever's controlling that drone has no fucking heart, dude. The guns are, you know what's funny about that is the line literally says the guns are online. You could have put the poor bastard down, my God. Unless it's trying to hide itself by not shooting a gun and compromise its position, but it's a fucking flying drone. Have you ever heard how loud a drone is? Like, well, you can't be, what are you gonna be secret with that thing? Come on. After some time traveling through the tunnels, the drone stumbles upon what is assumed to be Site B. All right, here we go. But here's a quote from the log itself. The buildings here are coated in deceased layers of 610, and unlike other buildings in Site A and C, which were coated in 610, these buildings appear to be constructed directly from the tissue substance. Ooh! So Site A and C are just coated with the substance, the skin, the infection. This one is actually made. Site B is actually made with the substance. It's like its foundation is propped up on that. After a scan, it's determined that there is no life here either. So the drone goes back to the tunnel, and here's another quote. It says, upon descent into the tunnel, a deep roaring sound fills the audio and video feed, becomes choppy as something blocks the signal. During the periods in which connection to the drone is clearest, its camera and weapon are angled downward and propellers slow in speed to allow a faster drop. Rushing up forward, the drone from the area below is what appears to be a large human face stretched to 20 times its proportions with no features save those created by the 610 material. There are eye sockets but no eyes, a mouth with no teeth. The drone fires upon the rushing massive 610, but the bullets do not deter it. Impact points remaining visible for several seconds before closing over themselves. There is no room in the tunnel for the drone to take evasive action, and it is swallowed by the mass. Which, that makes me think that's the weird giant face from earlier, but it kind of seems like it's deteriorating, like it's dying, almost. Like, sure, it's getting shot and the bullet holes are there, and it's regenerating, but at the same time, it's like it's losing its teeth. I mean, it's becoming less human, which doesn't necessarily mean that it's dying, but in a way with, like, it's losing shit. It's not really gaining stuff. If anything, if it had, like, multiple eyes, more rows of teeth, you'd almost think that it's thriving, if that makes sense. Do I feel high? It's almost like a giant deflating jack-o'-lantern. It's kind of what I picture in my head. And now it's on the defensive, too. Like, it sees the drone and it eats it. It's kind of like it's burrowed itself into a defensive position. Our SCP-610 is considered lost until 3 hours later when the feed inexplicably returns. Yeah, these fucking drones. Dude, how many times are we gonna have a drone feed go out and then it just kind of turns back on? Whatever, dude. The camera pans around without instructions from the remote relays or HQ, capturing a vast number of shambling entities within the area. 610 material moves over the lens of the drone and the feed is permanently severed. That's the end of number 4. So it seems like it's almost even making a little army. It's multiplying down there. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I was too quick to judge with the no teeth thing. It's hard to know. If only they would have put up the fucking drone feed, huh? Could have seen it. Instead, we get to play oopsie daisy here. We are on log 5. Like I said, log 6 is redacted, so this is the last log that we actually have of the video log and the actual transcription of it. So I'm curious to see where this goes. In the last log here, it's manned exploration of Site A tunnels. Why are they doing this to our boys?
You just asked to bring the men down.
Yeah, I did, but you know what? I feel bad now, dude. I'm thinking that it's like a guy, you know, it's kind of like, I don't know, a guy who, like, maybe he stole a TV. He was down on his luck, and then he's just like, oh, by the way, you're getting sent to fucking SCP prison. He's like, what? Right? And now he's manning an exploration to the Site A tunnels. So here we go, log 5. Approval from Central HQ was granted for a manned assault excursion into the tunnels beneath Site A to try to ascertain the extent of S610 infection. Okay, so they're trying to, a manned assault, so they're trying to fucking snuff this thing out, or at least so they say. I don't trust these dudes. So they have a healthy relationship with the fucking Russian government. The Russian government's being like, hey, no, seriously, come over here and help us. That feels odd, right? The destruction of Site A and Site C have established that 610 can be contained and destroyed. Okay, so only Site B is left. Wow. Making the source of the infection top priority. The initial descent into the tunnels consists of 5 teams, 2 research and 3 assault, along with enough equipment to establish an underground base of operations. What do they do? Fucking camping down there? We're gonna make it's a condo. It's a mobile condo here, and there's Wi-Fi hotspot. We do have Helldivers too. It's very, very cool. Assault teams were the first to descend, armed with flame units to clean 610 out of the area. All teams were able to descend without incident, and flame units took point, providing an undisturbed journey toward the water source where RSCP-610 drone was lost. Okay. A base camp for underground 610 was established at a 3-way junction. The cavern area here is quite large and supported by a number of rock formations that are coated with decayed 610 material. The state of the material suggests great age and appears to reinforce the structural supports. Whether this is intentional or coincidental is unknown. Well, it sounds like if you fucking kill the thing, it's gonna collapse on itself. itself. So good job, guys. You're gonna that's gonna be your tomb. The two research teams split activity. What? The two research teams split activities between building Cavern HQ and collecting samples of 610 in various states. Why not go with one of the assault teams so you have some fucking protection? Now you just have a bunch of fucking nerds being like,
why don't we collect tissue while the guys go burn stuff?
You know what I mean? Can't walk with them while they're burning shit and do that. Hey,
can you guys cover me? I don't know how to use a gun. I don't even know how to flick a lighter. It hurts my thumbs.
Jesus Christ. No contagious materials were detected within this area, and the creatures recorded by unmanned drones did not appear at any point in the cavern staff. Of the 4 research teams, 3 were ordered to proceed down the unexplored pathway. Yeah, good idea. While an aerial drone was prepped for a second recon of the vertical shaft. I am so tired of fucking drones, dude. Get the drones out! No 610 infectious life forms were encountered, and the fleshy material coating the cavern walls posed no threat to the team. The most significant reports at the time were the increasing thickness of material suggesting a source and the complete lack of SCP-610 contaminant in the water. As a test, a sample of 610 was cut away from the cavern wall and placed in a flow of water. It exhibited no unusual reactions, but was quickly swept away by the current. That's a good fucking idea. Wait, what? They just let the flesh... okay, bye. I'm sure that'll have no repercussions. What the fuck? One of the team leaders ordered a buggy to be delivered to HQ, and upon its arrival, the assault teams came under attack by a number of large 610 infected life forms that emerged from the area ahead of them. The SCP-610 infected made no sound and were undetectable. From the video feed, it appears that some of the creatures are coming out of the 610 material of the walls. Ooh, sweet. Kind of like Uruk-hai. You remember that whenever Sauron said that, he's like, who are you? And he's like, I'm Lurtz. And he's like, oh, you better go, and I'm Christopher Lee, and I'm the evil wizard in these movies. That kind of thing. Which also, can we just go ahead and say that the Uruk-hai are way fucking better than any of the other Mordor goblins and orcs and shit? Uruk-hai rule. Wish we could have seen more Uruk-hai. They also had the fucking sweet blades, the flat ones that had like the little pointy tips off to the side, like the left. All right, I guess I'm just talking to myself here. Not emerging from them so much as created by the material and then breaking away to act independently. During this assault, blank members were lost to the water currents and contact with them was lost. Wow, okay, so the water currents that we fucking put the weird infected flesh in, that's not going to be an issue. The remainder of the assault team was consisted of 3 members armed with a single flame unit. Use of this unit to repel this assault proved that vital as standard firearms did minimal damage to the infected creatures. These infected creatures show minimal traits to associate them in any form of life in the region, giving rise to the belief they may have been spawned by 610 infection itself as a form of defense. Well, yeah, I mean the SCP-610, it's been defending itself this entire time. It's been making stuff. It's been queef gas, big anomalous creatures, like even like the way that like whenever the big ball of flesh got burned, even then it spawned a creature that would win out and stop DI-1 and DI-3 from doing shit. At the perimeter of the area, now known as Site B, the team came under assault again from a smaller number of 610 that were much larger in size. These infected appeared to be in the tunnel as if they were lying in wait for the approaching team. These creatures were dispatched using a flame unit, although all fuel of the unit was expended in this act. What do you mean? You said you were able to set up a fucking base and you don't have enough fuel for the fucking flame unit? Are you kidding me? We're setting up a sweet condo with a tight little mini pool, with a cowboy pool. But we didn't bring enough gasoline for the fire. Isn't that weird? Okay. The assault team was now limited to standard weapons and short-range personal flame units. Okay, well, if you have short-range personal flame units, then you probably have some kind of fuel, right? The team proceeds farther into Site B, cautious of further assaults by 610 infected. The tunnel widens out into what appears to have once been a village of indeterminate age. The construction of the buildings in the area are primitive compared to the settlements of Site A and Site C, and are clearly human construction. Of interest is a building that appears to be a church with a working clock tower. Oh! I love this. I love it! I love this area. Get me into the fucking church with the clock tower. Are you kidding me? Surrounding all structures in this area is a depression in the ground filled with a substance resembling a liquefied form of 610 fleshy materials. The pool moves as if acted upon by minute and unseen forces, rippling outward from invisible contact points and rolling in waves from unfelt winds. The team avoids this pool at all times and proceeds through the ruins slowly on stable foundations where possible, making the church their target area. Inside the church and the pulpit is a hole in the floor exposing the area of the 610 pool beneath the building. Working clock tower, and this thing is residing under this clock tower in a fucking pool? How metal is that, dude? The church and the ruins appear to be uninhabited, and exploration of the church proper is uneventful until the clock tower bells toll. Okay, here we go. This tolling triggers a shudder in the building, followed by human screams from the ceiling. Lights shown upon the ceiling reveal a large mass of 610, from which descend a series of 6 wooden circles. Strapped in each circle is a living human coated entirely from neck to toe in 610. Yes. Yes! But having an exposed head which appears uninfected. These human captives scream as the bell continues to toll and the circles move to the ground. The teams begin to move toward one to investigate when an unknown creature cries from outside the building, prompting them to take cover in the shadows near the pulpit. Light sources are extinguished, pitching the entire area into darkness. Night vision is left off to avoid revealing the team's location. Ooh. I'm wondering if their head, because their head is not infected, if they have like human consciousness still. Like if their brain is still functions as a human. It's kind of a cool idea. I mean, I don't know. Sounds continue to emit from the outside of the church, drawing closer but lower than the frantic screams of the captive humans. At least one noticed the team as the captive humans often call out to be saved. Okay, so there you go. That's fucked up. Hey guys, come back! Can you guys help me? You guys by the door? They're like, shh, shut the fuck up! From the entrance of the church, a candle lights on the side of the doorway, then one on the other side. A figure is seen holding a small torch and moving back and forth between a series of candles to light the doorways. The flame is then applied to a rope coated in 610, which quickly ignites and spreads up a peculiar chandelier system at the church entrance. The light from the system illuminates most of the crosses, but does not reach the team's hiding place. Those captives who appear in the light do not show standard signs of the beige-colored 610 infection, but instead are wrapped in a red variant of it, which shows signs of constant motion, rippling across itself in waves. Vecna! Vecna! From outside the church, a flood of 610 infected shamble quickly into the area, ignoring the man who lit the candles and stand in the middle of the room. Oh, they're doing a church service, dude. They proceed to the captives on the wooden circles and begin to pull at the red SCP-610 masses, resulting in further screams and cries. From what can be gathered from the return video feed, the red SCP-610 seems to be connected to the captives and is using them as a source of sustenance that then uses to grow and feed normal 610 infected. Overly zealous infected tear at the red mass too hard, which results in pulling skin and tissue from the human captive beneath. This exposed area is quickly covered over by red mass, which then grows in size. Feeding like this continues for approximately 6 minutes, in which time the candle-bearing figure sounds a gong. The candle-bearing guy has a gong? What? Wait, hold on. All right, so the motherfucker has a gong now. And all infected entities move to the pews. There are several more creatures than seats, but none move past the frontmost pews. I mean, this is kind of cool. It's kind of going into like some weird Dagon territory where instead of fish people, it's like weird infected people now are in this weird religious cult. Where the fuck did they get the gong though, dude? I mean, they're in Siberia. They're not that far from like an Asian country, right? Where gongs are most prevalent. Like I always think, like what, China? Gongs are primarily from China, right? Is that racist?
No, I don't think so.
I hope not.
I'll Google it.
Yeah, I don't, if it is, got that. The figure who sounded the gong does not move, spontaneously collapsing as if made from hollow clay. From the pulpit area, activity is noticed as a pillar of 610 flesh rises through the hole and extends, directing itself toward the gathered creatures. No sound is heard and no motion is recorded once the pillar stops moving. This silent period persists for 10 minutes without even the human captives making a sound. Having fallen silent at an unknown point, the pillar of 610 retracts back into the hole it emerged from without any warning, prompting the departure of the infected from the building. The candles remain lit and the team emerges after all infected appear to leave the area. The descended captives remain at the ground level as well, all screaming, seeming to have ceased but still showing signs of life with heavy breathing and movement. I mean, it seems like even though they're pulling stuff off, it almost seems like the red material is like healing them. It's kind of like a Prometheus vibe. The vulture, you know what I mean? The vulture comes, rips out your intestines, and then you get regenerated, and it's like, and you have to like, you have this kind of ritual every day as a punishment. And these figures, I don't know if it's necessarily a punishment, but it's like, it's almost like, to me it reads like that. The people come in, they feed off of them, almost body of Christ-ish, and then they have their silent sermon, which it almost thinks to me it's in silence, but I'm wondering if it's talking to them telepathically, those infected maybe. Some kind of communication is happening, but these people are obviously in charge. A hive mind kind of vibe. Upon departure from the church, camera feeds from all three members become erratic. Camera 1 seizes transmitting completely. Camera 2 shoots straight up into the air for several meters, and camera 3 captures the member with camera 2 being flung by a tendril that emerged of the ground itself, swinging them out of sight onto the other side of the ruins. Camera 1's feed is restored and displays Camera 3 owner running briefly in the direction of the lost team member, only to turn and run back as 610 infected pour from between buildings. Combat ensues between the two members and the onrushing infected using assault rifles and personal flame units, successfully driving back onto the horde to make an escape toward the buggy. Passing by a building, Camera 1's owner is ambushed by a figure resembling the figure who was in the church lighting candles, wielding a large crop scythe. Okay, so he has a gong and now he has a fucking Grim Reaper scythe? Okay. Camera 3's owner continues without pause towards the buggy location. However, the buggy is found half absorbed by SCP-610 mass covering the floor. While turning to find another way to escape, Camera 3's owner turns to find the same figure with the scythe approaching. Weapons raised, 2 shots are fired and the camera feed ends. 5 hours later, while final decisions were underway to decide how to contain and eradicate SCP-610 threat, time-delayed video feed from a lost team member who fell into the underground river currents was established and has been filed in SCP SCP-610-L6, and that's the L6 exploration records of Operation Source Point, and those files have been lost. And that's all we have for The Flesh That Hates. You know, it's an interesting thing. There's a lot of different horror stories that this feels similar to. One I would recommend is a found footage horror film called Borderlands, which is about a pagan god who lives under a church, and they kind of do something interesting where they go down these tunnels, and at the end they go into its intestinate tract system and they get kind of eaten in a really fun way. But there's elements of The Thing. There's elements of, like, you could even say like Wicker Man with some of the cult-like personalities here. Even Lord of the Rings with the Uruk-hai, right? But what's interesting is, I don't know if I'm such a sucker for cult-like shit that it's to a T. Like if I saw this in a show and we got the fucking clock tower church in the basement or whatever, dude, sign me up. But them walking around the infected area and it's all flesh, I mean, of course the creature's gonna know where you're at. You're like walking on its skin, so it's gonna know where you're at. So I'm almost wondering if maybe while they were waiting in the dark, were they being indoctored into this new ritual thing? Because it seems like everything was ready. Motherfucker had a gong and a scythe. Ready, okay? He went to Spirit Halloween and he picked up everything he fucking needed. That being said, it makes me think, it's almost like in the ending of the movie The Blob, there's a pastor character who the whole time is talking about the end days. And at the end, when the blob is eradicated, by freezing, mind you, which in this they're saying that fire is most effective, but I almost thought that they would freeze it. You know, obviously flames would eradicate stuff, but still, heat makes infection spread faster and cold temperatures make it move slower. So I was almost thinking that they would freeze it and it would kill the cells somehow. I don't know. But at the end of the blob, he gets one of the crystallized pieces of the blob and he has it in a jar, and he's kind of like now the master of the doomsday, which maybe thinks was there this like kind of, they're talking about Site B being kind of a extremely rural, like very old town. Is this like a weird, crazy priest that has taken over the area? He was infected once, maybe thinks he's the chosen one somehow. And now SCP-610, they don't know how to eradicate it because it's like almost like this cult that lives underground. It's pretty sweet. And also, you know, the name, The Flesh That Hates, is just pretty fucking amazing. But that closes out SCP-610. We have gotten recommended that one so much, it's unbelievable. And it was a lot of fun. You know, it's not as crazy and goofy as Cousin Johnny and it gets depraved in that way, but as a thing that I'd like to see visuals of, I would love to see more of it. There's some of the pictures in the story that it really brings the imagination to life and it's cool, but I would love to see some kind of actual moving picture of this made. It would be a lot of fun. But if you have any suggestions of SCPs we should cover in the future, please leave them in the comments below, and we hope that you enjoyed this rendition of SCP Meat. We will see you next time. Thanks, guys. Also, before you go, just want to say on our Patreon right now, we're doing SCP-040-JP, which is the Burrowed Mansion, and that's just a little exclusive we're going to be uploading to our Patreon here. So if you want to support the channel and all the shit that we do, please consider supporting the Patreon. It really helps us when we get age-gated and get nuked into the fucking ground by YouTube. So I appreciate you guys for considering it. Please be sure to check the link in the description for that link as well. And we appreciate you for checking that out. Oh, man. What the Who is it? We got a letter from the HOA.
Oh, HOA? What does that mean?
It's the Homeowners Association, Winslow. How do we have one all the way out here? We're in the middle of nowhere, literally in the middle of nowhere. God damn it.
Wait, Hunter.
What?
I want to tell you something. Come over here.
I'm not gonna, why do I have to, just tell me?
Come on, come over here, please.
Whatever, I'll just do it later. I'll just come back down later.
No, wait! I just want some screen time!
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about 3 letters that I hate combined together. I'm of course talking about HOA. Let me tell you something. Owning a home is something most people hope to accomplish as they reach their adult years. There's something freeing about having your own piece of property, where you have more say in creating a comfortable space to live in, right? However, many future homeowners may not realize that they don't have as much freedom as they may think. A significant number of communities in the US are overseen by something called the HOA. Or the Homeowners Association. The HOA is run by a board of directors that enforce rules for all residents that own property within the community to follow, right? So your neighborhood has some fucking goon council that sits around, and there's the people who are like, your fence can't be that high. You know, and some of their goals include maintaining the upkeep, the safety, and property value of a neighborhood while also providing amenities for homeowners and aiding in resolving resident disputes, right? It's basically daycare. If you're in a HOA, you're in a daycare.
Hey, listen, your car's a bit loud. Can you just slow it down? And can you also just, I mean, come on. You're being a bit loud. You know, it's that kind of stuff.
Cut your grass.
Yeah. So actually you left your trash cans out in your driveway? That's a fine. I can't leave my trash cans in my driveway. It makes the neighborhood look bad. Kill yourself.
You left your 50-foot skeleton out.
So you left your giant Costco skeleton out for 6 months and you accrued quite a fine. In order to do this, they often collect quarterly, monthly, or annual fees. That's right. You get to pay for someone to treat you like a child. And when they are being operated as they were intended, it can result in great things for an individual community, right? However, there are countless examples, if not almost every example, of HOAs that have terrorized residents, often power tripping on the perceived superiority they receive from the board that they are on. So today, let's talk about the dark side of the Homeowners Association. Yeah, the right ghost.
Ohio, Guaisma!
Is that wrong? Listen! Gamer Subs is branching out, evolving. Yes, we've had Gamer Subs, the delicious, nutritious energy drink we have raw meat with. Then they even have V-Card, the game! But now, ladies and gentlemen, we're taking it a step further. We have collabed with Gamer Subs on our own ramen flavor, Meat Sweats. Beautiful, hot, spicy chicken flavor, noodle in the cup ramen. It's delicious. Actually, we got to do some flavor tests and kind of test these out and kind of see which ones were the best for us and which one that we were happy to put our name on. And look at this. I even got to draw the label. What's that?
Ooh, spicy, tongue on top. Owie, fire.
310 calories. Meal replacement. So please go to Gamer Subs, pick up some ramen today, and use promo code PAPAMeat at checkout to get 10% off the whole goddamn order. Thank you so much, Gamer Subs, or should I say Gamer Soups. And we'll get back to the video.
You know, and you're probably wondering this. This is probably the glaring question off the top of everybody's mind. Hunter, how do you feel about HOAs, right? What I got to say is, you know what? Don't like them. Controversial opinion, said no one. The HOA is necessary for, like, if a guy, which you couldn't even do this anyway, I was gonna say, just paints a swastika on his house. The police would be called. They can't do that. This is honestly what I think. If you're in a neighborhood you like and you're like, this is nice, I'm gonna keep my house nice where I can sell it one day and the value of it is only going to increase. But the guy next door painted his house in polka dots and no one wants to live next to the fucking polka dot house. I understand the frustration there. At the same time, if I just spent $350,000 on a house, it should be my God-given right to paint the motherfucker in polka dots. No one should tell me. Also, no one should tell me how tall I want my fence is to cut my fucking lawn. Is it annoying to look at? Boo-hoo, bitch, is what I would say. Or if I was that distraught, honestly, I'd just be like, what could I do? I'm not saying that I advocate for people being slobs, because I don't. I'm just saying that, like, there's got to be a better way besides everyone is affected by rules because of, like, some bad eggs. That's what I gotta say. And also, I do think HOAs are just a huge pain in the ass. They can be expensive at times. Like, if you live in a really nice neighborhood, those fees, those monthly fees, it's crazy. Bananas.
In Texas, I think we're paying like 150 HOA fees.
It's insane. But first, how do people feel about homeowners associations? Residents often complain about the rigid set of rules around the HOA's ability to limit modifications to your house. Even though you own your home, that doesn't mean you are allowed to paint it whatever color you want. The HOA won't approve it because they want the neighborhood to have a similar color scheme. And these types of regulations surrounding your home's visual appeal can impact all sorts of things, like how short you can cut your grass, what type of fence you can build, what flowers you can plant in your yard, and much, much more, which I think is stupid. And the entire idea is just because it's like, it just keeps the value up. Where it's like, am I not gonna live here for like 25 years?
I'm flipping this baby.
Listen, buddy, I'm flipping it. I'm a flipper, all right? These are investment properties, okay? So don't be painting your house fucking polka dots, all right? I'll come at you.
That's what I do. I'll buy you out. I'll buy you out to paint the house.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, no, I don't want to leave. I'm gonna buy you out. And this inevitably will result in some anger-inducing situations. Like with the father who had to tear down the treehouse he built for his child during the pandemic. Wouldn't you love that? Hey, buddy, I'm gonna build you a treehouse. Thanks, Dad, I love you. Yeah, so actually, no, you can't build a treehouse that's in your yard. To me, I'm like, dude, you. This is getting me riled up. I'm getting like pissed. There's not even an HOA here. I don't have an HOA, luckily. I'm out in the fucking middle of nowhere, and I love it. I love it.
It's freeing.
The HOA will demand you to make changes to your home to fall in line with their guidelines, and a failure to do so will lead to fees you are required to pay. Seeing as other people are often forced to join HOAs to live in the community in the first place, you may think, What's the worst they can do? Well, the HOA has more power than you realize. In some instances, as late fees pile up, the HOA can pull a lien against your home, which is the right to keep possession of property belonging to another person until a debt owed by that person is discharged. They can basically be like, I own your house. Until you pay your stupid fucking fees, I can own your house. And it's some dickhead down the road who's just like, hey, I just got this cherry Firebird that I'm souping up. It's like, dude, jump off your house! That's what I want to say. Fuck them. Essentially, if you fail to pay your debt to the HOA, they can foreclose your home to pay it off on top of any legal fees.
The legal fees to sue you.
Yeah, the legal fees to sue you. And I understand this is a fail-safe scenario for people who are like, I'm not going to pay it, or they're being dicks. You want to be able to boot people out of a neighborhood if you have kids. Also, in some communities, don't you have to be approved to even get the house by the HOA?
Ooh, that's a good question. I don't know.
I think there are actual neighborhoods where it's like, yeah, the HOA has to prove you.
They check your skin color.
Yeah, pretty much. That's a lot of HOAs. There are many other serious issues regarding HOAs, like some of them even still try to get away with racial segregation, the way it was commonly done in the 1960s. Even as recently as 2019, a Florida community discovered that a nearby neighborhood still had Caucasian-only restrictions. Of course, dude, those 85-year-olds.
I was going to say, yeah, the retirees.
Yeah, there's like fucking Jimmy Buffett Margaritaville on the corner, and like it's hidden behind some like floral, like fake toucans and read the sign, asshole! Because homeowner associations are run like micro-governments and have a considerable amount of power, it's easy to see how things can get out of hand easily in the wrong hands. Like, for example, when members of an HOA in Colorado called the police to try and shut down a child's lemonade stand due to it being an illegal business. I think everybody's kind of heard of this one, right? They're like, I'm trying to just sell lemonade, and the woman's like, phone shaking. Get out of here! Get out!
Well, the worst part is, I think the police had to fine him.
They did. Well, they're like, well, I mean, I guess sorry. What a pussy, dude. I'd be like, actually, ma'am, can you come here? And I'm like, I'm gonna shoot you in the chest if you don't go home right now. And my body cam footage is off. This is not even me joking around. I have a fucking Dodge Charger in my car. I will ram you off the fucking road. You can't say that to me. I'm like, I'm gonna bust your teeth out with my fucking gun. That's what I'd say. And then I'd go over and be like, do you guys take American Express? They're like, no. And I flip the fucking table. They are so widely mocked and criticized that there's an entire genre on sites like TikTok that focus on creating fake rage bait HOA confrontations.
The classic camera, yeah.
Yeah, the classic camera thing. We can put up a little video of it, but you've seen it before too.
This key is not working, and this is the master key to all the houses. Did you change the locks?
No.
If you did, that's a violation of HOA policy.
With that said, let's talk about some of the most obnoxious HOA stories, starting with the HOA forcing people to leave their garage doors up. In Auburn, California, their local HOA had supposedly discovered that one of the homeowners had someone living in their garage. It's the end of days. In response, they decided that the best course of action was to enforce a rule that stated that every resident would be required to leave their garage doors open Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Hey, can we make it as easy as possible for burglars to come to my house while I'm at work? Monday, like the one day and time that I'm gone for my job. Fucking idiots. Residents were infuriated by this because it meant that they ran the risk of bikes, wheelchairs, cars, and any other loose objects in their garage being stolen. Those who refused would have to pay a $200 fine, which is probably per day.
Yeah.
By the way, during the next HOA meeting, the neighborhood voiced their frustrations, causing them to back down from their new rule. I would be like, you know what? If you charge me, I'm going straight up. I'm not even gonna say it.
Postal?
No, I was gonna do more beating people in the mouth and butt dusting. I'm too angry.
Yeah.
I'm heated. I'm heated because I will say, I don't know if this is a good spot to say it, but I had this one HOA one time. I was mowing my yard and the guy who was the director or whatever of the HOA lived behind me. I was mowing my yard and the guy came out and he's like, you know, you're not supposed to use gas mowers in this neighborhood, right?
Oof.
And I did. What? He's like, we're basically all Ryobi over here. And I was like, well, I don't have it. And he's like, okay, well, you should go get one. Annoying altercation, albeit whatever. Later on in the day, I get a fucking at my door, and then I hear off my steps, and the guy knocked on my door, left an envelope, and like ran off. And it was a, I'm not even joking, it was a $550 fine.
What?
And I was like broke at the time. Fucking broke.
Where was this?
This was in Kansas City.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
And I sat there, and he lives right behind me. So I like walk around. I'm like, are you serious? He's like, buddy, honestly, I hate to do it, but it's just if you let one person do it, everybody's gonna start doing it. I'm like, it's a gas lawnmower. It's fine. I was like, also, I'm like, how can I get the fucking mower if I have to pay this? He's like, listen, like I said, I hate to do it's like, it's that kind of shit.
Yeah.
It'd always be like weird, petty stuff like that. Anyways, I hate HOA so much.
Yeah, that's horseshit.
But if you thought that HOA decision was stupid, that's only the beginning. Let's talk about the $250 Gatorade bottle violation. Rachel, a mother on TikTok.
Mom talk.
Mom talk. Play a clip. Rachel, a mother on TikTok, voiced her frustrations about an absurd encounter with a HOA in her small community. After a grease fire got out of hand, their microwave exploded and burned down their entire home. Days later, after firefighters had to put out the fire, they moved the charred microwave onto the front lawn for the purpose of being collected at a later date by the city of Houston. Even with the home completely destroyed, they were sent a letter from the HOA to their non-existent home stating that they must pay $250 for leaving their microwave out on the yard.
In the time that microwave was sitting there, we got a notarized letter to that address that was literally burned and a fine for $250 from our HOA.
Of course, she refused to pay and got them to retract the fine. But later on, as workers were coming in and out of the home to slowly rebuild it, someone had left an empty Gatorade bottle on top of their fence railing, which is the most common thing at any job site. You're gonna have like wrappers and bottles. It is what it is. They're fucking slobs. Sorry. They're also there for 9 hours. They probably forget about it. It was left there for 1 day on the charred ruins of this rebuilding of a home. And the HOA decided to take a picture and include it in a certified letter given to Rachel. In it, she received a notice of another $250 fine just for single bottle. Nick, what world are we living in?
Just one.
Yeah, you're like, actually, I think it's kind of cool. Is it wrong to not like that or what?
Okay, first you have the microwave, they retracted it, but then a Gatorade bottle, come on.
The audacity too. Well, you know what happened is that that somebody on that HOA board was like, it was her fault for burning it down anyways. And now she's got to dirty up the whole fucking neighborhood because of it.
Or they're saying, God, that's an eyesore. The charred. We can't find them.
It's some fucking old dude like walking his dog and he's just like, God damn it, I lived here too long to have to put up with this. Burnt down house, woman's crying in her front yard. Ah! And he's just like, she's an ugly crier too.
I thought the story was they were gonna fine her for burning her house down.
I bet you there had to have been talks about it. Can we fine her for the burning of the house? I do like how it's a grease fire that got out of hand. We're cooking French fries and just shit went wild. I cut up a couple spuds and threw them in the deep fryer. Whoa! That fire snowballed. I couldn't stop it. Now, $250 is bad. $250 to get smacked with, that's a fucking bummer. But that pales in comparison to some of the other HOA horror stories, like the woman who almost faced jail time over a purple playground. Was going to prison for a purple playground. Oh God, Jesus Christ, here we go again. A family in Lee Summit was terrified after being hit with various threats from the homeowners association regarding the playground in their backyard. Their backyard, that no one else can really see, behind their home, not even the front of the home. Marla and her husband had built it for their kids from scratch, finishing it off with a purple tinted wood stain. The kids were overjoyed. However, the HOA did not approve of the color. They were given a notice and a fine. The family contested it and won, but the HOA would not let up. 1 year later, they were given a letter explaining that if they did not take down the playground within a couple weeks, they could expect to see some jail time. Sorry. They found that they were not breaking any rules and even went to door asking residents to confirm that the swing set was not obstructing their view or bothering them. A petition was signed and the other residents began demanding the HOA to not pursue a lawsuit. But they denied the plea and filed the suit anyway, feeling that the playground needed to be within harmony with the other colors of the community. That's a quote. The family won the case and the purple swing set stayed in their yard.
It's like not even that bad.
I don't think it's that bad now. I mean, I'm looking at it now and I'm like, it's a fucking purple swing set, dude. Also, kids are playing on it.
They would hate our channel colors.
Yeah, they're just like, I do not approve. I do not approve of those colors. Ooh, almost threw up a little bit. If you thought threatening to send a woman to jail over the color of a playground was a bit excessive, just wait until you hear about the man who was fined for giving away free water during a heat wave. It's like that Curb Your Enthusiasm bit.
It is illegal for anyone in the state of Georgia to provide food or water to voters in line at the polls.
But you can't do. Oh no, you're making a big mistake.
I'm sorry, baby, I forgot.
In 2024, a heat wave hit Arizona residents with record-breaking temperatures. David Marth, a good Samaritan living in Goodyear, helped out neighbors by leaving out a cooler filled with ice-cold water for all the people enduring the heat. Hey, if you were passing by and walking down the street, grab yourself a nice thing of water. On me! On me. I'm the one who has the Costco membership. Kirkland Water for All. His local HOA were angered by this, saying that community rules are against advertising and giving out water bottles from a cooler that's visible to other residents in the driveway. Buddy, listen. You can't be promoting free water. That's against policy. Essentially, the cooler and the sign cannot be visible when he distributes the water because they need the neighborhood to look visually consistent. I like how it's like, you can hand out the water, but we cannot see. I cannot take a look at that cooler. Get that cooler away from me! Because of the weird rule, he was fined $50 a month, and this ramped up to $100 a month after it seemed that David wasn't giving up. Soon enough, the fees reached $475 a month! Obviously, residents couldn't care less about visual clutter of a single cooler being put in someone's driveway. And in fact, many of them were vocally supporting his decision to do so because, you know, I don't know, it's hot and it's free water. Apparently, this was something that David had been doing for years. That is, until the HOA suddenly decided it had to be stopped. For some reason, this time, you know, it's just one guy. We don't know who it is. Some nosy neighbor, dude.
Oh, you know what? He probably, for years, he's been trying to get on the HOA board, and he finally got it.
Trying to get on the HOA board, but also it's one of those things where it's like, I bet you anything David had like a killer cookout, and that motherfucker never got invited. So as soon as he, yeah, exactly, he's like peeking over the fence. Looking at his bratwurst and stuff. Oh, it smells good. Like, yeah, yep. Not inviting him over at all. And then finally, when he gets a taste of power, he had to throw himself on it, dude. He had to enforce those rules immediately on my boy David. But out of protest, David refused to back down and refused to pay any of the fines, despite neighbors offering money to cover it. In an interview with a local Arizona news station, yes, this made the news, he simply stated, quote, just come get a bottle of water. Chill. How sick is that?
And have a bratwurst.
And have a fucking bratwurst. You know who you are. You know you're not invited. The guy's like, has like a glass of scotch in his house. He's like, David, do you need anything else, master? Sometimes HOAs can greenlight fees that are incredibly cruel, despite insane financial toll it can take on residents. Like when an HOA surprised a homeowner with a $15,000 fee.
What do you think justifies that high of a fee before you...
The only thing I can think that justifies a $15,000 fee is one, you like destroy someone else's property, something like that. Like if you painted a giant swastika on your house or something weird where it's like painting your house polka dots, is it annoying? Yes, but at the same time, do I think it really devalues your home? I don't know. I really don't think it does. But that kind of stuff, I think that legitimately, like, you're just hurting everyone. Yeah. Not only is it super offensive, but like you're actually fucking with our money now too.
Yeah.
You know, which I don't know which one's worse. A TikToker named Britton Brody posted a video where she detailed a horrific situation going on in her community in Orlando, Florida. My ass is never retiring down there, dude.
You don't want to go to...
No, I don't want to go to Florida. That shithole. Back in 2022, she had bought a condo at the age of 21, and part of her fees on top of her mortgage was a $315 HOA fee. That's what I'm saying. Is that fucking ridiculous? Oh, so you have to pay this, and don't forget that. It's like buying an apartment, unless you're in New York, makes no sense. Because then you have to pay building maintenance fees. Yeah. At one point, a company had approached the owners in that neighborhood about buying their homes from them to convert into apartment buildings. Soon after they reject this offer, a new board of directors came in and increased the HOA fees for every resident. I wonder if he's in on this business scheme as well. For Brittany, her fee jumped up to $414, and soon after, it raised to $651 a month. That should legitimately be illegal.
That's something them trying to kick them out, right?
Well, they're trying to strong arm them to be like, you're not being kicked out, we're buying your property. It's that kind of shit. Eventually, a letter came in that explained that there will be a vote on May 15th to decide on a life-changing new measure. Essentially, after the Surfside condo collapse of 2021, a new mandate was passed requiring condo boards to have fully funded reserve to cover any potential costs like maintenance, repairs, and more. To raise these funds, the HOA would ask for a special assessment fee, asking for a range of, $11,000 to $22,000 per owner, depending on the property. And for Brittany, this meant her 810 square foot home required $15,000 in fees.
What?
This is the kind of person where I'm like, if hell is real, you are going to hell. Like, there's no, it's owners were shocked, obviously, especially after finding out that half of the fee would have to be paid 2 months later.
I don't know where I personally would come up with the money. Like, I have a full-time job, I work 40 hours a week, but I do not make enough money to have that much money saved up. With
the other half being due 1 month after that. So basically you have 2 months to scrounge up $7,500, and then next month you gotta pay the other half. You're cool for that, right? You living in this 810 square foot duplex, you're good for that? Okay, cool, just making sure. At this point, the community came together and created a ballot with the goal of voting to recall the current board of directors to replace them with actual residents. Why that wasn't done in the first place, I will never know. They also hired an attorney to help look into the situation. The word had gotten out, with her TikTok going viral and local news stations picking up her story, and in the end, the board was fully replaced with people who had an actual interest in looking out for the residents and raising money in a way that wouldn't financially cripple everyone in the community.
Happy ending.
You know what's, and I'm saying this too, I have no idea. You know for a fact too that those old board of directors, bunch of old people.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what the it is with old people wanting to hoard gold before they. What are you gonna do with it?
Sleep on it.
You might make a little bet out of it. Might be nice.
My bed's made of cash.
Smother with her $100 bill pillow. I don't understand when people are like, some 76-year-old guy, I have 148 properties. Sell them. You're gonna die. You're gonna die soon. It's real soon.
Generational wealth.
It's probably because somebody looks at them and they're like, you're old. You're a fucking parasite. You're a leech on our family. You're a leech on our family. You're a waste of space. You smell bad. You should just die. Lay down and die. If you're old, just lay down and die.
Jeez.
That's me talking to those board of directors. You know what? Fuck it, all old people. Lay down and die. If we want to take a look at another woman who was hit with an exorbitant fee from the HOA, we could talk about the old woman who was forced to pay $17,000 in fines. Sorry, we just stepped it up $2,000. In 2020, an elderly woman from Georgia named Pat Kramer was in a panic after receiving absurd letters from the HOA. Just a guy down the street sending her dick pics.
Oh, send more. Yeah, please send more. I horny.
Goddamn, Pat. Look at you. Your lips are sitting there slobbering all over the driveway, Pat. Look at you.
Sorry.
That's what we call a Super Soaker Pat. Send her a Polaroid of her cock. She'll be happy for hours.
Ooh.
There's no way.
Jesus.
After living in her neighborhood for 13 years with no issues, a new management company took over and started endlessly targeting her with huge violations and fees. It was me. I was like, how old is she? All right, stack it up and get her out. It started with her trash cans being visible. That irks me the most, dude. Which is hard for her to move frequently because of her age, because she's older than Father Time itself. Next, it was the way her hose looked in her yard, as well as the lawn art. She probably had little gnomes. They're like, write up a ticket. They started asking her to deep clean the outside of her property. She obliged each time to keep things civil, but the late fees started to pile up when she was not able to get jobs done fast enough because she's so old.
I can't scrub faster.
Here's your Polaroid picture of my cock.
Ooh.
God damn it. Well, no wonder you're getting distracted. Your lips keep drooling all over the yard there.
Sorry, I just am easily distracted.
Logan from behind.
Be gentle.
You have to put the gnomes up.
Not the gnomes.
The daily $25 infraction fee began to pile up, and Pat Kramer was panicking as she tried to make calls to her HOA to slow down the fees as she completed the request.
I can only clean and mow so fast. You gotta stop.
They're like, never. Hang up. They wouldn't return her calls after an entire year.
Please call me back.
Who is it? Pat Kramer? No, I'm good. Which, here's the thing, guys. The fees racked up to a staggering $17,000. How many years went by when they were just put it under tab? We're gonna get Pat out of here. We're gonna cripple Pat before she dies. We're gonna cripple this pup before she goes down. Which, a price that Kramer could not financially afford. She hired a lawyer who soon gave her the bad news that the HOA is completely within her right to treat her this way. So she had, did she pay it?
It sounds like
I
it.
was like, she's like, I don't have enough money. I'll pay you a lawyer. It's all I have. He's just like, you're
and here's my lawyer fees.
And then also I did work for 28 hours on this at $300 an hour. You do that math as well. Oh no! He's like, don't worry though, I did include a Polaroid of my cock. Oh! Everyone's like, I wish Pat would get the hell out of here, actually. The whole community's tired of Pat. Sometimes even the most minor infractions can lead homeowners down a road of crippling debt. Like with the $40,000 fence violation. God damn, we really are just raising these, aren't we, huh?
Yeah.
15 to 17, now 40? Betty Hooker.
Ooh.
That's not her name. My name's Betty Hooker. What do you think my job is? It's right, I teach social studies. Betty Hooker wanted to construct a fence in the backyard in her Maryland home back in 2017, which would cost $8,000. She received all proper permissions from her HOA before building it, ladies and gentlemen. When it was done, she was told that the fence was too close to the community's common area. They had come down and measured it out, determining that it was exactly 8 inches too close. It's so obnoxious. You see it sometimes with like HOA people like actually bringing out rulers. Betty Hooker, are you in cahoots with Pat Kramer? No! Betty thought that this was absurd, and likely the dispute was more about enforcing silly rules over obstructing common community zones. The HOA wasn't going to let this go, however, and months later, after notifying her that they would seek legal action if nothing is done about the fence, Betty wanted them to pay for it, and the lengthy dispute resulted in an official complaint to the county court by the HOA. Betty was certain that the judge would understand how silly this was, right? But she actually ended up losing and was being forced to pay a daily $25 fee that would start from back when the violation was first brought up. What? Yeah. Huh? Well, I like how she's like, this old man's gonna know what's up. He's like, it's 8 inches too. Guilty! She finally moved the fence to avoid further problems, but the HOA inspected it and told her it was still not following their guidelines. They took Betty right back to court, where she was ordered to pay an even more exorbitant fee on top of her attorney fees, totaling $40,000. I would kill myself in the cul-de-sac of my neighborhood if this happened to me. I would take a gun and blow my brains out and make everybody watch, especially if people are like, I don't care. But 8 inches to the community. I'm like, who cares? Is it on her property? Yeah, who cares, dude? If it was going into other people's yards, I'd be like, well, that's f***ed up. That's not your property. 8 inches to the, I can't, sorry.
8 inches is huge.
Oh, trust me, 8 inches is huge. Like sizes that probably people don't really ever see. Maybe in videos, but not in real life. Betty told reporters about her feelings at the moment. God, who cares, dude? She's like, I feel bad. Yeah, everyone does, dude. Have you heard of Pat Kramer, the Polaroid hound of Florida? And Betty was claiming it was, quote, devastating, mentally, emotionally, and financially. But it didn't stop there, because the HOA wanted to seize her home to pay for the debts. The issue with the fence was becoming more and more trivial. The fence itself only had less than an inch encroaching into the community's common area. Less than an inch. See, that's more normal, though. Yeah, that's normal size. Yeah.
Not small, normal.
Not small, I'm just saying normal size, normal. Fortunately, the HOA had broken rules as well. The rule in their governing document claims that the fines were improperly assessed in an abusive way and that the homeowners were not given proper due process. Because of this, the fees were all dropped.
Thank God.
Yes! Betty Hooker had quite the ending, unlike our girl Pat Kramer.
No,
Pat had to pay that. You think you can drop mine? F off, Pat, and pay it. Okay. In one of the more cruel examples of the HOA's disregard for homeowners, a soldier in Iraq had his home taken away from him. Probably why he was in Iraq.
And his wife, too.
They took away the wife, too?
No, just making it. He probably lost his house and wife.
Michael Clower, who was a captain in the Army Reserve in Iraq, returned home in Frisco, Texas, to find that his $300,000 home had gone into foreclosure. His wife, May, took care of the 2 kids while her husband was shipped out to Iraq and soon slipped into a deep depression. She was terrified of losing her husband, to the point where she avoided checking the mail in fear of getting news of his death. Because of this, she had missed the HOA's letter alerting them that they had $800 in dues that needed to be paid. Oh, Oh God forbid. Yeah, so actually you owe us that. So if you don't, we're going to kill you and your family. We're Al-Qaeda. The HOA, we're terrorists. When this was ignored, the HOA started sending letters informing that they were getting ready to foreclose on the debt by seizing and selling their home. The worst part was the home was only sold for a measly $3,500, as it was just a vehicle for them to get back the small debt that they were owed. May was shocked that the HOA never once visited the home in person to get a response from her, and that her home could just be sold without her getting not a penny from it. They worked with the lawyer to try and reverse this foreclosure based on the fact that the affidavit from the HOA's lawyer did not account for Michael's deployment. They had also set up a legal defense fund and eventually sued the association in federal court. They awarded a generous settlement and were able to finally reclaim their home. You know what? Americans truly won that day, didn't they?
Oh, yeah.
Our man went over, paid his dues, and he paid his dues back in the States as well. God bless you, sir. Also, we should do Stolen Valor sometime, just for fun.
We're working on that.
Yeah, just for fun. I just want to do it for fun.
Oh, you mean? Oh,
yeah. I just want to. We should just go out into the library and do Stolen Valor.
I do that every weekend.
Okay, well, I'm going to join you then. And lastly, I want to talk about a hero. I want to talk about the man who killed his HOA president. And his wife. He's not a hero. I take that back. Hugh Hootman is a 75-year-old man that was infuriated due to a simple dispute between him and his neighbors. Apparently, the community laundry room door was left open. Oh my God! 81-year-old Henry Wallace, another resident, confronted Hootman about it and began screaming at him and his wife. Later on, Hootman saw Wallace while he was grabbing his mail from the community mailbox. There, he approached Wallace and told him that he needed to apologize the way he treated the two of them. Wallace brushed it off without responding, and that caused Hootman to lose his cool. He pulled out his 9mm pistol and shot him 2 times in the chest. Okay. I'm just gonna laugh at this. It's just so stupid. You apologize to me right now. No. Right, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to justify why I laughed. His wife, Ginger Wallace, was also the HOA president. Rushed out of the apartment screaming for help. Ah! Hootman fired 2 more shots at Ginger, killing her as well. And afterwards, he simply took a seat on the couch of his apartment and told his wife, quote, "Call the police. I just shot Henry and Ginger." He turned on King of Queens. The sheriff believed that Ginger being the HOA president played a role in the confrontation and only further pushed Hootman to do what he did. He felt horrible for what he had done. No, he didn't. But it was too late. He was given 2 consecutive life sentences. Listen, here's the thing, y'all. HOAs, I don't like them. Respecting your neighborhood, that's something I can get behind. A neighborhood is a great community place. Being friends with your neighbors, right? I remember when I was growing up making friends in my neighborhood, it was one of the best times of my life. And I'm glad that I got to do it. I live out in the country now. But neighborhoods are communities. You need to have respect for them. But at the same time, we need to figure out some kind of different methods besides the HOA. I don't know what it is. I'm not saying that I have the answers, but all I know is that this is fucked. This is absolutely fucked. So please, if you're on an HOA board, be kind. And also, why don't you try being fucking human, you reptilian pieces of shit. Seriously, I'm advocating this. This is not a joke, and I don't want if there's a prompt on the screen, they're fucking lying. I want you to say right now that if you know where your HOA is at, the director, the leader of the HOA in your neighborhood, eat some like rotten meat, get diarrhea, and that's what they deserve. Sorry, you signed up for the job.
Oh, you came back! Thank goodness! Here, come quick. I have something to tell you. Honey doesn't want you to know who did 9/11.
Hey, wait.
But I know who it is.
Wait, no. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Coming in sundown because today we are delving into the wild world of Craigslist. If you're purchasing something online, chances are you're heading to either Amazon or eBay, one of the big retailers, right? While this is standard, back in the day, there was a website that was surely competing with the big dogs of the internet commerce. Craigslist. And its heyday was massive. I mean, everybody used Craigslist in all kinds of different ways, not even just for sales, but social meetups, all kinds of, it was just like a weird, odd message board. Kind of reminded me of 4chan a bit, how it's laid out and the kind of different boards you could go to, but you could also specify it specifically to your area. It's kind of crazy. It separated itself from other shopping websites by allowing people to rant and post more than their unwanted junk. Sadly, the website has become a husk of its former self, but many weird, insane posts made there are either still up or have been preserved for us to see. And throughout its history, Craigslist has garnered a reputation for having some of the weirdest people on the internet, which is exactly why we're looking in it today. So, hide your credit card and lock your doors as we reveal some of the most fucking fly. Depraved and crazy things never happen on Craigslist. If you want a good idea of what kind of person Craigslist attracts, there's no better place to start than the weird stuff they purchase. Unlike Amazon, you could literally buy anything on Craigslist so long as someone listed it. In 2008, Chris Wilson purchased a dilapidated 300-foot-long cruise ship called the Aurora for $600,000 with the intention of restoring it. It's just awesome. The ship was built shortly after World War II and needed a lot of work. It's a huge ship. It's crazy. It's a war vessel, basically. When asked if he had any experience building ships, he said no, but insisted he was a fast learner and that he has rebuilt some cars in his past, claiming that he'd be just fine. I love that. In total, the ship had 85 cabins, a theater, and a swimming pool that required over $1 million in renovations. So, for 15 years, Chris traveled the world, salvaging parts needed to restore the ship to its former glory. Progress had been going strong until 2023, when he was forced to sell the ship because a majority of the locals in the area thought the ship was an eyesore. I was gonna say, dude, you. Are you restoring a ship? Go f yourself. After it was sold, the Coast Guard towed the ship, but it began to sink and pollute the surrounding waters because of a massive hole in the ship's hull. The city's government then had to step in and maintain water pumps in the ship's hull until it could be salvaged for scrap. Many people theorized that the abandoned ship was haunted, which makes sense given Craigslist's reputation as a hotspot for items. I mean, as you remember, I'm pretty sure the Divot box was sold on Craigslist.
eBay's haunted item, yeah.
The most fucking haunted object of all time was a Craigslist sale. So who knows? I just want to say that falls into the HOA kind of thing too. I don't, dude, if I bought also, you've been around it how long?
Yeah.
Over a decade, and just now all of a sudden it's an eyesore. That's why I'd put cannons on it first. Go ahead, say something. Go ahead. Talk about my ghost ship. I want you to. Also, a guy just being like, yeah, I restore hot rods. I can restore a full warship.
The confidence.
You have to have that. You have to have that confidence. You have to have that level of mystique and confidence about you. Christian Helms was fortunate enough to have his backyard used as a set in 2012 for an episode of Anthony Bourdain's show, No Reservations. RIP. Years later, he would list his Primo ceramic grill on Craigslist, claiming that the spirit of Anthony Bourdain possessed it. That is so fucked up. Yeah, you can buy my Anthony Bourdain haunted ceramic grill. That's got to be illegal, right?
No.
Is that illegal? Couldn't the family sue you?
Are you gonna prove his ghost is not in there? Good luck.
Well, he never liked you anyways. That's why he's not talking to you right now. He talks to me all the time.
That's the thing. Oh my god, that's a huge loophole. Because you could say like this thing's haunted by like Anthony Bourdain, and then say it's saying the most fucked up shit. And they can't do anything.
Okay, they can't.
Because you're like, a ghost said it.
It has. There's got to be some kind of law. There's no. I can't believe it. He claimed the grill loves dirty water hot dogs and tubed meats, isn't a fan of craft beer or Guy Fieri, and refuses to cook meatless meats and blast music by Midwestern punk rock band The Dead Boys. The listing for $450 sold quickly and gained a lot of attention because of how insane the listing sounded. When asked if it was really possessed, he said he made all this stuff up to sell the grill quicker.
Now you could be sued for libel.
Now it's sued for libel. Also, you're not gonna. It's $450. Yeah. Imagine that story just to be like for $450. Seems a bit silly. Sometimes the most unexpected things become hot commodities, like a butt-shaped pumpkin. The owner of the Post had to stop allowing offers because their phone had been flooded with numbers of people desperately trying to get their hands on the butt-shaped pumpkin.
You think?
Oh, people have bought it to fuck it for sure. I'm just want to get that out of the way. A little corkscrew and a little. Definitely. Or how a vegan man needed to quickly sell 20 pounds of bacon that his ex-wife stocked his fridge with as a sick joke. On the opposite side of the spectrum, some items are left to rot in the owner's possession. One person was trying to sell their grandpa's 18-foot sailboat. The only issue was that it was stuck in their backyard pool. After their grandpa couldn't sail anymore, he hired a crane to take his boat from the marina and drop it in his pool in his backyard. Now the seller was stuck with a massive sailboat and no way to use it, and they said the boat was free to anyone who could get it the hell out of there. The only condition was that you couldn't damage any of the landscaping or block walls during the removal process, which I'm like, dude, beggars can't be choosers right now. Your grass is gonna get tore up a little bit, all right? The boat was also missing a trailer as well as parts of the poles that hold the sails and the sails themselves. The impossible feat of removing a partially scrapped boat resulted in the Post going untouched. No. Yeah, you wanna come work a 40-hour work week for a month trying to get this boat in my backyard? And also, you keep it? You keep this junk? I don't pay you to do any of it?
It looks like a nice boat.
It looks like a nice boat, but not enough to warrant how much of a headache it'd be. Because also, to me, it sounds like a trap where the guy's like, you break it, you buy it. And I feel like he's wanting to get some landscaping, also done for free. Also, you f***ed my landscapes, you owe me X.
A little trap.
It's a trap.
Yeah, a little sailboat trap.
It's a trap.
Hey, just wanted to take a quick second to thank our favorite sponsor that we do on this channel, Gamersubs, and give them a shout out because we have the best flavor they've ever put out. Are you low on energy? Do you like tasty beverages? Then consider getting raw meat right now. If we get enough of these bad boys in your hands, we get to put them in cans and put them in stores, making it easier, colder, crispier, more tasty for you to consume. And oh baby, is it good. Also, does your dick get hard over anime girls? I got shakers for that. Hey, shake the shaker like you do your cock and let it explode in your mouth. The flavor's awesome. Which one am I talking about? You decide. Thank you, Gamersubs, for sponsoring this channel. And be sure to use this promo code. And be sure to tell them I sent you. And support Gamersubs because they fucking rule and they support this channel more than fucking anyone. Thank you. Back to the video.
Another insane item that was never sold was an entire town. Seneca, California was a former gold mining town that has since been abandoned and turned into a ghost town. The original owners who purchased it in 1970s had sat on it for decades, barely maintaining it. And in 2013, 2013 stuff lately. In 2013, they attempted to sell the property for $225,000, but nobody was interested. The town itself had a bar, tons of old cabins, and abandoned mining equipment. It also lacked any modern amenities such as running water, electricity, and is located in the remote desert, so you know, that's fun. The only selling point was that the local bar had an active liquor license.
Not bad.
Already a moneymaker. It took 6 years to sell, and now the current owners let the liquor license expire with no plans to renovate. Okay. You take that town, what you do, Nick, is you have to get a septic system, spend a little money on it, right? But then you make it one of those old-timey Western towns.
Oh, like a tourist attraction.
Exactly, and there's an old-timey bar, liquor license already there. You can get people drunk and have them go mine for gold, or you do that fun thing that I liked when I was a kid where you put the fake dinosaur bones in the ground, and then kids go like,
I've always wanted to do that.
Oh, it's the best. It was awesome. There's this like this restaurant that was here way back in the day called like T-Rex or something, but it was like a dinosaur themed restaurant. It was fucking awesome. Animatronic dinosaurs everywhere. And they had like a Build-A-Bear, but instead of a Build-A-Bear, it was like an archaeology dig site. I loved it. It was awesome. It's gone now. It's gone. Never to return. Children have no imagination now. They have no will to go anywhere. They just have to be on their iPads. One of the best parts about Craigslist was its misconnections tab. My favorite. Misconnections is the best. Where people posted personal requests to find others they may have met. It was removed in 2018, but many of the best posts still survive. In a post titled, "You Farted During Boyhood," a man is trying to find the man who farted during a movie and made his experience magical. He claimed that while watching the movie Boyhood, someone's fart broke the silence and changed the perspective of the film for him. He described it as a loud, deep, and masculine, and with the impact of a baseball bat hitting a leather couch, or George Foreman working the heavy bag. Is that the fart? After the laughter died down in the theater, another fart could be heard as the credits rolled, which he described as two giant hands clapping together. Fart is that? To him, the watching experience had been almost life-altering, and so he wanted to make a post hoping to find the man responsible for the gas and to thank him. I also just want to say, misconnections is the best. Usually it's men seeking women. Yeah. Just want to say that. But it's usually something of like, you looked beautiful in your red dress. I ordered a hot cocoa. And you looked at me, and I thought you looked at me, or something like that. Yeah. To where they're so cryptid sometimes that it's like, how would anyone ever actually know that was them?
It's very delusional too. Of like, I held the door open, you gave me that look. We both knew.
Yeah, it's definitely someone who's like a person, usually a man, is hyper fixating on like a woman smiling at him. Thank you. She loves me, that kind of thing. Yeah, but they're very fun to sift through. It's a little gold mine.
I want to know if any of them met up.
There has to be some success stories, right? I mean, it's got to be very slim. I don't know. We'd have to see. Shockingly, many people post to seek out others that they met while inside or near a dumpster. That's just gonna throw that out there. One woman claimed that she was running from aliens when she hopped inside a dumpster and found a man inside. The two shared a drink from his flask and discussed their love of grilled cheese, and sadly the romance had to end as the woman had to get out of the dumpster to go shit at a nearby gas station, and when she came back, the man was gone.
This sounds like a hallucination.
What a bummer. No, it's real. Now she's looking to meet up again behind the local McDonald's, and God willing, I hope it happens. But see, that's the beautiful thing of the misconnection post. You get a lot of schizophrenic or just like like drug hold brain people that are like, remember the aliens and we shared the flask and I had to take a shit this whole, you remember that? What if there was one guy who came out though and he's just like, I remember, I've been missing you this whole time. Oh,
that'd be a love story.
That'd be an awesome love story. A man took to the missing connections page hoping to find the man he came into contact with while naked dumpster diving. While out walking, he noticed a dumpster filled with DVDs and decided to hop in and dig around. Not wanting to dirty his clothes, he stripped down to only his sneakers and went to town. While digging, he heard a noise outside the dumpster and saw the man he was looking for carrying trash bags. The interaction was brief as the man quickly turned around and walked back into the store before any words could be exchanged. And apparently, the man he is looking for works for a local adult video store and hopes he can love a 30-something man with a few good teeth. So also just want to say that also just shines a light that the DVDs were all
yes. Yeah. Oh,
which
look at these.
He's just like, look at that. A little Scrooge McDuck action. Come on, man. Also, you know, I love how it's like he was unfazed. Of course the guy's unfazed. You know how many fucking weird dumpster diving people? He's probably like, hey, whatever you do, just don't open the loop thing. They've gone bad. The guy probably took it. He's just like, I'll bet you anything he'd make love to me tenderly. He'd lay me down soft.
If he works at the video store, just go in the video store. Why are
you know where he works? Yeah. Go in there. But see, that's the thing is he's a pussy about it. See, the misconnection tab a lot of the time is people that are not brave enough. Some people will be like, you work here. Go talk to him.
Yeah, you work at
But it's them being like, I don't know. They gotta make the first move. Whatever, dude. Hey, could you just be on the specific website at a certain time and see this? Also, the goal, the narcissism to be like, someone's like, that was incredible. I have to check the missing connections tab. You know what I mean? Probably the most common posts in the missing connections forum are people trying to find their true love. Almost all of them.
Yes.
It's love.
Yeah.
Right? If it's about friendship, I'm always just like, you gotta stay away from that guy. But the love, see, love is blinding.
Well, the friendship is just like starred love. You know what
Yeah,
I
I
mean?
think it's a false sense of like, I'm just looking for a friend. You're not looking for you're looking for a friend who's all of a sudden it's like, oh, you want to go back to my place? No. No, I don't. Also, sometimes I think it's a lot of gay guys, closeted gay men being like, just looking for a bud. To once again be like,
I'd fall for that trap, maybe.
sure, I can come up. Okay, come on up. Yeah, if there was ever like a Jeffrey Dahmer type, you'd be f***ed, man.
Oh, yeah.
A couple beers and watch the game? Okay, honestly, why not? That sounds like good. Yeah.
This drink tastes funny.
Oh man, it tastes funny, but it's good. Just slam back. Like chalky. In a post titled, Man of My Dreams, a woman posted a picture of a man drinking beer in a kayak during a flood. Seems a bit, okay. She found him super attractive because he didn't show any fear and wasn't waiting for the National Guard to save him. Now that's a man. Instead, she said he was like a gondolier in the canals of Venice, a beacon of hope and comfort. She ended the post by saying he was a true New Orleans, and she hopes to find her Prince Charming. Like how it took Hurricane Katrina for this woman to be like, now that's a man. You're like one of them funny Italians who sing on the boats. Sing me something, sweet chariot. For those who have felt frustrated about their lives, Craigslist has you covered with the rants and raves category. A woman posted a rant about how her bus boyfriend and how she yearned for his smell. You never really take into consideration the smell factor of people's lustfulness, do you?
Oh, well, they have pheromones.
And people, ooh, you know what I mean? A bus boyfriend. I've never heard of like, is that, so to me, is this somebody who's like regularly on the bus?
Yes.
Who does not know they're in a relationship though?
It's like your work husband.
Yeah, okay, sure.
That's what.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, some of them work husband bullshit, if you gotta watch out, because that shit gets real very quick, doesn't it? Girls and guys joking around like that.
Work husband becomes new boyfriend.
Work husband becomes, we're doing a little taco tickle in the break room. You gotta watch out, man. The two originally met one morning after he sat next to her. She talked about how she loved his soul patch, but more importantly, the way he smelled. I'm gonna go ahead and say that again. His soul patch and the way he smelled. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think it's Irish Spring. But it's, yeah, thank you. It's awesome. She was relieved he didn't smell like he smoked crack or cigarettes, which also happened to turn her on. She didn't want to get too horny, Nick, because I love the smell of crack and a little bit of cigarettes in there. But I don't want to get too horny. I get wet. I get all goopy. Leave a little snail trail on the bus. She described it as sweet, soft, and clean, and admitted to silently sniffing him throughout the entire ride.
Creepy. Why would you just met this guy?
Yeah. Hey, how you doing? Hey, nice to meet you. I love your soul patch. Thanks. You smell great. Thank you. Also, he definitely knew that she was smelling him. She's just like, oh.
I kept looking and she'd look away real quick.
Oh, her eyes are open the entire time smelling him. Oh. Oh, and he's just like, didn't acknowledge her. Oh. She's on his shoulder. Oh. Wow. In the following days, the couple sat next to each other as the woman describes the sexual tension building between them as they talked about books and their lives. That's sexual tension. How do they not get it on right there, Nick? It's palpable. It's in the air. It became such a big obsession that she told her boyfriend about her bus boyfriend and their conversations. That is brutal. The guy's like, what?
Yeah.
You want to fuck a guy on the bus because he say he smells like crack? No, he doesn't smell like that. That is a turn on though.
Does that mean that her boyfriend smells like crack?
That's what I'm wondering. He's like, babe, I smoke crack all the time. Why do we barely have sex? She's like, yeah, complicated. It's complicated. She did this to make him aware and jealous of the other man wanting to be around her. She said he felt threatened by the conversation, so he made sure to have passionate sex with her to mark his territory and, quote, realized that he was damn fortunate to have access to this poon. It's one of those things when immediately you have a picture of someone in your head and they immediately turn into like the white trash version of that. That's exactly what happened. You're like, oh, which honestly I should have seen it, the crack and everything, but you know what I mean. Come on. One morning, her bus boyfriend didn't sit next to her and instead chose a seat at the back of the bus. She almost got up to join him, but a 300-pound man sat next to her, smothering her with his body odor. Since that day, she hasn't seen him and yearns for his scent. That guy had to have said that, I'll pay you $70 to ride the bus with me and just sit there and block her in. Do you think, excuse me? No, I just want to get... Back in the day, Craigslist was a good way to find new friends, but it was also a great place to make sworn enemies. Veganism has been a controversial topic over the last few decades, but it has upset one man so badly that he wanted to make a vegan fight club. He hopes to find a vegan that he can fight with no rules and he can just beat the shit out of them. They can both just beat the hell out of each other. Does this sound like a man who's wrestling with guilt? Like a guy being that upset over veganism? Do you think it's because he's like, I feel bad that I'm like killing animals and eating them? But you can't get that over on me because it tastes good. It's good.
I feel like if he was like looking to beat like gay men, I feel like he'd be a closeted homosexual.
I think that still transcribes to veganism because if anything, then he wants the vegan guy to fight back so then he can be punished. And essentially, it's painful. Well, I fought for this.
Exactly.
I fought to eat meat. That kind of thing. To make himself seem more intimidating, he claims to have been a yellow belt in judo 10 years prior and aims to fight someone to work through his feelings. I just need to beat someone up. He's healthy. This is a healthy mind. If I can't physically altercate with somebody, I can't get these demons out. Despite it being a no rules fight, he immediately lays out his conditions. There's no rules, but I got a few rules. The vegan must wear a t-shirt that reads vegan, then nobody gets hurt.
Wordplay.
I'm telling you, it feels like a sexual thing. I feel it's odd. So he can get super amped and angry during the fight. I want you to get me angry. That's pretty much what he's saying.
Yeah.
Likewise, he will wear a shirt with something equally provoking, like "Eat your steak like a man" or McDonald's.
Yeah, this is a deeply insecure man.
This is a deeply insecure man who has a lot to work out. The next rule requires the person to be a fully committed vegan for 3 years or more, and to work in a fully vegan environment to demonstrate their commitment. The final rule is that they have to be politically active and have scars from protests they're attended. This would show that they actually take their beliefs seriously instead of simply doing it to impress people or to get laid. This is skewing to either this is very real or this is extremely fake. It's one or the other. I can't tell.
I think this guy, his girlfriend cheated on him with a vegan.
100%.
And this is him trying to like get back at vegans.
100%. If something has happened to this man in the past where he has felt wronged through some kind of insecure something has happened and he wants to kill the demon that's hovering over him. He hopes that if there is someone out there fully committed to the fight, they can gain respect for each other's views while kicking the shit out of each other. I don't believe that's what he's... I like how he tries to end it with him being like, and then we can become friends at the end. Whenever you visit a website, you expect to have fun and safe experience. Unfortunately, some people have taken advantage of others, which has led to Craigslist crimes. It's not uncommon for criminals to sell stolen items on Craigslist, but in one instance, it exposed a much darker crime. In October of 2016, Sheriff Deputy Frankie Bybee responded to a service call at the home of a 79-year-old woman, whom he soon befriended. Over the next few months, Frankie got close to the woman and eventually gained access to her banking statements. As soon as he got access, he began siphoning over $65,000 to his own account. Good guy. The woman was quick to notice numerous fraudulent checks leaving her account and asked Frankie what was going on. In a panic, he forced her to ingest pills to make it seem like she took her own life so he could go off scot-free. Luckily, the woman survived and had a lengthy recovery in the hospital. God. Police were able to identify Frankie as the main suspect through fingerprints found on the fraudulent checks. Investigators cemented the case against him when they found Craigslist post where he had sold her dog.
He's in the picture too.
What a dumbass. Also, too, like, it's how greedy can you be? Yeah, I'll even sell the fucking dog. I mean, can you leave her the dog? Does she have one companion in her life? My God. He was arrested in 2017 and charged with an attempted murder, theft, and fraud, and it took 4 years before being sentenced to 15 years in prison. Only 15 years?
For attempted murder?
Attempted murder, tens of thousands of dollars stolen, and selling the goddamn dog. 15. Frankie, you did a bad... Can we admit that Frankie did a bad thing? Everyone's like, yeah, all right. Go have 15 years of vacation. You'll get your job back when you're done. Craigslist is notorious for a lot of things, but one of its darker stories involves a straight-up serial killer. In 2009, Philip Markoff started paying for sex workers on Craigslist and meeting them in hotel rooms. After a few initial meetups, things would escalate. He met up with 25-year-old Julissa Brisman. Once inside the hotel room, he bound her and shot her before fleeing the scene. He'd replicate this act 2 more times, except instead of killing the women, he would rob them and make his escape. Police were quick to pick up on the perpetrator, who repeatedly contacted Craigslist and threatened them with a gun. Craigslist! They eventually linked Philip to Craigslist killer and arrested him while he was driving with his fiance. Brutal. Man, I feel so bad for like wives or any like of that shit when they're like, wait, what? Like, yeah, I've been fucking prostitutes and I shoot them in the face with a pillow. I'm sorry, Sarah. I'm sorry. Also, too, do you think that ever translates to people in their own life getting killed? Or do you think there's always that separation? Like him starting with like Craigslist prostitutes, do you think that translates to like his neighbor pisses him off so then he kills his neighbor? Like, do you think he feels, because I have to imagine that once you get into that realm, you become like power hungry or like, no one can catch me.
I think it depends. If it's prostitutes, it's probably just like an easy kill.
Well, yeah, because it's just people, no one's going to be looking for them kind of thing. They're already in desperate means. I'm just saying that like, I wonder if that's just, if it evolves in that way. Where after a while it's like that doesn't become fun anymore and it has to be more dangerous or something. Because there has to be like a thrill aspect of like, oh, am I gonna get caught? Right? And
then eventually, yeah, I could see that. You're getting bored and you're like, oh.
Then if you're the fiance there, you're like, I wonder how long it would have been until I would have been fucking next. Who knows? You know? And then it would have been a thing of like, oh, I get new fiancés and I kill them. He's a psychopath. Philip was a medical student with no previous medical record. So had it not been for the Craigslist messages, he might have gotten away with the whole damn thing. Thank God for the Craigslist messages, like I say. The next time you go buy something online, try and find it on Craigslist. You might be surprised by what you see. There's still a lot of cool shit on Craigslist. I will say it's overrun with ads now, and like basically people have made scripts to where bots can post stuff or like even like dealerships and stuff. It's not as good as it like it used to be, but every once in a while someone does upload some sick stuff. So yeah, it's still worth going to. The website is severely underrated and has helped countless people find new trinkets, new lovers, and ways to vent about their lives. Craigslist might be a dying website, but the legacy it will leave behind lives on forever and ever and ever. But at the same time, if you're going to, here's another hack. If you're on Craigslist and let's say you're buying like a Nintendo 64, there's a lot of like retro game people that go on Craigslist and look for stuff. Meet somewhere public, have someone come with you, and never go to anyone's house. Or be like, I'll meet you at a McDonald's parking lot. Just be smart about it, all right? If someone's like, got the whole collection in my basement, you can be like, nah, could you bring it to this place? And if they say no, it's not worth it. Yeah. The Nintendo 64 is not worth it.
They actually say go to the police station for like meet outside a police station.
Nah, I mean, that's obnoxious. I mean, go to like just a public, like a McDonald's. There's always going to be someone in a drive-thru. Go to McDonald's. Also, don't go there. Don't go to a public place. Oh, it's 3 a.m. Go to like McDonald's at noon. There's going to be people around.
Their shift ends at midnight. So
yeah, that's the best time they could do it. You're like, well, figure out another day. I get it, but it's also just kind of weird to be like, let's meet at the police station. No. What? Well, I'll meet you at Walmart. We can meet in front of Walmart by the security camera. You know what I mean? Just shit like that. Yeah, I don't know. Meet in front of the police station. What a weird thing. Officer, could you watch over this transaction? Thank you. For the love of God, be safe. Take care of each other. We'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down. Today, I have something very, very important I'm going to try to drill into your brain. I'm going to try to stop you from going to hell yourself. What is hell exactly? Cruise lines. You ever have somebody who's like, we're going on a cruise? They say it as if it's not a prison sentence. Cruises are the biggest anomaly. It's like if Walmart was a boat. Which, honestly, when you say it out loud like that, it seems pretty cool. But cruise ships are, in my opinion, a floating nightmare. I've been on a cruise ship once whenever I graduated college. I think it was 3 or 4 days in total, and it was 3 or 4 days too long. I think by the first night, you kind of got it, and then you realize, like, oh, I'm stranded on this thing. Cruises have all kinds of crazy things. Drunken fighting, turbulent water. People don't realize how many people go overboard a year on cruise ships, okay? People also don't talk about the rampant rampant assault, and even murder that happens on cruise ships. So today, I want to go through a couple instances of some very famous cruise ships and cruise incidents, along with some nice factoids to make sure that you do vacationing right and you stay away from cruise ships. So let's get into it. Today, this video is sponsored by BetterHelp. Whether you're experiencing stress, long-term issues, or trying to maintain personal goals, BetterHelp's therapy is here to help you. And if you click the link in the description, you'll get 10% off your first month of BetterHelp. BetterHelp makes therapy so much easier and a lot less intimidating. Meet your way with virtual sessions, a simple phone call, or even messaging back and forth. Whatever that is most comfortable to you is the way BetterHelp wants to work. And since BetterHelp's benefits are virtual, you can match with over 30,000 therapists based on your needs and preferences and find the perfect therapist for you. Depending on where you live, you may only have a few options around town. Do you really want to drive miles to have to sit in a lobby and kind of, hope that a therapist works, only to have you be wish-washy on the issue? Instead, maybe deal with these issues from the comfort of your home instead of out and about and all that kind of stuff, and have BetterHelp get you started. In most cases, people who join BetterHelp get matched with a therapist within 48 hours! And to lighten the stress even further, you don't have to worry about the awkwardness of breaking up with your therapist. If you feel like someone isn't a great fit, you can switch at any time with the click of a button for free. Join over 4 million people who have used BetterHelp to start living a healthier, happier life. Click the link in the description or visit betterhelp.com/papameat to get started. Clicking the link helps support the channel, and it also gives you 10% off your first month at BetterHelp. Thank you, BetterHelp, for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. Cruises right now are almost a $30 billion a year industry. Isn't that crazy? The amount of people, though, that I hear, they're like, I'm going on a cruise. We're going up to Alaska to look at whales, and we get to go on a whale cruise. I would rather go to like a corn maze in Iowa. I think I can confidently say that enough. I think I can confidently say I would rather go to like in a corn maze. This is a heavy hitter, and this would be a nightmare for everyone involved. And it's the infamous poop cruise of 2013. A fire in the engine room of the Carnival Triumph led to some horrific events. Smoke in the hallway quickly turned to piled up red biohazard bags filled with poop. Out of all the echelons of ranking the cruise ships, I think Carnival is like the worst. I believe I've heard it called the Spirit Airlines of cruise ships. I've heard it definitely called the Walmart of cruise ships. More than 4,000 passengers and crew members were stranded aboard after a fire knocked out the ship's power. And during this time, they were without air conditioning, without lighting, food, water, and working toilets. At the time of setting sail in February, Triumph only had 4 of its 6 generators fully operational, and the company had an ongoing fire hazard in ships across its fleet. So even before they set off, they realized that 2 of our generators are down, and they were just like, we cannot take the financial hit. Please go. We gotta get people on the Carnival cruise and get them out there in the ocean. Go. So for the 4 days, poop was everywhere on this cruise ship, okay? The toilets wouldn't flush, and in some cases, toilets erupted. They overflowed and spilled into the hallways. People were handed bags and told to poop in the red biohazard bags instead of using toilets, because if you use the toilet, it's probably gonna explode and make things much worse. Imagine someone coming up to you and just being like, please just use this instead. These workers who probably fucking live on the boat 8 months out of the year a lot of these times are now subjected to being poop police, and this is supposed to be your vacation. You know what, I hate to say it, but this is divine punishment in a lot of ways. I think this is God letting you know. He's like, better watch out, poop cruise. They thought that this would be a civilized act, but in the end, poop was smeared all over the walls, all over the floor. People were rioting with poop on the Carnival cruise ship, and raw sewage pooled at the end of the deck. It all just accumulated at the end of the deck, and some passengers avoided what little food there was so they didn't have to use their red bag. They saw the horrors going on, and they were just like, we won't be one of those red baggers. The ship still operates, and the craziest thing is, after all of this nightmare, this giant publicity stunt that happened, they still use this specific ship that probably has dried up shit somehow. It's probably in the walls, it's under the floor, but like, there's no way that they did a good enough cleaning. There's no way Carnival Cruise actually gave a fuck about that. They're probably just like, replace the carpet, we'll be fine. Moving on. But due to the loss of power, the ship's stabilizer stopped working, causing the ship to list, which I'll give you a nice little description of what that is here, which sloshed all the water and sewage aboard. It really put a damper on the whole day. And after the vessel took on water and tilted to one side, the ship's carpets and walls were soaked in a mixture of sewage and water. Many guests dragged their mattresses to outside decks to escape the high heat because there was no AC and the nauseating smell. So the heat and the cooking disgusting poop probably made what I could only assume is a mustard gas in the air. And to escape it, they tried sleeping in the hallways instead. They tried going outside and sleeping on the docks, to no avail. It was just a big poopy situation. It was a big shit-filled sandwich. Some guests even constructed makeshift tents on the tanning deck with their bed sheets, which if you look at this, it looks like a fucking Mad Max picture. This is pretty unbelievable, but I will say out of all of this, the slide looks pretty fun. I would have gone on the slide, especially if there is a shitty situation. You have to enjoy it somehow, right? You're stranded at sea for 4 days. If you're gonna get shit on you somehow, at least let it be the slide is what I have to say. This is where shit really hit the fan. I keep saying these shit lines and it's making me laugh, but in an odd gesture to pacify guests, the cruise announced it would be hosting an open bar from 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. Why on God's green earth would you want that drunk chaos when people have no real food or water? People are shitting themselves. None of the sewage system works. So now let's just get them drunk? What? This proved to be a horrible idea as guests on board became unruly, getting into fights, throwing things overboard, and damaging the already compromised restrooms. And the next day, the crew awoke to the news that they had drifted too far off course from the intended destination for the emergency port, which is really funny because that means to me that the crew definitely got fucking smashed as well to probably cope with how terrible this whole situation was going. They probably got absolutely smashed and they woke up the next day and they were like, oh my God, where the fuck are we? And it was definitely it would be definitely a comedy movie situation, except it's real life and people are probably extremely mad. They were so far off course that they had to get towed to Mobile, Alabama, adding another 2 days to the hell. They were already in it for 4 days and then they had to stack on an additional 2 just to get towed to an area where they could let people off and get out of this fucking nightmare. In the end, multiple passengers sued the cruise line, and in response, the company pointed out that they quote unquote said they never promised a safe trip. They pulled it in, and people of Mobile, Alabama were actually complaining how bad the ship smelled itself. Carnival Cruise, though they provided all passengers a full reimbursement, a free flight home, and a $500 credit, which what a slap in the face. $500 credit to what? Hey, you're gonna come see us again, aren't you? Hey, if you do have another vacation with, you know, your old ass wife and your annoying kids, please consider Carnival, would you? Tons of passengers still sued the company. Most, if not all though, lost their cases. No one really got reimbursed for this horrible fucking tragedy, basically being in prison for 6 days on a shitty, smelly ship, and Carnival made it out scot-free. And this exact ship is still used today. Blows my fucking mind. But you think sewage and poop are the only reasons to not go on one of these cruise ships? No, no, no. It is estimated that there are over 300 deaths on cruises each year. From 2000 to 2019, only 623 were reported. So I don't know what happened there. I think Carnival Cruises and Royal Caribbean and everyone else got the books together and they fudged some numbers. But still, in a 20-year span, how does 623 people, how do they just magically die? It still feels like such a high count to me. I don't know. Next up, in terms of death on a cruise, we're going to speak of the sinking Sewol. Swole. On April 16, 2014, the Sewol ferry sank on its way to South Korea. Out of 476 passengers, 304 of them died. 250 of these deaths were students. Most of the people that survived were rescued by fishing boats. When the ship was purchased in 2012, the ship was 18 years old and severely run down. After the purchase, the ship underwent modifications that were deemed illegal, but the Korean Register of Shipping let it go because the ship had quote-unquote normally passed its inspections and tests. Here's a list of some of these modifications. Addition of 2 decks. Expansion of cargo gross tonnage, adding 239 tons. Increasing the passenger capacity from 116 people to 956 people. These modifications caused the center of gravity to be moved upward, and it also caused a left-to-right imbalance. The vessel made 241 round trips before its final voyage, and at the time of sinking, it was carrying over 2,000 tons. The water balance tank beneath the hull of the ship, designed to keep it upright, was only adjusted for 800 tons of cargo, making the ship unstable. And like we said, it was only made for 800, but at this time, it was carrying over 2,000 tons. So just greatly over what it was supposed to be carrying. Due to the imbalance, the ship listed and needed directional guidance. The captain and his crew abandoned the ship shortly after telling passengers to wear extra clothing and life vest and to stay in their rooms. What a fucking monster, honestly. This fucking coward told people not to move and made an escape and did not let anybody know. The Coast Guard, who had jurisdiction, did not mobilize. They did not share the valuable data and did not act, leaving civilians and other organizations to step in, which is why many were rescued by fishermen and some commercial ships in the area. So literally, the Coast Guard didn't do anything in that situation. They didn't mobilize. They didn't share data. It was literally people from from the town, fishermen from the town that went out to help people. And that's pretty much why the people that were able to survive were saved by fishermen and civilians alike. I mean, these people were the actual heroes of the situation. Due to inaccurate reporting of survivors and those rescued, it was months before they revealed that the majority of people perished. And on May 15th, the captain and the 3 crew members were charged with murder. Yes! Yes! I fucking love these story endings! Except the people dying. That was not cool. Ugh, God, what a fucking coward. The sinking of the Swole and the young lives lost shocked and outraged the nation so much that many citizens called for the death penalty, something that South Korea hadn't administered in almost 20 years. Even the captain's brother said he deserved the death penalty. That's really funny. He's just like, fuck that guy. I know, we're blood. He's my brother, but fuck that guy. 11 other members were indicted for abandoning the ship, and an arrest warrant was also issued to Yoo Byung-hyun, owner of the ferry operation, but he could not be found despite a nationwide manhunt. That little slippery son of a bitch. In July of 2014, Byung-hyun was found in a field just south of Seoul. I wonder, that feels a little suspicious to me. And in 2017, 3 years later, the sunken ferry was raised from the sea floor where the trapped bodies of 9 of the victims were presumed to be inside. The body of a 16-year-old girl was never found. What a tragic end. I mean, just something where it's people trying to make extra money out of something. I do not trust these companies. I don't trust any of these cruise companies. It is the shadiest, weirdest shit. The ocean is just so scary within itself. I cannot imagine being some of these people and, God forbid, drowning to death. My God. I'm glad. I know, and I hope that he got the fucking death penalty as well. And you know what you're probably saying to yourself too? Well, if something bad happens on these ships, surely they have doctors, right? Well, let me tell you another story. On a separate cruise line, one of the employees has their arm amputated after experiencing flu-like symptoms. Let me say that again. An employee on a cruise line had his arm cut off, amputated, because he was showing flu-like symptoms. What? A carpenter, Elijah Lonkar, went to the doctor on board of the Norwegian Breakaway, Sebastian Campuzano. The doctor was very young and extremely inexperienced. He was prescribed promethazine. Promethazine? Like Prometheus? The guy who fucking stole fire and gave it to humans? Holy shit, that's sweet. Elijah was prescribed a promethazine shot and was given far too much. The injection is supposed to be, shot in your butt, but the doctor insisted on injecting it intravenously. And even after several complaints of the patient describing burning sensation and exhibiting some gangrene symptoms, the doctor continued administering promethazine via IV. So this doctor doesn't know what he's doing. He is literally hired professionally by this cruise ship to be there. And instead of giving the promethazine, it's just like a one-time shot in your butt. He is giving it to him via IV. It's almost as if it's like a fucking morphine tap, which because of this, his arm had to be amputated. And he sued the Norwegian Cruise Line and was awarded $4.6 million. But even with $4.6 million, which is awesome, that doesn't bring back your fucking arm, dude. So we've talked about tragedy. We've talked about accidents that happen, right? Well, needless to say, they're man-made accidents, thinking that 2 of your generators not working isn't a problem and it starts a fire. But, accidents, needless to say. Then you have a little bit of negligence, right? Or greed and negligence. You sit there and you let too many people come on, the fucking boat capsizes and people die. Or even you show some flu-like symptoms, you go see the doctor and you end up getting your arm fucking cut off. But out of all of these, the #1 reported crime on cruise ships to date is assault. Feels like such an obvious statement to say, but it is pretty crazy how egregious this is. Despite the severity of it, cruise ships have little interest in offering solutions, as it's likely cheaper to pay victims off than it is to implement precautionary measures. In a specific Carnival cruise case where they were talking about a group assault on a minor, they went on record by saying that installing cameras and hiring more security would just be far too expensive, and they just weren't going to do it. So they'd just rather be like, we're just going to pay the victims off and their families. And another crazy statistic is 25% of these assaulters are crew members, people who work for the fucking cruise lines themselves. And I'm building up all of this information and telling you some of these statistics because it leads up to the Margaritaville at Sea Paradise incident. A bartender stole the key card to the room of a Jane Doe while serving her drinks. He snuck into her room, and after she and her roommate had gone to bed, he assaulted her. And eventually she found out she was pregnant and was forced to terminate the pregnancy. These assaults are so common in like cruise lines and stuff. There's an actual market for safety gear for reinforcing locks on cabin doors to remain safe. People get assaulted on these cruises all the time, and what's crazy is 70% of all assaults on US cruises are on Royal Caribbean or Carnival cruises. I'm putting that out there just in case you hear someone who's like, hey, let's go on a Carnival cruise. You might be like, hey, can I give you this statistic? 70% of all reported assaults on these cruise lines in the US are Royal Caribbean and Carnival. That's insane. When you're on these cruise ships as well, with the amount of assault, murders, negligence of people, one of the craziest things is passengers being more harmed to themselves than anything. That's people going overboard, going missing, right? People voluntarily jump overboard all the time. It's just, I don't know why people do it. I don't think people really realize how extreme the ocean actually is. The ocean is fucked. Like, if you jump in the ocean, you're probably, you're gone. Especially on a cruise ship, it's just like, boop. bye. This video shows a guy jumping off into the ocean in the middle of the night. You would how would you find him? He's gone. He's still missing. That guy is still missing today. The guy we just watched jump up, he's gone. Don't know what happened to him. Okay? Well, I think we know what happened to him, but you know what? He had just graduated college. The same reason why I was on my cruise ship, to think I could have been a man who jumped overboard in the middle of the night. My God. Some people, all the times you get drunk, you lose your balance, you fall. And even in one of these cases, a man spent 20 hours in shark-infested waters, and he was supposedly sober. I think he was probably drunk as shit.
Did you have a few drinks?
I had during the day. I'd actually did like an air guitar solo, and there was a competition they were doing, and I'd won it, so I'd won a free drink.
And there's even sometimes too where it's not even a dare, or you're not even trying to be a badass, you're not even drunk. The woman here, she's just leaning backwards, loses her balance, and falls. And there she goes. I mean, it's staggering. There is nothing there to save you. Once you're over that dock, it is so rare that they get you, dude. Sometimes passengers go missing without going overboard. And as cruise ships have strict docking and departing times, it's often the case that passengers will be left behind at foreign destinations and never be seen again. When you're on these cruise lines, you're kind of hopping from island to island, and it's kind of like little resort towns and stuff like that. But these people, it's not like there's like a last call or something like a fucking bus. It's these motherfuckers leave. And a lot of the times when these people leave these ports, you're just gone. You never hear from these people again. Who knows what happens to them? Drugged, murdered, robbed, everything. I mean, the worst happens. Speaking of one of these victims was Amy Lynn Bradley. She went missing March 23rd of 1998. She came in late with her younger brother from clubbing on board around 3:40 a.m. and went to sleep on the balcony. At 6 a.m., her father woke to check on her, and she was missing. Authorities were immediately alerted as to her disappearance, and it was theorized she fell overboard and drowned, despite people asserting she was a very strong swimmer. Which, listen, dude, if you're a strong swimmer, who gives a shit? It's the fucking ocean. Like, people don't realize the power of the ocean. It's so scary. I'm telling you. The ocean is the scariest thing on earth. I don't care what anybody says. The captain refused to put out a call for her, refused to put up photos for her, and did not even attempt to search for her until noon of the next day after the ship had been disembarked and unlocked. In 1999, a member of the U.S. Navy claimed to have seen her working in a brothel where she told him who she was and begged for help. He did not. He did not report the sighting until after he retired, as he feared the repercussions to his career if he reported it. So because he didn't want to lose his stupid ass fucking job in the Navy, he never told about this woman in the brothel and never helped her until he retired. A fucking coward. An employee going by the nickname Yellow that had been seen dancing with her was quoted to have said that he felt bad about what happened to her before the search for her on the ship had even completed. Strange. It's almost as if he knew. Another sighting of her in 2005 showed her being held by 3 men in a department store restroom. She tried begging another person for help, but was taken away. Evidence has presented itself to assume that she was sold into sex trafficking. And a jawbone washed ashore in Aruba in 2010. Once they concluded it was not another missing person, it was disposed of with no DNA testing done, despite 9 other missing Caribbean vacationers. You see a bone wash up on the beach? Toss it back. It's good luck. Fuck sakes, man. At some point, a scammer contacted the family and proved to be legitimate enough to send over $200,000 to forge a rescue attempt to find Amy. Blew all the money on drinks and gambling and demanded more money after he provided convincing evidence that he found her in a fenced compound. Eventually, it was found out that it was a hoax, and he was convicted and ordered to pay back all that he stole. It's such a fucking horrible thing, especially to lie about that and get a family's hopes up is just so sad. And I wanted to include one from Disney Cruises because Disney Cruises scared the shit out of me, and unfortunately, we have to talk about Rebecca Corium, which this incident happened in March 22nd, 2011. She did not show up to her shift in the morning, was behaving distraught beforehand, and Disney publicly claimed to have no knowledge of where or when she went missing. Employees off the record were quoted saying they were supposed to tell people it quote-unquote didn't happen. Flowers were placed at a certain part of the deck by the company where she was suspected of going overboard. These employees claimed to have witnessed things or even know about things off the record, but it was publicly suggested she had a lover that she was having a fight with and committed suicide despite giving no other indication to family members. Her girlfriend went on the record several years later and claimed that she was using cocaine and having difficulties of that nature. There was even a claim that maybe a rogue wave swept her off, but the weather records indicate that it was like a pretty calm night, and that was very unlikely. They were given another crew member's flip-flops and told that she might have taken them off to sit on the rail and slipped off. Only one international police officer ever showed up, and a report was never done. A private settlement was reached 4 years later for an undisclosed sum, and this person, once again, never found. It's pretty insane the amount of horrible shit that goes on cruise lines. And here's the thing, I understand that horrible shit happens everywhere, right? But the idea that a cruise ship, you're completely stranded. These things that are supposed to be high luxury, your getaway, it's the thing that you work hard to pay for, and it's like these ultimate fucking death traps. At a moment's notice, you could just go overboard and go missing forever, and no one would ever find you. Something wrong can happen on the ship that you had no control over, and these companies should be held more responsible. But, $29 billion a year industry, I doubt that anything's gonna change, and people are gonna keep going because they have Guy Fieri Burger open 24 hours on these ships, and they have casinos and all this shit. And let me tell you, you will never find me on a cruise ship again. That shit is way, way too scary, especially with the ocean and stuff. If you've ever been on a cruise ship at night and you look off, it is a black void. There is nothing. You really don't know how alone you are until you're on a fucking cruise ship and you realize, oh fuck, I'm trapped. And the only thing you get to do is go off into these like vacation resort towns that are just filled with people trying to get you to buy shit. Personally, if I were you, don't go on a cruise. Find some other kind of vacation to do. You know what I mean? Treat yourself right. Buy yourself some.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming on sundown because today we're going to be talking about food delivery drivers. I did some DoorDash this weekend, Nick. That's why we're doing this. Let me tell you, the whole operation, the whole DoorDash, the whole food ordering app industry, it's got to change. It's got to change. For centuries, if you wanted to eat a meal, you either had to go out to a restaurant or cook the goddamn thing yourself. Today, however, you can place an order to a seemingly endless list of restaurants and have it at your door without lifting a finger until you have to grab the bag. While many of us indulge in this service extremely often, we never stop to think about people who have to deliver the goods, right? We never take time to think about these drivers. I don't think about those things. You know, also I started noticing that after a while they started taping the bags. It's because motherfuckers are probably...
But that's why if you're a pro, you got your own stickers and bags to replace stuff
I thought that
with.
you were gonna have your own utensil that you're able to squeeze in the bag and Mission Impossible the fry out of the bag or something. Being a delivery driver, whether it's on DoorDash or Instacart, is an extremely draining and depressing job. God damn. Is it? Have you done it?
No, I've never done it. I wouldn't do it.
Why wouldn't you do it?
You don't make a lot of money, and then it's all based on tips, and then if people don't tip you, get mad, but I hate tipping culture.
I just think going on a limb this early and saying it's a depressing job. I mean, granted, I'm sure it's not what people are stoked to do, but depressing? I'm not gonna put down someone for saying, oh, it's a depressing job. Feels wrong. For some, it's a depressing job. Boom. Instacart was an early pioneer in the food delivery service industry. Since its inception in 2012, both its customers and drivers have had less than ideal experiences. Recently, there has been a trend on TikTok of people saying they are now choosing to only have female Instacart drivers deliver their goods because male drivers keep messing up their orders. One woman gave her driver a super simple list asking for 1 pack of toilet paper, 1 pack of towels, and 1 pack of chicken. Despite the app stating that the man scanned a pack of chicken, what she got was 240 red Solo cups. She was refused a refund. You know what? In a situation like this, though, do you not just think that I'm doing multiple jobs at one time and I gave you the wrong bag?
I think that's what it is.
You know what? Sorry, dude, but I'm not a feminist, and I like men a lot. And I think, dude, if a man goofs up, you have to give him 75 chances.
It's true. Women,
right?
1.
Women, none. You have to be perfect at all times. In another instance, a male shopper was tasked with getting a customer a tub of Neapolitan ice cream. After claiming they didn't have the brand she wanted, he sent multiple blurry pictures of what they had, only for it to be very clearly in stock. There's none. It's a fucking buffoon, man. I couldn't tell you. You have Ben & Jerry's? No, the fuck to the left. I see it in the picture, in your blurry picture. It's right to the left. So Ben & Jerry's? What do you think that is, Nick? Why do you think men have such a hard time grasping the grocery store mechanic?
Well, they're not used to it. It's a foreign concept for men, going grocery shopping.
You go grocery shopping.
Yeah, I get lost.
While staying at an Airbnb in Miami, a group of girls ordered a long list of basic groceries and necessities for their upcoming stay. When the order was marked as delivered, they expected to find it on the porch. When they opened the door, however, they found the driver simply tossed all the groceries all over the picket fence and left. What are we not seeing, though, in this? What are we not saying? We're not having the full picture on his side. Like, I bet you think he's just like, can I chill? And they're like, no. And that's when he just like, whatever.
That's really unprofessional. I think it's more so they're nagging.
Other night, where are you? And he just drives by, throws out the window. There's a lot of emotionally unstable people out there in the world, isn't there, Nick? That are driving Uber and DoorDash driver, yeah, all that kind of stuff. This video is sponsored by Fume, the leaders in flavored air. Fume! Fume is a flavored air device that's designed to help people quit vaping and smoking by breaking the hand-to-mouth pattern. Cravings can come in when you least expect them. You have to find a way to fight the urge and not to return to your old ways. You don't want to be the old you, you want to be the new you. Fume! Flavored air! And breaking bad habits can be hard. Oh, jeez. So don't handle it alone. Let Fume help. Fume is not a vape. Nuh-uh. It's not an e-cig. No way. It's just flavored air. You like that? Which means you can use Fume anywhere. fair. By keeping Fume close by, you can have it as your natural replacement while you're working on improving your habits. Because who you are right now is bad. You're corrupt. Change yourself quick. With Fume, there's no vapor, no nicotine, and never any toxic chemicals. And on top of that, Fume is an award-winning device with great flavors. Feel the rush of crisp mint or tangy raspberry as you say goodbye to your cravings. Goodbye. I keep my Fume device here at my desk, so it's close by in case I'm feeling anxious or bad habits want to distract me from my work, like masturbating. Thank you, Fume. I no longer want to myself. Better to play with Fume than your Better to play with Fume at my desk than go back to my bad cravings. Myself under my desk right now as I read this ad read. Can you see my hands? If you're ready to break the habit, now's a great time to try Fume. Right now, when you grab a Journey pack, you'll get a free Fume topper after using my code PAPAMEAT. The Fume topper adds a soft, replaceable, chewable mouthpiece, providing something safe to chew on when cravings hit. Grab this offer while it's available. So head to tryfume.com/PapaMeat. That's TRYFUM.com and use code PAPAMEAT to get your free Fume topper with your Journey pack. Thank you to Fume for sponsoring the video. Bye, Fume. Thank you. People are justifiably fed up with male Instacart drivers and are demanding that the company create an option to allow shoppers to pick only female shoppers to guarantee their orders are done correctly. Listen up, sweeties. I said, hey, broads, listen up. I have a feeling that it's just people that are just doing the Instacart. I think they're picking up too many jobs at one time. Also, is there probably more men that are doing this job than women? I feel like whenever I've ever had I don't think I've ever had a female DoorDash person. That doesn't mean they don't exist. I'm just saying that thinking about it now, it's usually a middle-aged man.
My guess is men, if they don't have a lot of opportunities, do like Uber and DoorDash, and then women go to OnlyFans.
Now, for the rest of the Instacart drivers that don't have this issue, it can be extremely challenging and dangerous. After receiving a regular order of groceries, a delivery driver walked up to a home and was shot by a man that thought he was an intruder. What? Why? Why would you do that? My DoorDasher's near. Did someone say Taco Bell? Oh my God, who are you? Ah! How do you fucking forget that? Unless it's somebody in the house ordered it. It just seems like, I don't know.
This is what happened. He told him, leave it at the door. The guy knocked.
You know what? If a DoorDash driver, I'll say this, I'll say this and I'll stand by it. For any reason, if a DoorDash driver opened my door to set my stuff inside, I'd shoot him. It's too scary. I mean, hearing it out loud seems a bit excessive. There's no reason that a person should be opening my door to come inside my house. I would assume that something bad was happening. Was it that situation, or was it just a guy who was just like firing rounds through his front door?
I'd get a riot shield.
I'm gonna have the COD riot shield so I can walk up to my average DoorDash driver experience, just walking up to a front door. It turns out that the man's wife placed the order and didn't tell her husband. So when the motion detectors went off, the husband sprang into action and shot him with no hesitation. None. The motion sensors. Does he do that with animals? How many times have you had a motion sensor go off like a raccoon? All the time. All the time.
That's when I bring out my gun.
Exactly. That's why I fire aimlessly. Maybe there's a naughty raccoon. But now there's the infamous video. We have to talk about that video. The guy doing this is my fucking neighborhood. What a crazy, the edits have been so funny. I love the one where it's the, no, I'm not human or whatever. Or I feel like he'd be a DoorDash driver. I could see him with those little fat ass caterpillars for his eyebrows, dropping off some fucking Popeyes or something. Whenever a customer places an order, they often feel entitled to have the driver do whatever it takes to get their groceries to their door, no matter how ridiculous of a feat it may become. One shopper accepted an unusual order of 4 24 packs of water bottles, 6 12 packs of water bottles, and 7 4 liters of distilled water and 7 4 liters of mineral water. My God. When they reached the customer's home, they requested that they carry all the water up 17 flights of stairs because the elevator in the building was broken. Newsflash. It's outside. Come do it yourself. And in the end, the customer canceled the job, leading to the shopper's $8 payment being rescinded and increasing their overall cancellation rate. That's fair. $8? Ah, this is a depressing job. Oh my God. Besides driving people around, Uber also offers a meal delivery service called Uber Eats that is notoriously terrible to work for. Like other food delivery service apps, they pay their workers very, very poorly. Because of this, some drivers come up with creative ways to earn better tips. Jade Phoenix was a full-time Uber Eats driver who claimed to find a secret method for raking in man insane tips on literally any kind of order. When dropping off people's food and snapping a picture to confirm the order, she would purposely include her feet in the pictures. She claims her tips significantly increased after she began this new strategy. She even received additional money on top of the tip after she sent them the original picture. Do girls like men's feet? Men with feet, it's what psychologically, what is that? What is the feet obsession?
I don't know. That's something I will never understand.
Didn't we try doing a foot video and it got demonetized or something? I feel like there's some kind of conspiracy happening. You know what I mean? Even like, yeah, big YouTube, whatever. It's just like, it's not just the customers that are creepy horn dogs, but the drivers as well. After ordering food, a woman in the UK began receiving creepy messages from her delivery driver. She was being asked if she was home alone or if she was married. When the woman said she was taken, the driver began begging her to leave him so he could hook up with her. Leave her, baby! The man got so desperate that he began offering as much as £10,000 for her to break up with her boyfriend. There's no way the pussy could have been that good. UK pussy? You kidding me? Oh, man.
Well, I don't think I can leave them. I don't think just can you leave the Chris at the door?
£10,000, Mom.
I'll see what me can do.
While looking into the driver's account to report him, she found it even creepier that his listed reasons for delivering was passion. I will say I've had a driver after delivering my thing be like, hey, I love your videos. And I say, oh, thanks, man. And then it's a thing of, you want to hang? Shit like that.
God, that's creepy.
Exactly. Hunter's tip. Hunter's tip. Don't ever do that. Don't ever there's no reason to contact me or anyone ever. Or like that girl. Let's just get me out of this, that girl. If it's a girl now just being like, you know how hard it is for someone just to be like, no. I have no idea how you're going to react to that. You know what I mean? No idea. You've been around me when there's been people. So it's always a risk because we've had a lot of, we won't go into details, but we've had a lot of people that are just, let's just say passion. Some drivers on these delivery apps love to use them to cheat people out of free food. In 2025, one man placed an order and saw that his driver was parked just down the street. When he asked why his food hadn't been delivered, his driver said it was because his car had broken down. He then told the customer that he'd probably just refund it. Not believing a word he said, the man got on his bike, rode down the street to find he was Uber Eats driver sitting in his car, chowing down on his food. See, that's why I could never be one of these. I could never be one of these delivery drivers because I know I just see their order. I'm like, oh damn, you know. Or go to some place. I'm like, what is this place? Get it? Smell good.
One little bite can't hurt.
The customer confronted the driver only for him to be left speechless before peeling out in a panic. That's a good way to choke, though. At multiple restaurants around the world, you can find signs banning delivery drivers and from using the bathroom. This obviously upset a lot of drivers who pointed out that it's actually against the company's agreement with these restaurants as Uber requires them to give drivers access to their bathrooms, okay, assholes? And many don't care and continue to enforce the ban, meaning many drivers are forced to make frequent pit stops and even piss in bottles trucker style. I mean, come on, dude. Stop at a gas station. That's not that big of a deal, is it?
It's not on my route. I'm here to pick up the food. Why can't I fucking piss in your toilet?
I want to piss in your toilet.
I think there was one time at Papa Murphy's I let one person use the bathroom. It was a huge mistake. Tore it up.
Did they just decimate it? Yeah, you can't, man. It's like a zombie outbreak. You can't let one in and infect the whole thing. To me, I think everybody needs one. Well, listen, there's a lot of people who shit themselves or piss themselves and it's just out of their control. I'm sick, food poison. I mean, who knows what happened, right? I think these are growing moments in a man's life. I don't know about women. I don't know what it's like wearing a thong and shitting yourself. I mean, that must be a crazy feeling. Shitting yourself with a thong on, splitting that motherfucker right down the middle as it comes out. I don't know. I can't tell you. But I will say that I think you should shit yourself a couple times in your life.
I think everyone needs to shit their pants at least once. In maturity, not...
I would say a couple. Because the first time you're like, what a fluke. And then the second time it really grounds you. And really, if you think that you're a big man and you shit yourself for like the second or third time, it's going to humble you real quick. That's a God-fearing man now.
But what if it's the opposite though? What if it turns you into like I don't give a shit now that I'm shitting my pants?
They were doomed to fail. It could have been, it was either this or heroin. ODing on hard drugs or just becoming like a diaper play guy. That's what I think. Or maybe just shits himself. I don't know. He's gonna get his ass kicked a lot. I can tell you that. There's only so much kindness that people will have until they're just like, you reek of shit. I'm gonna beat you up. Which is what will happen. They will.
You up for smelling?
Yeah. If a guy's sitting there and he purposely, because after a while, you're gonna think your shit doesn't stink. And vice versa. Where one, you're like, I can't even tell. But then two, you're gonna sit there and be like, oh, I've pooped myself so much, I'm unstoppable with it. What are they gonna do to me? Right? And if a guy's sitting there and he's like, did you just shit your pants? And you're like, look at me do. Yep. Someone's gonna kick your ass. I don't know why. I also feel like if you start shitting yourself, you lose all your hair. You get alopecia. You revert back to baby.
Is that why Jacob lost his hair?
Who knows, dude? Who fucking knows that guy? Got struck by lightning. You know that? Got struck by lightning when he was like 19. That's when he started losing his hair. So I was associated with that.
Oh my god, that's like a superhero. Usually you get powers from that, but
not him. Not him. I think he used to be, Jacob also used to be like 6 foot. Did I tell you that? Legitimately, he used to be 6 feet tall. No, I swear to God, he used to be 6 feet tall. He shrunk. I'm not even joking. He was taller than me like for the longest time. I'm not even fucking with you. I'm telling you. Because I'm like, how tall? How tall am I? Like 6'1". Legitimately, he was like a little taller than I. Now he's shorter than me. You tell me. The motherfucker got struck by lightning and his whole life just took a right turn. Which, to be fair, statistically, the anomaly of that, I mean, I don't know. Who fucking knows? I don't know. Even the robots that Uber employs are being targeted and destroyed. In Philadelphia, both restaurants and residents were excited about Uber's plan to deploy delivery robots in the city, but some angry citizens had other plans. What you do? Fucking clankers? What are you excited for? Clankers rolling around your city? Here's these little drones taking our jobs.
The homeless are fighting back, though.
I'm glad. After only 1 month, multiple robots had been completely destroyed or vandalized. Many were left to decay on the streets as well. Online, multiple videos show people kicking them and sitting on them. Others purposely block and place them off their set path, causing them further delayed deliveries. This hate for delivery robots runs deep, my friends. And in fact, one man has an entire social media account dedicated to aggressively screaming and harassing any delivery robots they see in LA.
Watch what you do. Don't come at me. Don't come. You're going in a fucking shade. Don't you dare come at me like that. No, excuse you. Excuse you.
Are you under the Terminator 2 mentality where you're like, I'm just gonna be nice to them in case they do take over?
Exactly. Just in case there's a conscience in there.
Hey, buddy. Hey, delivery robot. Hope you're having a good day. You will fall. After all this, Uber still plans to keep the robots in the city, claiming they were designed to be tampered with and send alerts when they break down.
There you go. They should have them explode if people mess with them.
Yeah, exactly. Get out of here, clanker.
5, 4,
what?
3, 2.
I mean, Akira bomb. No! Yeah, I look like Sarah Connor. Ah! It's probably well known by now, but DoorDash as a company is extremely evil and has been caught treating its workers horribly on multiple occasions. What's fucked up is it's still an app on my phone. Is that food addiction? You tell me. Recently, the company had to pay out nearly $17 million to its drivers because from 2017 to 2019, it was caught using customer tips to subsidize drivers' base pay rather than adding tips to the overall payout. That is so fucking scummy. I'll do you one better, Nick.
You're being set free? Here, order some Taco Bell?
Yeah. All right, well, they got me. It's gone. Definitely not downloading it as soon as I'm done recording. In 2025, air traffic control workers up in the tower at Chicago O'Hare Airport noticed a small red car driving across runways and into restricted areas. What the hell is that? Little Dr. Seuss car driving across. When they alerted airport security, they stopped the car and discovered a 36-year-old man trying to fulfill a DoorDash delivery.
I'm on the tarmac.
Did I take a wrong turn? Oh, God. I flying right above him. Whoa. How could you get in this area?
I think just an old guy who got lost.
He's 36. Old guy. He's 36 years old, Nick. An old guy who got lost. Yeah, if he was an 84-year-old man, I'd be like, well, yeah, he's what are you supposed to do? 36 and being like, well, I don't see why. How did you get there? How did you get past the gates? Do you think he just did, I have a DoorDash? And they're like, and they open the gate? I mean, what the fuck happened? Apparently, he just drove straight through the gate at the front of the tarmac and began driving for miles up and down the active runway. I mean, there's planes everywhere, dude. You know what? The thing earlier, fucking men doing this are so stupid. Where am I supposed to go? What terminal are you at? What gate? It was determined that this is somehow completely unintentional. An investigation ended up with the man being let go without any charges. How? There had to be some kind of medical, or there has to be something that they're not telling us. How do you let that go? Driving your Fiat up and down the fucking runway. I could see someone doing this too. Some dumbass Midwest idiot would be like, well, I don't want to get to the airport food. I'm just going to DoorDash something to the airport. And you're like, what are you? You'd have to go through TSA, idiot. You know what I mean? But I could see someone doing that.
I almost got banned from, what is the Austin airport. I was late for my plane and I saw them closing the door. So I like sprinted down and no one was at the kiosk. So I just pulled out my ticket and scanned it myself. And then I went up to the locked door and I tried to open it.
Bomb! Bomb! That's what you're yelling, trying to get somebody's attention.
I gave up, went to the lady to help me after she came back. They were trying to get me on another flight. They're like, this is weird. It says you're on the flight. And I was like, oh yeah, I scanned it. And then she's like, what? She started sweating. She was really nice, but then airport security came up and she's like, yeah, don't ever do that again.
Regardless of how insane some drivers act, it's hard not to feel bad for them, considering that working for DoorDash is extremely draining. Unfortunately, however, some drivers take out their frustration on the customers. After trying to surprise their partner with some Asian food, one woman was shocked to see that her driver had sent her a picture of him next to a dumpster and peeing on their meal completely unprompted. Completely unprompted! How do it... See, this is what I'm saying though. How do we know it's completely unprompted?
We're only getting one half of the story.
I think so. Don't get me wrong. I think these things do happen. Some just people freak out. But I think when people make these stories, you're leaving out a little bit of information, aren't you? What did you do? Hey man, how you doing today? I think it's some stuff that's just being like, hey, just let you know I'm in line, whatever. I'm in line because you get a message like that from DoorDash sometimes. I'm in line, picking up your order! Exclamation point. I bet some person would be like, make it quick. Just a little, just something that was just the breaking point for that day to be like, cool, I'm gonna take this to a dumpster and piss all over it. Appalled by this, the woman asked what was going on, and all he said was, and I quote, "You bitch, I piss on you," before ending the conversation. The woman called the police and allegedly got his car impounded. However, when she posted the DMs to r/DoorDash expecting sympathy, many of the customers found the situation funny, which enraged her even more. It is funny. If I also it's Asian food, get over it. It's one meal.
You guys think this is funny?
Yeah, see that she definitely fucking did something.
I think she did
something. She did just based on this interaction.
That even though what
do you mean you're not frustrated?
It's just something we're not getting. Another driver was arrested after she got caught pepper spraying a customer's order. Courtney Stevenson had just finished delivering an Arby's order to a home in Evansville, Indiana, when she pulled out a small bottle of mace from her keychain and sprayed it inside around the bag. When the customers brought it inside and began eating, the wife began to choke and vomit, claiming her throat was burning. It's horrible, but it's also just... It would, I mean, like, the fumes alone would be someone saying that once again, it's a Midwest couple being like, oh, goddamn, chicken to China, the Chinese chicken, this shit is popping. Opens it up. It's not that bad, Carol. I told you should have went with General Childs. Courtney was charged with 2 counts of battery resulting in moderate injury, 2 counts of consumer product tampering, and was banned from DoorDash. The whores. A driver named Olivia was caught up in a massive scandal after receiving a delivery. The instructions stated to leave it on the front steps of the home, which I will say the delivery note option might as well not even be there because I've never seen them actually do it. It's almost always disregarded. I digress. When Olivia arrived, she noticed the door just slightly creaked open. After a brief inspection, she could see a naked homeowner asleep on the couch. Instead of walking away and reporting the customer on the app, she decided it would be a good idea to walk further into his home and record him. Everyone's probably seen this story by now, but it still appalls me. I can't believe it. She then went home and uploaded the footage to TikTok, claiming she had been sexually assaulted. If you see a naked person sleeping, is that assault? Is it reportable? Yes, I would say so. That's the gray area. I don't know. You tell me. I don't know how cracked it was, blah, blah, blah. I digress. To me, it sounds like a drunk man ordered food and passed out on his couch, whatever. If it was fully open and it was a screen door and the person is naked there, actually, that would be like, what the fuck are you doing? The internet did not side with her and called her insane for walking into someone's home, even if the door was slightly open. Things would only escalate when she continued to post online, screaming at the top of her lungs and doubling down that she was sexually assaulted and how DoorDash was in the wrong for banning her. When local police got hold of her footage, they determined that that the man was clearly drunk and asleep on his couch. This clearly indicated that there was no assault or wrongdoing since he was in his own home. For months, Olivia would defend her actions, but however, in January of 2026, she was charged with 2 felonies, 1 charge of unlawful surveillance and another of dissemination of unlawful surveillance images, each carrying a maximum sentence of 4 years in prison. The saying a few bad apple ruins the whole bunch is definitely applies to delivery drivers, as we've all had annoying experiences dealing with them. For some people, messing with their food is enough to put an entire app on their shit list, which justifiably so. Most of them do their jobs correctly, but there are plenty of drivers that seem absolutely incapable of doing their job. So the next time you order food online and it gets delivered correctly, be respectful. After all, you never know how insane their shift has been, right guys? And also too, I will say, I mean, have respect for the DoorDash driver and stuff. It's a meal. It's a meal. Granted, you paid money for it or whatever. If they didn't deliver in the right spot and you had to walk a few extra feet to get to whatever, or you had to do X, it's not the end of the fucking world. You know, did somebody fuck up your order and you had to, you know, you had to like live with another thing? These things don't make it justifiably okay just to be like, well, I guess I'm just gonna get walked over. But at the same time, just like let it fucking go, man. Or just don't order through the app anymore. You choose a different one, you know? And also just ask for a refund. There's like no reason that you should ever be like harassing these delivery drivers. And there should be no reason as a delivery driver that you should ever act like this is a social interaction. Also, I wanna say, fuck ghost kitchens. Ghost kitchens piss me off too. That's a story for another video. Okay guys, that's it. Bye-bye.
So what are you thinking about for lunch? We should maybe DoorDash.
We can DoorDash Chuck E. Cheese or something.
Chuck E. Cheese?
We'll DoorDash, we'll DoorDash a Longhorn Steakhouse to get us a bunch of well-done ribs. No pink in the middle. None. Fully cooked through. A lot of catering. A lot of ketchup. Yep. No tip. We good?
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit down because today we're talking about the Minecraft movie. Let me just say, we're talking about, I think, the theater experience again. We did go and see the Minecraft movie. I didn't think it was, you know, I liked it more than the Super Mario Brothers movie. I liked it more than the FNAF movie. Even more controversial take. If anybody goes into the Minecraft movie and they're like, I like FNAF better.
Well, I guess both fan bases are autistic, but...
Well, we're not critiquing that. Really, we went into it because it was the same thing as when we went into the Wicked movie, right? We went in because what we found was people going hog wild, right? We mostly went and saw to see if there'd be anybody singing in the theater, which there was, thankfully. And this time, instead of gay people singing Defying Gravity, you have a bunch of teenagers screaming, hooping, and hollering, and throwing popcorn. Ladies and gentlemen, what are we in? This is the state of movie theaters right now. This is also advocates who push for just, I'm gonna watch it at home, right? Which is unfortunate because I do think the movie theater is a special place. And this pains me, Nick. I'm pained. My feeble little heart can't take it.
Similar to like the Eras Tour too, with Taylor Swift, fans getting up and doing
the
circles.
Eras Tour. Well, there's a difference between, well, here, I'm not gonna blame the Swifties for that, all right? I want to. The only people I blame at the Eras Tour is like the girl who's sitting outside the stadium and she starts crying when she hears the song. It was the song that saved my life.
Well, I'm talking about when they were playing the theater.
Oh, the theaters, yeah. They're doing the cult mentality. Well, I mean, you know, it's a concert thing. It's a difference, at least, right? So today we're gonna talk about the absolute pandemonium that's the Minecraft movie. From trashing theaters to body slamming theater staff. Let's Minecraft. To better understand how we got here, we have to go back to the beginning. When the trailer of the Minecraft movie dropped in late 2024, people were immediately taken back by how bizarre it looked, right? Remember people being like, what does that sheep look like, dude? Why does a sheep look like that? And you're like, it's Cube. It's Minecraft. Not a big deal. Which, once again, we saw the movie. Thought they did the zombies and pigs pretty good. No. I'll say it.
Villagers.
Love the villagers. The only reason I'd go back is for the villagers. I'd watch that every day of the week. People were already prepped for disappointment after finding out that the movie would be live action rather than fully animated. But seeing the grossly realistic texture on the iconic Minecraft characters greatly upset fans of the game. Like, this isn't cute and simple. What is this? You know what kind of remind me of? It was like that thing when it's like Minecraft graphics turned all the way up. Like those YouTube videos.
About RTX on and RTX.
Yeah. It runs with that trend. The villager character specifically disgusted people the most. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's uncanny, but at the same time, I was like, this rules. They're so looking, and all they do is just yeah. It's so good. Other complaints stem from how the entire movie looked like an overly saturated green screen mess. Sorry to break it to you, the Minecraft world isn't real. You're probably gonna have to have some CGI, which I will say in defense of it again, there's a couple parts where they have practical Minecraft sets and it looks really sick. Jack Black and his sheep house, whatever, that was all practical and that looks sick. I thought it looked good, you know? Could you have done all of that? I think you probably could have with the budget you had, dude, but no, gotta make it digital. Which also, to be fair, if it was all practical, would that not take away from the fact that it's like a seat, like a game? Jack Black was asked by an interviewer about his feelings on the trailer criticism, and he said, quote, I mean, I was surprised because I loved the trailer. I was like, oh, this is gonna go over great. And you know, there's always so many people that are sensitive to everything you put out there. I love the movie, but now I'm like, I don't know. Let's see what everyone else thinks, because I don't trust myself anymore.
Yeah, actually, in the interview, he seems kind of bummed. He's like,
I'd be bummed too, man. You talk about, I've had a cash cow in Kung Fu Panda for 20 years, and now people are like, you're in too much stuff. He's like, God damn, dude. God forbid I work. God forbid I work.
They love you till they hate you.
They love you till, hey, don't I know it, dude. Don't I know it. Regardless, the movie was being marketed non-stop, and seeing that Minecraft is the most popular game in the world, there was no escaping it. Minecraft merchandise began filling shelves, with people finding it bizarre that official Minecraft merch now includes overweight man in his 50s wearing a blue shirt, which I did get because I love it so much. I also got, I used it back there. I cut a hole in them, doesn't matter. McDonald's started releasing the Minecraft movie meals and Happy Meals, appealing to adults as well as children. Each one included collectible toys, figures, and in-game items. I'm a big softie for vinyl toys too, so you better believe. I want the Big Mac Cube, Nick. I want the Big Mac Cube. What do I have to do to get the Big Mac Cube? Alongside its theatrical release, a pirated version of the film was uploaded to the internet. This cut included incomplete CGI and visual FX, which, you know, probably can't show it, but
people say that's the true way to watch the movie.
That's how we truly Minecraft. However, this did nothing to hinder the movie's success. It was released on April 4th and ended up being a massive box office hit. The movie made global earnings of $313 million during its opening weekend, making it the highest grossing video game movie adaptation in history, even beating Mario. I thought that was crazy. Isn't that wild? I don't know. You know, and we saw the movie. It was cringy, or I'm not gonna get around it. It's stupid. There's a lot of things where it's like a really tropey. You know, if you want a breakdown of old men talking about the movie, just watch Red Letter Media talk about it, okay? Because they don't know what's going on either, and they're talking about it like Siskel and Ebert. So you do what you gotta do with that, all right?
Oh, the last line. When will the Lord take me? That's my last line. I'm sorry, I forgot that last part.
Oh, okay, that's the important part.
Yeah.
All I know is that you had the Mimi moments. If I was a kid, I'd probably be thrilled by this. And here's the thing. I know, put me down now, dude. I talk about fucking movies from time. I talked about the Super Mario Brothers movie. I didn't like that. It's for kids. It's for kids. You're gonna criticize a kids movie? Yeah, you know why? Because Puss in Boots 2, so good. Said it then, I'll say it now. How to Train Your Dragon. I thought the live action adaptation doesn't look too bad. Do I think Lilo and Stitch looks good in live action? No, looks horrible. All I know is that there were some moments legitimately got me to laugh. What can I say? I was chortling. Yeah, I was villager laughing. All right, so I don't know. I was gonna say, is it the worst thing of all time? No, it's not. Sorry, I'll say it right now. I'll die on this hill. Better than FNAF. And you know how many people are gonna be like, and then, yeah, sorry, don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. It's easy to also assume that the Minecraft movie would have been in some way successful, right? But with that success, there were some downsides, and we have to talk about chaotic movie screenings. Preteens and teenagers went to the movie theater, and all hell broke loose. During a Minecraft movie, one specific scene has birthed a massive TikTok trend.
Chicken Jockey!
In it, we see the appearance of Chicken Jockey, which is essentially just a Minecraft mob riding on top of a chicken, all right? Is it a meme? Was it even that big of a in the game? Was it a big meme? No. I think it's just the trailer of him yelling, Chicken Jockey! Has now reached peak cinema, my friends. Kino to its finest. For some reason, audience members would film themselves saying the phrase, Chicken Jockey! Along with Jack Black before screaming and cheering at the top of their lungs.
Chicken Jockey!
You meme on a movie like this, you have a good time with your friends. We complained, don't go to a movie theater and sing. Here's the difference, because I'm gonna say something controversial. Going to the Minecraft movie with your boys or your friends
and screaming chicken jockey and clapping, awesome. Going to a movie theater and trying to sing as if you're in the f***ing play, annoying. Stop that. Also, chicken jockey lasts severely shorter than the entirety of Defying Gravity. All right, just want to say that.
Well, also, the people singing are probably singing every song.
What's up? It's nonstop. Which, don't get me wrong, there's Jack Black lines throughout that are getting cheered and memed on. Every time, it's funny until it's not, and we'll talk about that. People were comparing the response to their hyped up screams to the biggest moments from Avengers Endgame, you know, which people look back on the Endgame now and they're like, it was like a part of my childhood. And then like the Minecraft chicken jockey is just dwarfing it. You know what I mean? Which, to be fair, genuine responses of joy versus malicious intents of making fun of something you paid for it just so you could go. It's like basically a circus freak show. You're going up there just so you can be like, ah! You know, my good friend over at the Kino Corner said this on Twitter, which I thought was pretty was important to bring up. That was the wildest theater experience of my life. Most of my audience were middle schoolers and they would clap and hoot and holler whenever one of the meme lines was said or when they recognized something from the game. When Jack Black said chicken jockey, the theater erupted into sheer pandemonium. Kids were cheering, clapping, jumping onto the top of their seats. Whenever Jack Black sang, the kids would get up and start dancing in the aisles. They acted like this wasn't a movie, but a rock concert. It was a complete expression of mixed and genuine love of Minecraft and irony poisoning, and the result was pure chaos for 100 or so minutes, which I gotta tell you, if that's not worth price of admission, I don't know what is. Because if there's also some snob who's like, I just came here to watch the movie, man. I'm like, you're not, I don't think you're missing much in terms of the fucking narrative. I think you can catch back up. I would rather be in that movie experience, honestly.
I was gonna say, I wish our theater was that we went too early.
We went too early. We went on a Thursday afternoon. Also, there was a huge family in front of us, it was like a giant Mormon family or something. Did you notice that? I was like sitting there, I saw the mom and dad, and I was like, my head kept turning because like the amount of kids that were in the front, I was like, Dad? Their whole movie. Dad, is that a creeper? I was like, no, see, that's the bad movie. We had the bad one. Quiet and then just, Dad, is that a creeper? Dad? Almost like karate chopped out of the back of his head. If I had to hear DAD question mark one more time, I was gonna fucking blow my brains out in the theater. I would have been a creeper. The cheering from the audience became so loud that most people from outside of the theater could hear echoing throughout the building. Which is awesome. And as these videos began to blow up on social media, people began to escalate things. In some videos, moviegoers started climbing onto their friends' shoulders, imitating the chicken jockey as they threw their popcorn in the air. Now see, this is where I have to draw the line a little bit. Listen, there's one thing for you to even endanger your life, or you could cripple yourself by getting on your friend's shoulder in a dark movie theater and do, woo! And like take your shirt off and like throw it in the air like that. It's another thing to take popcorn and throw it across, or slushies and throw it across. Come on, bro. Come on. Listen, we can hoot and holler. What are we doing? Making a mess? Come on now. What the hell is this? And it never ends well. As soon as you start throwing stuff, never ends well. Never ends well. Like the
You think a chicken jockey's gonna show up and
theater? The theater? We can't put that in the video. Bleep all that. In many cases, this behavior extended far past just the chicken jockey scene. Some screenings had people screaming and cheering basically nonstop, which that's annoying, all right? Save it for the Jack. If you had just the Jack Black moments to be, I'd just be like, come on, dude, it's kids having fun. But if you're just sitting there screaming, ah! That's terrorism. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. That you have committed an act of terror. And theater staff, let me tell you something, dude. Theater staff right now online is being treated like a substitute teacher. Theater staff were getting enraged by a large number of families leaving with their kids to request refunds due to the obnoxious teens screaming throughout the film.
Refund multiple families now because of all the teenagers in here. If I have to do it again, you're all getting kicked out and leave. Sorry, can you please stop understand? Stop recording. Oh, I got you, dude.
What are you gonna tell a group of kids? Stop it. Hey, you guys screaming and stuff is making me upset. What do you think a 14-year-old's gonna do? Who definitely made fun of a handicapped kid on his way in and like literally took a homeless guy. I'm just, what? You know, it's gonna do nothing, dude. If anything, you have to just be like, you need to get like an older guy in there and just be like, you guys are funny, man. You guys are awesome. And that would probably shut them up. They're like, oh, what are we doing? Some older dude. Seriously, you guys remind me of me. Well, that's how you stop a teen. What if Regal Cinema started employing just like a 45-year-old guy just to kind of snoop around, just be like, you guys, you want to hang out after this?
Oh, the vibe killer.
He's a vibe killer. He come and he just sat on a seat next to you and he's just like, you guys want to like tech decks or something? He's like tech decking.
He's got the full Minecraft creeper outfit, creeper shirt.
Yeah, he has. I thought you were gonna say the onesie, the creeper onesie. He's like, seriously, I didn't even know they made this in my size till this morning. Amazon's just that fast. Isn't that cool? If you had a guy that did that, I'm telling you, that would stop it. The whole audience would be like, we should just get out of here.
You have to make it seem uncool. Right now, it's too cool.
That's what I'm saying. You have to kill her. He's just like, dude, I plan on screaming. If a 52-year-old man sat next to a teenager and he said, I plan on screaming chicken jockey so loud, I can't wait to record it. That would kill it. Or if you had like just a wave of old people walk in and that was just for the chicken jockey part, it's like, yeah, we're part of a Facebook group that goes in and yells chicken jockey. We just think it's so funny what you guys are doing in here. That would kill it. Dead meme immediately. That's what they have to do, dude. AMC Regal, hit me up.
Also, another thing is you pay other companies to go in on the chicken jockey thing and make it cringe.
The new Minister of Finance's chicken jockey? No, this is not true!
Well, exactly. And then you need to sit there and it's like, but at every entrance of the theater experience, you need to have a giant banner that says chicken jockey when you walk in, and it's sitting there, and then it's like people recording you, and it's like a roller coaster thing. So like, hey, buy your photo of when you said chicken jockey in the theater, and kids would be like, lame, man. I don't want to do it. And on Twitter, HW Movie said, Minecraft is easily the loudest cinema experience I've ever been in. Cheering at every third line, only person who was seemingly not into it was a guy in a Minecraft onesie who stormed to the door of the cinema, turned back to everyone and yelled, yo! And left. That would have, as a teenager, that would have been a golden experience. Golden. See, that was the thing. Back in my day, we didn't have any cool movies like that. You went and saw shitty movies, ironically, but there was no one else in the theater. And no one else cared. And there was no way to tell people that you saw it. It was just you and your friend group being like...
Me and my friend group used to do our own memes and yell it in theaters.
Before and after the screening, people would walk down to the front of the theater and start leading chants in order to get everyone hyped up for the movie. And some Minecraft fans with sensory issues who wanted to see the movie opening night were heavily persuaded out of it by people online. If you have sensory issues, that sucks. And I sympathize, but at the same time, you're going into the Minecraft movie after a TikTok trend. I would say maybe just wait for it to be on rental. It'll be on rental in 2 weeks. You'll be all right. Go to a showing at noon when they're in school, all right?
I was gonna say, if your kid really wants to see it, treat him. Take him out of school for a day. Take him to the Minecraft movie.
What is the problem with people taking their kid out of school for a day? If a kid is like, I can't, Dad, I can't watch it. If I sat there and if it was that bad, I would feel so bad. I'd be like, well, let's go at a noon. We're gonna go to noon screening. It's not to feel bad.
Theaters should do, hey, this is the chicken jockey screening where they encourage rowdiness.
Yeah, but that doesn't work. See, because remember they did that. They tried doing that with the Wicked thing. Remember, they're like, this is the sing-along one, and people were like, I don't give a f. I'm going to the regular one. It's like a karaoke bar to them. The Wicked fans are all just like, I want someone to be upset. I want to sing in front of people who don't know that I'm back here. If I'm angry, baby. Right? So if you did the chicken jockey thing, people are gonna be like, I'm going to intentionally go to the one where people are trying to enjoy it so I can ruin it for them. That's gonna be the name of the game. That's like Elmer Fudd trying to set up a trap for Bugs Bunny, dude. But Bugs, it's in here. Don't you want to come in here? The worst Elmer Fudd impression. The chaos that ensued throughout the movie would result in absurd piles of food and trash scattered throughout the theater floor. And a person online recounts their experience saying this: the crowd brought in tonight was the worst I've seen in a while. The amount of times I heard chicken jockey yelled at the top of these teens' lungs was way more than I can count. I love Minecraft so much and honestly love the movie way more than I thought I would, but these groups of people have been a wreck and a mess. For example, this is just one road that I had to clean, and many others were exactly like this. Which, to be fair, it's an absurd amount. It's to the point where everyone's just like, I'll take your largest tub of popcorn, 2 of them, and people throw them. I mean, there's videos of people like hurling them and slushies and stuff. I mean, it gets pretty absurd.
There's that video of like the guy who, I don't even know if he brought his own
He brought bags.
Yeah.
And just started waving them out. Dude, brutal. One person documented the mess that was left after a Minecraft screening to find that someone even puked on the floor.
He must have laughed so hard.
He'd be like,
We're kids. I shouldn't have drank, I don't do well with sugar. I'm 12. I'm 12.
Many viewers of the movie noted that watching a Minecraft movie was the stinkiest experience they'd ever had in a movie theater. Do you think that, I wonder, what do you think that's from?
Sweaty nerds, I guess. I don't know.
Sweaty nerds, though, you think? Well, I mean, it's like, it's Chads.
I think it's just a bunch of like adolescent kids not wearing deodorant.
Teenage boys not putting on Tag body spray and that kind of stuff, and they're just smelly and farting and shit.
I was gonna say, my friend's mom, when we had a sleepover, she kept coming in and being like, this room stinks. Like we were stinking up this room.
Many theaters had to put out signs warning people to stop engaging in the chicken jockey trend, because signs work. Other theaters took a more intense approach, stationing multiple people to monitor Minecraft movie screenings, and staff members admitted that it felt like they were essentially babysitting. Theaters made statements saying there would be a zero tolerance policy for participating in the TikTok trend, but despite this, these teens only thought of more extreme ways to be as obnoxious and as messy as possible. It was almost like a competition to see who could make the lives of the theater staff the most difficult, okay? And people, as we know, as we've experienced on this channel many times, will do anything for likes and attention. In New Jersey, a large group of children began screaming during the movie before taking out bottles of lotion and spraying it all over their seats. Apparently, there was a debate in the community about how much was actually sprayed on the seat and whether or not it was in fact mayonnaise or instead of lotion. Who cares? Don't spray shit on the fucking seats of the theater, okay? Once again, one thing to even be popcorn, one thing to literally stain the seats that you're sitting in, you gross, sadistic f. This whole fiasco infuriated the theater owners to the point of having to set a new rule banning minors from watching the Minecraft movie without a guardian present. I love that. Sorry, it's a rated R movie now. Many theaters had custom built Minecraft props for the purpose of being used as a photo op for children. Many of them were torn to pieces day one. Unruly mob, man. Things reached the peak of absurdity when people started getting physically removed from screenings. And some people were getting caught pulling fire alarms during Minecraft movie screenings to force evacuations. Others were removed after throwing their drinks directly at other innocent people in the audience, right? Which, what are we doing? What the hell are we doing, dude? During one screening, the movie suddenly paused as police officers entered the theater and escorted groups of rowdy teens out. In other instances, a group of teens were crowding around the theater door before their showing. As one of the employees was trying to contain the chaos, a moviegoer body slammed him. Unnecessary is what I would say. Downright unnecessary. Someone threw water on a guy during the Minecraft movie and yelled, "Water bucket release." Then the guy chased the teenager out and called the cops. It was hilarious. Dude, I'd be so fucking pissed. My old ass too. You know, it's the thing with me though. I know that any of those teens could just beat the shit out of me, so I'd just like get my water thrown at me and I'd just be like, just stand up and just walk out. I'm not about to be in that chaos. Are you kidding me?
I'm actually worried about old grandpa bringing their little grandson. And he's packing heat.
What happened? Cover your ears, Johnson. You sons of bitches. Die! Can you imagine a 5-year-old named Johnson? Love you, boy. 32 teenagers were shot tonight at the Minecraft movie after being unable to leave due to popcorn buildups at the door. In the subreddit, r/movie theater employees joined to collectively vent about their horrendous experiences working shifts during the opening weekend of the Minecraft movie. I love that this is actual time in our lives where we can be like, there's a place where people on subreddits can be like, God, it was a hard weekend. And other guys can be like, yeah, like they're coal miners or some shit. Kicked out 20 teenagers tonight because of the trend for this movie. Another user said, someone egged our theater last night. And another user even said, yeah, I had quite a few refunds that I let slide halfway through the movie because people were getting shoes thrown at them, popcorn and candy. It was a complete shit show and I felt bad for the families that were just there to enjoy the movie. Where some people will gladly be public nuisances for the sake of their own entertainment, others decided Minecraft movie was the perfect time to scream slurs. That's right, did you know that we're going into a racial and anti-Semitic part of this video? Here it is. On various occasions, people were recorded screaming the N-word during the movie. And when we say on various occasions, let me tell you, there is too many videos online of people screaming the N-word at the screen in a Minecraft movie. And here's the thing, tons of chortling after. All right? Lots and lots of it. Also anti-Semitic stuff, people doing that. I'm not going to go into depth about it. I'm just saying that it has brewed a sense of trollism that people online would probably call based or red-pilled. That's what I'm saying, that kind of vibe. Going to the Minecraft movie with my boys and we're cutting fucking loose. loose. As far as obnoxious theater audiences go, I think a Minecraft movie certainly takes the top spot. There are plenty of big video game / toy franchises trying to move into the realm of film. And hell, after the success of Barbie movie, it was already revealed that Mattel has like 14 movies coming out based on their products. Mattel products, man. It kind of makes you wonder just how far things can go. I mean, it's only a matter of time before one of these annoying movie stunts leads to someone dying. Grandpa the Gun during the Monopoly movie. And during the Monopoly movie, if people don't dress up in monocles and shit and have money bags and start running around and pass and go, what are we doing? But also, here's another thing. Films are dying.
Not if you bring Jack Black. Get Jack Black in every movie.
If that's the only way it'll ever survive is if Jack Black stars in all 14 Mattel movies. Can you imagine if they had Jack Black be bald and he's a Monopoly man? Who are you? Hi. With the monocle. Hi. And the Monopoly man. But he's doing like a Daniel Plaintiff thing, whatever. I drink your shake. Whatever he's doing that. I pass go. Collect $200. You go directly to jail. With a cane. And I'll just say this as we start heading off into the sunset here. It was just an odd phenomenon that we wanted to talk about because I don't think it's going to go on much longer. Memes only lives. It's like a shooting star. But for the time being, this had to be one of the wildest times in a movie theater. And I don't think it'll ever be topped, Nick. I don't think so. Do you think that this is the catalyst? Is it the wick has been lit on the dynamite?
I think people are going to start forcing shit.
Well, this is the perfect storm though because you have Jack Black as Steve from Minecraft and he has all these lines and it's like what else is bigger than Minecraft? Nothing. You know, that's the big thing because people are like what Monopoly and then they're gonna be like, yeah, I think my grandma has that under her fucking staircase, dude. You know, who knows? I mean I don't know. It's such a weird time. All I gotta say is this, guys. Go watch whatever movie you like. I could hate it, the FNAF movie. There's people who like it. Go see it as many times as you want to. Go watch Wicked. Be gay and watch Wicked. Be morbidly obese and gay and watch Wicked. And sing songs. That's your right as a human being. Am I wrong, Nick? Am I wrong? Chortle would slap your belly at Donkey Kong in the Super Mario Brothers movie, right? Donkey Kong movie, but Seth Rogen in like a practical suit, like makeup. Can you guys believe this? You're gonna smoke weed? Anyways, moral of the story is this. Enjoy whatever you want, but for the love of God, just leave other bystanders out of it. Go there and just shut up and enjoy the movie. Granted, Minecraft movie, I was on board for a bit until it started throwing shit and everything. I think going to a movie and screaming and clapping at stuff, insane. It's hilarious. But people criticize the Eras Tour people, the Swifties for getting up and dancing during the concert? I did, but I would say the general public was like, well, it's a concert movie. What are you supposed to do? During the Minecraft movie, it's a fucking Minecraft movie. They're screaming chicken jockey and clapping. That's fine. And then here's the other thing. Well, I think I wanted to go to the theater and experience it. Take your son out of school and get a fucking matinee. I don't want to hear it. Take a sick day from work, all right? All I know is that thank you all so much for watching the video.
Chicken jockey.
Chicken jockey. Just end like that. Just end like that. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in and sitting down because today we're talking about swingers. And no, my friends, we're not talking about a jungle gym or a playset. We're talking about swingers. A little while ago, we talked about the odd and confusing world of poly relationships, and we also tried to do a video on foot stuff. Can't talk about that. It's a whole big thing, but we have the uncensored video up on my Patreon. Check that out. Well, that's far from the only unique relationship structure out there for people who want to spice things up in their lives, right? You know, there's other avenues that you can go down besides poly or furry, right? And today we're having to dust off the track again and skip down the yellow brick road, as they say, because today we're going to educate you, our lovely viewers, about swinging, which is similar to being poly in a sense that you have multiple romantic partners. However, there are many, many key differences. And yes, this is an educational video and a comedy video, so please don't just strike this down. Just know you could have had feet. The beautiful world of feet, but I digress.
Today's video is sponsored by Fume, the leaders in flavored air. Everyone has habits they need to break, but breaking them can be hard. So why don't you let Fume help?
Fume is not a vape, and it's not an e-cig. It's just flavored air, which means you can use Fume anywhere because there's no vapor, no nicotine, and no toxic chemicals. And on top of that, Fume is an award-winning device that puts you on the path toward being free from bad habits. Fume has tasty flavors like crisp mint, spearmint ice, and cinnamon heart to keep you company while you're building better habits. Fume is also there when you're feeling anxious. Calm down with the satisfying snaps and clicks of the device whenever you need to. Over 500,000 people have already made the switch to Fume as part of their habit change journey. If you're ready to try it yourself, now's the time. For a limited time, if you order a Journey Pack using my code PAPAMEAT, you'll get a free Fume topper and awesome accessory to level up your experience. So click the link at tryfume.com/PapaMeat or scan the QR code on screen to get yours today. Thank you to Fume for sponsoring this video, and back to the video.
As it turns out, there's a whole other world to uncover within this lifestyle, from secret codes to lavish swinger resorts and parties. Before we get into it, some of you may be wondering what exactly is swinging. Hunter, sit me down as if I was a toddler and I'm bouncing on her knee and you just tell me about swinging. All right, I will. Swinging is when a couple opens up their relationship to outside fun partners. Can we just say sex or no?
I think, yeah.
You think so? All right.
Just say fun time in bed.
Sometimes the purpose of reinvigorating their fun time in bed lives with other people, when things, yeah, I'll just say sex. Sometimes the purpose of reinvigorating their sex lives when things get a bit stale. Where poly couples have full-on emotional relationships with multiple people, swinging is often more about the physical connection, right? I don't really care about your emotions. I just want to text you on an app and then we meet up and make love in a bathroom. It's not always a bathroom, but it's a little more lustful, all right? Even though I want to say, I think poly people they feel like they're above it. I feel like swingers are very just surface level.
Yeah.
I feel like they're just honest. I'm not trying to glorify anything. I'm just saying that I think they're just like, listen, what are we doing? Are we doing this thing or not? HQ says it's okay. The wife's out the window like this.
Most of the times it's the husband.
Yeah, exactly. Go on. Fill her up. I'm kidding. You know how creepy it'd be? Like slap your wife's ass knowing, all right, you go out there and have fun. And get in there and yeah, a guy yells out, fill her up. I need 40 on 2. For many couples, this is something that is participated as a couple rather than an act that is totally separate. And typically, people like to blame modern society for its heightened levels of promiscuity. They might be surprised to find out that some of the earliest forms of swinging took place back as far as 1940s between World War II Air Force pilots. Bet you didn't realize you tuned into the History Channel, did you? Did you think that was going to happen today? I didn't think so. As Air Force pilots had some of the highest casualty rates, they formed close bonds with each other and their families, and according to some, quote, they shared each other as kind of a tribal bonding ritual, with tactic understanding that the 2/3 of the husbands who survived would look after the widows. Listen, Samuel, come on over here. Sam, if I die over the Gulf of Mexico, I want you to clean my wife's pipes. Yes, sir. Aye, aye, Captain.
Is that why Iceman and Maverick were so close?
That is why Iceman and Maverick. That's why Top Gun is such a sexually charged movie. Other pilots that took part in wars admitted that this was also the case, with one explaining that partner swapping during the Vietnam War was seen as normal. Partner swapping is in like the people they had sex with over in Vietnam, or when they got back from Vietnam, they're just like, what's your name, Rosemary? It's a beautiful name.
That's what I think it is. Hey, your husband
I want you to meet David. Rosemary, hi, David. You know what I mean? I want to imagine like the one couple that's like not swingers at that barbecue when they get back. Everybody's just like Chinese finger trapping each other over there. You're like, I'd feel kind of left out, wouldn't you?
No,
no one came up to me and asked. You're like, well, I think we're the ugly ducklings at the party.
Well, I talked to my wife. You want to get into swinging?
So you're like, you want to get in immediately.
Yeah, if I'm the only one there not
doing it. You want to be passed around like a fruit salad, sweetheart? Would you mind if I got my salad tossed, sweetheart? You never want us to have any fun. I'm in hell. Swinging became even more widespread during the free love movement in the 60s, which challenged the social norms surrounding traditional marriages and sexuality. Just like poly relationships, there's an obnoxious amount of terminology in the world of swinging, and here are some notable ones, my friends. We have play. Anything sexual done between swingers and their partners. That's just a little bit of play. You know, little Simon Says, we're just playing. We're playing.
Oh, so if I tell my wife, hey, I'm going to go play Magic with the boys.
I'm going to go play with Jared. You playing Warhammer with him? Yeah. We're playing. Come back just fucking sweating, exhausted. Need to wash my hands. I'm gonna go play, and the first thing he comes back and says, I need to wash my hands, I think he might have been dirt digging a little bit, all right? Or we have soft swap, trading partners for anything besides full-on intercourse, like flirting, kissing, or oral sex. This is the opposite of full swap. So soft swapping is when you flirt, you're kissing, or like just somebody sucking your cock. That feels like a full swap. Am I wrong? No. I ate her asshole out. She ate my asshole out. We're soft swapping.
That's third base. It's not.
I mean, it's a home run.
That's why those Mormons were cool with it, with soft swapping.
Would soaking be soft swapping? Is that what you're talking about?
No.
Oh, you're talking. I see. Because they're just like, well, they're not really doing anything because it's like, yeah, he's like putting his thumb in my ass, but it's nothing really else. So they're just like, sure, babe, sure. Hey, God loves you. I love you, baby. Because in the Secret Lives of Mormon Wives, they were saying that they would all just go to the same house and they would just be like a swingers party.
Yeah.
Where you're all fucking in the same house, right? So do you think like a guy sitting there and he's just like talking to another guy just casually? He's like, no, I got the V8 and I'm happy with it. And then the other is like, whatever. Is it as casual as this where he's just like, she's wild. You almost think I put a V8 in her. She goes all night. You want to get in there? You want to tag team? You just want to soft swap? All right, you just want to soft swap? That's fine. She eats ass real good. Do you think it's as casual as that? It's gotta be.
It's like just showing up, you're having a party and there's like rooms.
The same way that you ask for someone to eat your asshole out is the same way you've been like, ooh, pigs and blanket. Like finger snacks. Uh-oh, someone had sugar-free Sprite. I love that. Yeah, and it's the same thing. It's just like somebody like, hello? Next, you have closed door swinging, which is couples that swing together, but in separate rooms. This is more common with people new to the scene that can't handle witnessing their partner with another person. As open door swinging would be the opposite, where they're just like, I want to see all of it. Good for you. Me holding ankles. Whoa. That's me holding my own ankles. Whoa. There's also hot wife, when a married woman has consent from her husband to swing while the man chooses not to. That sounds just, oh, I guess not. That sounds like but then there's holding, which is probably the most popular terminology of all this, being a man who takes pleasure in seeing his wife having sex with another man, sometimes as a form of humiliation. Humiliation kinks are so fascinating to me. Do you think every kink is a form of humiliation?
No.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
Name one that's not.
Or you say the humiliation's on you?
I'm wondering if every kink is a form of humiliation. You could be the one who's just like, I like humiliating, I guess, my partner, or I like to be humiliated. I'm just saying that I'm wondering if a kink is always like humiliation driven.
Feet. I don't think feet's humiliating.
You don't think so?
No. How so? How would it be humiliating?
Well, I think that one, if you had like a big duck feet and you're like, I like when people, you know, Cinnabon the top of my feet. Is that not you being like, look how gross my feet are?
I mean, I guess that could be.
And then also you getting excited over a non-conventional thing. Is that not humiliating in a sense to where it's like a secret and it's like, ooh. I'm not saying that it is. I'm just bringing up the question because it feels like a lot of these things are based in just like a form of humiliation. Almost the same kind of like thrill as like, I don't want to get caught or that kind of stuff. I don't know, just interesting. Then there's bareback, which is intercourse without a condom. And that's, I feel like everybody. I have so much swinger. I'm like, bareback, obviously, right, guys? There's D&D free, which you would think is Dungeons and Dragons, but unfortunately it's not. It's when someone is clean of all diseases and drugs. There's parallel play. Two swinger couples having intercourse in the same room, not swapping partners, but just being in the same room. That's like a camping trip thing. You guys want just one tent?
That's like an orgy. So it's like they're...
Yeah, but I thought an orgy is you're going around with everybody.
I mean, it can be.
Because in this one, in parallel play, it's literally, I mean, side by side.
What it is the room is like an orgy room, but they're just in it, not tasting the other treats or appetizers.
Yeah, exactly. They're not getting their pigs in blankets and all that stuff, yeah.
They're doing it for the social aspect. And like
they just like go look around, sweat like a hog. The guy likes doing that because he likes having the deer in the headlights thing. Who touched my foot? That's what I keep saying. Who touched my foot? My fat ass rolling around like the bald dude from Dune. Who touched my foot? She's like, stop it. I'm like, I kind of want to get some. Why am I kind of want to get some parallel play in now, dude? And of course, there is the one and only. Again, I feel like this is going to be a reoccurring thing when we talk about these, but there is the unicorn, which is just a single female.
Yeah, everybody wants a unicorn at a swingers party.
Yeah. Whoa, look at her. She's beautiful. She's like standing by like a chili bowl.
Oh, chili.
Yeah. In movies and stuff, they make swinger parties and like orgies and stuff look so cool. You know how greasy that is? It's like realistically going to a strip club. Strip clubs are greasy, dude. I think I've been like maybe 2 in my life. And every time It's never good. I'm not saying that there isn't good ones. I'm just saying that, like, at a swinger thing, if it's like some big old people from the Midwest, like if I was throwing one, it'd be like BYOB, and people were like bringing like food. There would literally probably be pigs and blankets there, like a thing, like a crock pot of chili. And in between when you were gassing them, especially during the winter months. Come on, dude.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be one stinky orgy.
Oh, it always is. You try to light candles and they're just like, blow them out. Let the stink fester. And many people struggle to imagine why anyone would ever enter this type of lifestyle. But according to those who have, it's benefited their lives greatly. So let's talk about the benefits of swinging. Some couples that have been together for many years find that their lives have become very routine, and some believe that opening themselves up to the unique arrangement has added a level of adventure and excitement that relit the spark in their relationship, which I do think I can see people coming to that conclusion. I'm bored.
Yeah. Well, I love you, but
I love you, but I'm bored. Like that's like what, you know.
Yeah.
Do you think the majority of swingers have kids?
Well, maybe. I was gonna say it's either people who just never had kids, or it's older people and the kids have left the nest.
See, that's what, because I don't know if we touch on this in the document, but one thing I was thinking is, if you have been like a nuclear family kind of vibe your whole life, your kids have gone out and stuff, you've been married to this one for 50 years. I heard senior citizens homes, whatever, brutal. Well, I heard that's where they do it. They're just like, I don't fucking care. I suck and anything. That's what I heard. I heard that it's just like grease traps. Have you ever heard of that?
No.
Big old stinky racist grease traps. That's what they are. They're swapping and doing whatever they can. It's like heaven before heaven. Is what they're saying. And others believe that it helped them become closer and to trust each other more, as engaging in swinger lifestyle takes an ample communication and exploration of each other's boundaries, right? And with any non-traditional relationship structure, however, there are bound to be many negatives, as it takes a special type of person to adjust to seeing your partner entangled with someone else. So, envy is a major problem. As anyone can imagine, seeing your partner sleeping with another person can immediately lead to relationship-shattering jealousy if someone is not prepared to handle it. Which, here's a nice little quote. It's gonna be etched up in a gold plate, embedded into a wall. It's all fun and games until someone makes your partner moan in a way you never could. It's true, dude.
Yeah, that's...
You deer too. It's like a deer call or something in the woods. You see hunters that are doing like that? Whistle. That's the deer in the headlights thing. You're just like, I know that tone, but it sounds different to me. I've never heard that pitch before.
The worst too would be like if you're the first guy who's done. You're just sitting there eating chili, like, I want to join back in.
You're looking around. Now you're the fat kid and like dodgeball, whatever. You're like, dude, you're just gonna get hit first. Look at you, dude. You're like a giant walking target. And then you feel bad too, because if you're on these circles, you're just like, yeah, she had sex with them. And everyone's like, ew. That's the kind of guy I'd be, dude. I can see it. Also, the jealousy thing, I feel like, don't get me wrong, I think women would get jealous. I just feel like men's ape brains would make it so much worse. Was it dick bigger than mine?
Yeah.
Was his dink bigger than mine? You were sunk in his dink. Some people will make the mistake of forcing themselves into this lifestyle just to appease their partner who feels the relationship is lacking. And some forums and websites even advise husbands on how to convince their wives how to let them swing. He's like, so this is what you do. It's like a cooking show kind of thing for guys where they're just like, you want to do this.
I was thinking more like WikiHow.
Yeah, like a WikiHow, Ask Jeeves kind of meme, whatever. Hey, Jeeves. One-sided swinging has a tendency to create animosity between the couple. Of course, well, yeah, dude. Isn't this great? No. I'm an L. And because there's negative stigma around swinging, these people tend to hide this information from their peers for fear of judgment, which can make things extra difficult. That's true, actually. I don't think I've known anybody who's just like, yeah, I'm a swinger.
Well, yeah, they kind of test you.
Yeah, swinging, man. Those are crazy, right? And you're like, yeah, it is, yeah. Probably pretty fun, though, huh? You're like, maybe. I don't know. I bet it is. It's probably really cool. If you were swinging, would you just be like, you wouldn't give a fuck, or would you be nervous to tell people?
I'd be like, yeah, I swing.
Really?
Want to join?
Yeah, join us. Dude, I'm kidding. We're not like that. We're really down to earth. Trying to be like a one. Yeah. No, I just go in there solo. You're like, I don't know why, which this may be ignorant of me to say or rude, but if it's a couple and you're into it, I mean, I don't give a shit. Do whatever you want. But I don't know, it feels so much weirder if a guy is single and he's like going into these places. Hey, tag me. Tag me. Ah. Selfish lovers. Soft swap. He's like hitting his back with a towel. Soft swap. Get the fuck out of here, Greg. Ah, we're all having fun, aren't we? We're swingers. Going to like a naked guy, dude. You look insane tonight. If you were swinging, Nick, that's the guy I want you to be. There's gonna be one swinger who's just like, how dare you, in the comments. It is perfectly normal for one man to show up to a swingers party. Many people on Reddit have ranted about how swinging has ruined their marriage, like one man who used it as a last-ditch effort to save his marriage. In this post, a husband explains how after 10 years of marriage, he offered the idea of swinging to his wife after she was caught flirting with other men. Desperate, the husband agreed to it as they had 5 children together and he didn't want to throw everything away. They began going to swinger parties, but soon enough, it was only the wife who was meeting new people. She's just like, do something with your hair. He's like this? Or like, does that look good? Or I don't know. She's like, I don't. She's just getting fucking railed. I don't know. I'm busy. I want to go home. That's what I do. I do the baby thing where your feet are together like that, like baby. I'd be in front of him with my little pig cock sitting there. I want to go home. I'm not having fun. No one wants to play with me. And the Redditor posts about how he's been miserable for 3 years, updating the post 2 weeks later to reveal that she had eventually left him after he explained that non-monogamy was not possible for him. She later would end things by telling him, quote, well, I'd still be interested in being play friends with you. We can have some fun occasionally. That's a fucking dagger to the heart, dude. I remember when we went to the carnival together. That'd be brutal. If you've been 10 years, I'd be like, dude, I've ridden the ride. I got an idea of it.
I feel like after a while, you'd be like, man, I miss that.
Probably emotionally, I would assume so. You'd be like, I miss the way she smells. I'm just getting sad. I'm like, poor guy. God, that's brutal. One of the most fascinating parts of the swinger lifestyle is the bizarre way that people signal to each other that they are a part of it. This is mostly to avoid judgment or potential awkward encounters with people who are incorrectly identified as swingers, which I love. I love the idea that there's like a third baseman coach. Some guy's like across the bar and he like looks at you and he's just like, you know how sick it would be to catch somebody in doing that though? It'd be like aliens communicating. So instead of like, instead it'd be like 2 guys just being like, the other guy's like,
and then you join in.
Yeah, and I start doing this. This is all like a Red Robin.
What's that?
This is all like a Red Robin.
Oh, at a Red Robin, yeah, dining, yeah.
So funny. Such a funny joke. So let's get into swinger codes, dude. One of the most popular examples that most people know of is the upside down pineapple. I'll be honest, I've never heard of that before in my life. Don't know what that is. Those who want to advertise that they are comfortable and open to swinging would display this type of decor on their clothes or even the doors of their cruise ship.
Put a little magnet, pineapple.
Now that I know this stuff, I feel like I'm gonna see it way more. That doesn't seem too loud, right?
No.
I've seen people have like tropical dresses or whatever, like Hawaiian shirts, but now I'm gonna be like, fucking upside down pineapples, dude.
I was gonna say now, yeah, if you see an upside down pineapple shirt.
Hello. May I ask you a question? People at grocery stores would sometimes place a pineapple upside down in their cart as a way to help them find new partners discreetly while going about their day, which I gotta tell you, that's some dirty dog activity. You can't even when I get groceries, I have to see if I can find somebody.
Oh, so there's someone scouting in the produce section.
Desperate ever. Ma'am! A more obscure signal is through the use of specific garden plants known as pampas grass. Having this in your yard is meant to signal to your neighbor that you're a swinger, a fact that many people attribute to the drastic drop in sales of plant nurseries. The same is said for people that use white landscaping rocks on their lawn, as well as pink lawn flamingos and garden gnomes. Dude, there's so many old ladies who are just like, what? No! Harold, get your gun! People who wear a black ring on their hand while out in public are also said to be advertising their interest in swinging. In a retirement complex in Florida, residents have been accused of displaying colored loofahs on their cars to signal to others what level of swinging they are interested in, which is so funny because that was the same that people did with like, remember the bracelet thing back in the day? Mm-hmm. You would like go and it's like the things you haven't done, and then you would, if you had done it, you would wear it. So some people would have all of them.
Yeah.
Not like the Live Strong ones, but they were like thinner. I don't know.
Okay. I was thinking of the Live Strong ones.
No, he just had testicular cancer, and he's actually a cheat. He did steroids. Lance Armstrong, you're my hero! Info guides have made the rounds, supposedly explaining what each colored loofah means. There it goes. If you want some old strange pussy, there it is.
You want me to read them?
Sure.
White is novice and beginner. Red is voyeurs, people who like to watch. Pink is soft swap. Blue is the lowest level of full swap. Yellow is mid-level swap. Black full swap, and turquoise is bisexual.
I love that black is just like, we're going to the funeral. I want to see a guy with like a red loofah and he has like binoculars and he's just like, I like to watch. That's all I want to do. People who have worked at these retirement homes deny this though, stating that they use it to actually help them find their cars because all retirees drive similar cars, which is also true. Everyone drives like a Lincoln or a Mercury. That's all they drive. Many believe that this is a myth and there's no real proof that any of this is based in reality. They're all atheists. They're all atheist cowards. A big part of the swinger lifestyle is attending swinger parties, which are essentially social gatherings where the whole purpose is for couples to engage in sexual activity with other participants, right? And one of the more notable ones referred to as Scarlet Ranch. Scarlet Rot, it's just a full-blown farm. Scarlet Ranch is a private upscale event that takes place in Littleton, Colorado at the Squirrel Creek Lodge. Dude, you're not catching me swinging at a place in the Squirrel Creek Lodge. Sorry. You going to the Squirrel? You going to Squirrel Creek this weekend? You going to Squirrel Creek this weekend? I had a stroke there a little bit. Oops. Up to 2,000 guests attend weekly in order to socialize, take in the upscale ambiance, and enjoy a fine dining experience. It features multiple group play areas as well as swings, St. Andrew's crosses, spanking benches, and special events like foam parties. Also, just want to say, I did say 2,000 a week.
Yeah, that's a lot.
A week, Nick. Yeah, it's a lot. People are expected to dress nicely and provide their own drinks.
BYOB.
BYOB, what'd I say? And see, we're not bringing up the chili, but I think that chili, the crock pot thing, is definitely not totally out of reach, right?
Definitely. It's on the table.
Yeah, of course it is. And not all swinger events are as glamorous as Scarlet Ranch, yet some people will travel long distances to attend them. There are other types of swinger parties known as hotel takeovers. These are events where people rent out an entire hotel in order to turn it into a giant swingers club for an entire weekend, often with their own themes. I want to have a fucking list of the hotels that allow this, so I will never step foot in one. I know that every hotel's probably just like caked in blood and piss and all that stuff. I don't want to know that a swingers party happened. That's too much.
Yeah.
Right? That's like seeing the cow get killed and then eating a hamburger. Trying to get some sleep, but your ear against the pillow instead of like a seashell with the ocean sounds, it's just like moaning and guys farting and coming, and you're just like, I wouldn't be able to sleep in there. It would be too much in my head, I think.
It'd be like a ghost. I don't know if I treat it like a ghost story.
Yeah, this place is haunted. After one of those happens, everything turns into the Overlook Hotel. Right this way. Let me help you back to your room. One swinger urban myth is the concept of key parties, where multiple male partners would place their house keys in a bowl after arriving at a place. On the way out, the female partners would pick a random pair to determine who they would go home with. And some swinger parties can result in some particularly bizarre and uncomfortable stories. So let's talk about the 2018 Swingers Ball Brawl.
Brawl.
A fight broke out. A naked fight. During a masquerade ball themed swingers event, a man named David Tillier gets into a physical altercation with another attendees. 50-year-old John Watson had approached Tillier's girlfriend, Evelyn, and asked if she could, quote, put on his sock. She began helping him, which confused and enraged Tillier, believing that he was trying to hit on his girlfriend. He immediately headbutted and struck him several times, yelling, "What sort of man needs help putting on a sock?" Tillier pushed him into a toilet, but at one point fell back and slammed his head on the sink. He continued to berate him until being ejected from the club. Both men were taken to a hospital. Later, Watson explained that he had arthritis and just needed help putting on his socks. Perhaps he thought that this was some sort of bizarre swinger code and took offense to it. I'm not sure. That brings up an interesting question of why would someone be so quick to just be like, you flirting with my girl? Fully torqued and everyone's naked. You flirting with her, bro? Maybe he was intimidated by his size.
Maybe he has his legs spread open. Put my sock on.
Come on, sweetheart. She's like going down. It's like hitting her forehead. She's like, oh, you got big feet. He's like, thanks. Yeah, they are big. I got bunions. They hurt my toes. According to Tillier, he only came to the club to observe rather than participate. I think he just wanted to fight.
Yeah.
He just pissed off. Also, I think he was going there. He's like, I'm going to go there, but I'm not participating. She's like, fine, dude. Let me have fun.
They both were just watching?
Yeah, like they were both just watching. We just want to observe. Even during the peak of COVID-19 pandemic, people were rushing over to swinger parties to get their fill. In one instance, this led to 41 people getting infected in 2020. In New Orleans, of course, a giant swinger party was hosted by a company called Naughty Events. So gross, dude. Which tried to organize a party while following all the COVID restrictions at the same time, aka impossible. The owner, Bob Hannaford, claimed that there were extensive tests for all guests and social distancing while in lines. Once you get in there, you're going to be inside someone. Am I wrong?
I'm just watching.
I'm just watching over here, playing with my pud.
With my mask on.
Yeah, with my mask on.
And one of those like plastic shields.
Yeah, the plastic visor just all over it. He's like, looking like Wrigley trying to escape the alien. They had color-coded wristbands to indicate who had antibodies and were not contagious, as well as others for people who tested negative. He even decided to not install a dance floor in order to keep people from getting too close. What does that mean? You're at a swingers party. I don't want you guys, hey, we'll do the cha-cha another time, but you can still clap your hands. To nobody's surprise, the 5-day event led to tons of people testing positive for COVID and about 41 out of 300 people attending. Honestly, he did. That's not bad.
300 people came to this thing.
Yeah, dude. Of course, 300 people, they're just like, listen, I'll die. I want it. I will die.
This sounds like the, at Burning Man, they have an orgy tent.
Do they still?
Yeah. My buddy was telling me, like, man, you got to try it.
So your buddy did it? He did it?
He goes every year.
He goes to the tent every year?
Yeah.
Hey, more power to him. Power to the people. There are many active subreddits for those in the swinger community that want to share their experiences going to swinger parties and clubs. Here's just a little post I want to read. We went to a swinger motel. They have an indoor pool and hot tubs. We, wife and friend couple, got into the hot tub with 2 other couples there already. The guy gets out of the pool, walks over and sits on the edge of the hot tub. He then proceeds to off about 2 feet from one person's shoulder, with his junk hanging out into the water. While doing this, he looked at each person by staring into their eyes. It's one thing to sit in a corner off to the side, another to jack off into the water right over somebody's shoulder. I like how he's just like, listen, buddy, sit quietly in the corner and do that, like all the normal people. There's like 7 other guys over there. You ever see the movie Waterworld? Yeah, with Kevin Costner on the water. We're making chunky ramen. Seahorses.
I don't like chunky ramen.
So gross. Another post says a guy couldn't get it up, stormed out, and sat in his truck crying. He didn't get an invite to the next house party. I feel bad for that guy. Oh, fuck. He goes up to his truck. Revving his fucking car. Yeah, exactly. To his dashboard. Went to a mass costume party and got went to a mass costume party and got gangbanged. I just want to see her dad just read this and be like, what did I do wrong? One guy kept referring to me a nickname for when I was younger. The next day, I got a message from a family member who I hadn't spoken to in years, who wanted to catch up, and he said the same nickname, and I realized it was him. Little incest gang. You like incest? Woo! Listen, entering the swinger lifestyle is not for the faint of heart, my friends. Much like with poly relationships, it's something that requires a lot of research and communication. Otherwise, you might end up getting hurt. Guys, we appreciate you so much for hanging out and watching this one with us. Until next time, stay swinging. We'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
I like that.
You like that?
That's a good one.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're talking politics. I'm sorry. I'm saying, oh God. I'm sorry. Jesus Christ. I know. Talking politics can be pretty divisive. Divisive? We're in a very weird time politically. Trump goes on Aiden Ross's stream, does the Trump dance with him. They're giving away cyber trucks or something like that. And XQC was there, I think. And then Kamala Harris has people twerking at her committee and she's doing like weird Southern accents and stuff.
So I'm gonna get into some business now. Okay.
It's been a whirlwind of media attention, and quite frankly, it's a goddamn circus is what it is. I don't know if other people in other countries feel this way, but anytime any political race happens, it's just such an overabundance of cringe. It's just like self-shame and cringe. That's all I have. And it splits the country so heavily too. No one can ever just agree to disagree on something, right? People say they like to, but I feel like people are very judgmental, which we do live in polarizing times now as well, but I don't know. We do a lot of tournaments on this channel, and with the election coming up, which I'm not going to talk about my political opinions, because here's the thing, guys. All right. 1, I'm dumb. I'm an uneducated voter. And to be completely frank, I don't know if it's bad to say, I've never voted once in my life. The only thing I've ever voted on is local government stuff. That's the only thing I ever think really I ever can affect. All right. But other than that, I just don't vote. I'm a bad person. Sue me, right?
Yeah, my opinion on you has changed.
I've had people legitimately say that. Listen, I'm just uneducated. So today I wanted to go through and we're going to figure out which politician has the best slogan, looks the prettiest, and has the hottest partner.
Wait! Today's video is sponsored by PDS Debt. If you're struggling with credit cards, medical bills, or paying off personal loans and collections, then PDS Debt's here to help. Everyone accrues debt, but the world doesn't make it easy on you to get out of it. If you're making payments every month on your debt and your balances aren't going down and you have at least $10,000 or more in eligible debt, the PDS Debt has customized options just for you. There's no minimum credit score required, meaning you can have bad credit and fair credit and still be eligible. Implementing PDS Debt's alternative solutions can save you more while paying off your debt in just a fraction of the time. Look, I've worked a lot of odd jobs. I went to art school. Hell, I even lived in my car for a fair bit of time. And I get it, times can be tough. So if you're in a weird spot, maybe at least check out PDS Debt's free analysis to see if there's just any other options for you. See if it's something that can get you out of a little bit of trouble. Stop waiting and start saving. Get a free debt analysis right now at pdsdebt.com/PapaMeat. It only takes about 30 seconds. That's pdsdebt.com/PapaMeat. pds.com/PapaMeat. Thank you so much, PDS Debt, for sponsoring this video and back to the video.
We tried to make this as petty as we possibly could to really get into the mind of an uneducated voter. So without further ado, let's meet our political candidates. We have Indian statesman Indira Gandhi. Is that related to Mahatma Gandhi?
I don't know. I didn't look. But we're uneducated voters, so it doesn't matter. So I'm going to assume yes.
Actually, you know what I'm going to say? As an uneducated voter, I'm just going to say, oh, Gandhi. That's probably the same Gandhi, right? Then we have German statesman Konrad Adenauer, Prime Minister Winston Churchill. I know him. The British Bulldog, eh? President William Henry Harrison. Philippines candidate Junjun Soto. Australian Democrat leader Don Chip. We have President Herbert Hoover. Polish politician Andrzej Lepar. Republican presidential candidate Bobby Jindal. Democratic President Franklin Pierce, Republican Senate candidate Kristen O'Donnell, New York Governor Alfred E. Smith, President Lyndon B. Johnson, Russian revolutionary Vladimir Lenin. We have Lenin on this list? Okay. Taiwanese politician Kyu Yun-han, and President Richard Nixon, which there's a couple of there I do know. There's a couple, I would say the vast majority I do not know, but these are people with controversial slogans. Because you know what? That's the thing with politics, right? It all boils down to a strong slogan. Remember Obama? Believe. In a weird way, you're like, God damn, I want to believe. I want to believe in something, right? And then Trump says, make America great again. I mean, I don't give a if you like the country or not. That's just like a very, that slogan's hard. Make America great again. Kind of makes you just be like, yeah, what the happened? What the fuck happened, man? Slogans are so important. So we need to figure out who has ever had the most unhinged, who's had the best unhinged slogan of all time. And first up, we have Indian statesman Indira Gandhi versus German statesman Konrad Adenauer. Indira Gandhi, 1971. Her slogan was Garabi Hatao, which means remove poverty. Why was this a controversial one, Nick?
It's just whoever's the best, like, just based off the slogan, who am I going to vote for?
Right. So based off who the slogan is, what they look like, their personal life, and just like, I mean, face value everything, right? You don't look into the politics, that's it. Okay. Garabi Hatao, which means remove poverty. How do you debate that? I'm not gonna lie, I like the Sweeney Todd thing over here too, if I'm being honest. My heart's starting to palpitate a little bit. I'm starting to get a little sweaty. This is how I actually feel in the electoral booth, where I'm like I feel like I'm choosing the wrong thing and having no information. This is all feeling so real. Where's the husband at? Oh, this is the husband. Versus German statesman Konrad Adenauer. God, what a ghastly man. I feel like this is like a vampire or something. I always hate when old people's heads, man, they start getting those like onion spots. That grosses me out. How do you stop that? Is that just from being out in the sun too long? Konrad's was literally no experiments.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Do you want context?
No. Well, actually, do you know the context of it? I actually don't want to know because I don't want to inform my decision. No experiments is such a fucking cryptic. He's scary and he's German. He seems like a German mad scientist. As a leader, I feel like people would be afraid to toil with this man. I would be afraid to toil against this man. Versus, I'm going to be honest, the Indira Gandhi seems very sweet. Do I want my leader to be scary or do I want them to be wholesome? That's kind of we're immediately facing a philosophical debate early on. I lean towards Conrad because one, I'm like, he looks like he belongs behind a podium ruling something, doesn't he? Next up, Prime Minister Winston Churchill, which I do love the British Bulldog. He's a good man. And President William Henry Harrison. So I have to go against my own country. Let's see, what was Churchill's? Better a third term than a third world war. That's cold. That's ice cold. He did look very frumpy. He looks like the most stereotypical British guy. Like, this is definitely a plate of brown kind of man. Yo, why is his wife kind of a baddie though, huh? She's got a strong chin, dude. She's got like that's like a Buzz Lightyear chin if I've ever seen one. She has been mewing. She's been mewing and he's been gooning. That's the ultimate looks maxing couple. William Henry Harrison. I don't like the haircut already, first off. Looks like a toupee. You know, just own your bald. I mean, it's easy coming from a guy with like a very full head of hair. What, can you not just be bald? Damn. He looks like he's, yeah, just like I don't like him. All right, well, we're going kind of hard on. What's his presidential campaign? Tippecanoe and Tyler 2. Oh my God, that's his wife? Oh, this doesn't look like a ruler to me. One thing I can tell you right now about Winston Churchill, that like I'm an old thirsty basset hound. This one's too easy. This is definitely Winston Churchill. That's gonna be hard to beat the himself. Damn, dude. Next we have Philippines candidate Junjun Soto versus Australian Democrat leader Don Chip. Philippines candidate Junjun Soto, 2014. So this is the most recent one we've had so far. I'll do my best, but I can't promise anything. I'll do my best, but I can't promise anything. Love the transparency. For those of you who don't know or is not a Filipino, this is pretty much the most overused sentence phrased during elections. Most politicians here would usually cry in front of the camera just to get people's attention, so you can't really put trust on anyone anymore. Is that what he said?
No, this is what someone gave context to.
Okay. This is the only photo we have of him too, isn't it? I'll tell you what, I feel like I would love to go like a barbecue with him. This would be a kind of guy that I'd love to just like hang out, have a couple drinks with, but at the same time, too trusting, maybe a pushover. Maybe I want to be lied to a little bit. Promise me something I can't have. All right, let me see the Australian Democrat leader Don Chip. I want to say right now, love the name Don Chip. Keep the bastards honest. Oh, that's a good one. Keep the bastards honest. Don Chip, eh? Ugh. His smile is not very good. He's got kind of a rat mouth. Also don't like he even is doing more of a rat face in this thing. He's kind of doing like a... And then his wife looks a bit like one of my grandpas with a wig on. That makes me feel uncomfortable. I like Junjun Soto, but I feel like Don Chip is going to be like... I feel like he's going to push us forward. I wonder if he's liked. I'm gonna be doing there's gonna be a lot of edits of like, was he a liked candidate? Did he win? I don't know. Don Chip has my vote for this round. President Hubert Hoover, I never liked his name. It always reminds me of the vacuum. Hoover vacuums, come on. Or Polish politician Andrzej Leper. A chicken in every pot and a car in every garage. I do like that kind of good old boy energy. He's kind of a bit of a looker, a little bit. He kind of looks like, I was gonna say Citizen Kane, Orson Welles. Let's see what Andrzej Leper is all about. He said, Zimsta Jes Zlotka. Revenge is sweet. Oh, that's sick. Everyone's like, ooh. Oh, the other politician's like, he looks kind of constipated in this photo, though. Can you imagine this guy saying revenge is sweet? He just blows like a huge ass fart, like soils himself. His wife looks like, I feel like I would like to be friends with that family because the mom seems sweet. She looks like a very sweet woman. That kind of makes him even more intimidating, though. Revenge is sweet. With the Polish politician Andrzej Leper, you have the fury of an Italian-American mobster, but then you have the caring side of his first lady, who is, dare I say, looks like a very sweet woman. It's got to go to Leper. Revenge is sweet is just like, he's just like, if you do wrong to us, I will take great pleasure in coming for you. Republican presidential candidate Bobby Jindal versus Democratic President Franklin Pierce. So this feels like an actual, this feels like an actual election here. I'm always hung up on the name Bobby because of Bobby Hill, and he's like by far the worst child in any cartoon. That boy ain't right. Tanned, rested, ready. Huh. I really don't like his dweeby picture. Already off to a bad start with this. Also don't like his hair split down the middle like that. Franklin Pierce. We poked you in 44, we shall pierce you in 52. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Also, could be taken in multiple ways, though, if I'm being honest. That cannot possibly be a picture of his wife. That looks like a picture of his mother. That is crazy. Don't like that she has one black glove on, so now I have to speculate what is wrong with that hand. Versus, it's just Bobby Jindal. It feels like it's too much of a joke. I don't really like a jokey leader. Take the job seriously, dude. What are you getting paid for, right? Pierce. Pierce all day on that one. Republican Senate candidate Christine O'Donnell versus New York Governor Alfred E. Smith. You see Christine O'Donnell. Let me get a little look at that. I'm not a witch, I'm you. That's her candidate. That's her slogan. I'm not a witch, I'm you. She's got that like, what was it, Sarah Palin kind of vibe. Oh, that like crazy ass like soccer mom energy. I don't know if I like that, dude. There's a video of her.
I'm not a witch. I'm nothing you've heard. I'm you.
Her starting her video with "I'm not a witch" is insane. It honestly gives me I'm getting a couple kind of points in your favor. Immediately what I think of is, what did she do to have to say that? What about New York Governor Alfred E. Smith? Let me see him. Make all your wet dreams come true? Make all your wet dreams come true? God damn. Oh, and those gray teeth up front. Oh my God, him down at the racetrack too with his bullish wife. Oh my God. Make all your wet dreams come true. He's like, you know what I'm saying, sweetheart? Did you make an oopsie? Did cocky go boing boing in the middle of the night? Wifey did it. Alfred E. Smith just kind of creeps me out if I'm being honest. Christine O'Donnell at least looks presentable to be a world leader. If this guy showed up, they'd be like, did you get the only fentanyl addicted politician to be your president? You know what I mean? Man, I love wet dreams though. Oh man, I love it. I've only had it. Well, you know why I like it is because I've only had it happen once. It was a mess. Oh, I'm saying, I woke up, a mess was made. Nick, I'm telling you, when I say I threw away my shorts.
Oh God.
It was unbelievable. I've never woken up more happy though in my life. When I went to bed, my shoulders were all tight. I had like back pain. I was all nervous about stuff. I think I woke up feeling 18 years old again. The years melted away. All the stress. I was like, a cartwheel. It was like a big slushy. Took them off, threw them away. Took a shower and went about my day. That sounded like a Dr. Seuss passage. Did it not? Did that actually sound like... That sounds like a dog. I'm getting off. I'm gonna go with Christine O'Donnell. You know what? Yeah, she's not a witch or whatever, but the Alfred E. Smith thing is too much. President Lyndon B. Johnson, I know him, and Russian revolutionary Vladimir Lenin. Now this is a political mashup right here, dude. Holy shit. Let's see. President Lyndon B. Johnson. In your guts, you know he's nuts. Damn! Holy moly, he is deep up in them guts. Yo, Lyndon B. Johnson be me just right. Lyndon B. Johnson too, he looks like a little hound too, doesn't he? Dude, his wife's a little baddie too, huh? What I wouldn't get him. She knows too. She's just like, in my guts, I know he's nuts. He's been up in my guts with his nuts. And then Vladimir Lenin, bread, land, and peace. God, what an intimidating man. Bread, land, peace.
Look at his wife.
I know. Everything just seems so stoic and cold in that country. Vladimir Lenin, though, let me tell you, I'm like, he looks like a guy where I'm like, I want him to do all the serious shit. He looks like, I don't know why, I don't know if this is right, but in my mind, he looks like the evil scientist in the first Outlast game. They look like they've never smiled one day in their life. They don't smile because they're Russian, that is true. Also, I will say Lyndon B. Johnson kind of has this like good old boy aspect about him. He could talk about the serious stuff, but if my car broke down, he'd help me. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Lyndon B. Johnson. He has a very pristine face too. Very memorable face. How about Taiwanese politician Kyu Yun Han or President Richard Nixon? Tell you what, Taiwanese politician Kyu Yun Han this is a tall cookie to crack right here. Let's see, Kyu Yun Han, gaze upon the world, conquer the universe. That's pretty epic. Gaze upon the world, conquer the universe. He's not even talking about his country, he's talking about space too. I kind of love that. All right, his wife's kind of a baddie too. Believe, begin, become is in that photo as well. He looks passionate as This guy's getting me kind of hyped up, dude. I want to be at this rally. Good luck, Nick. I gotta say good luck to Nixon is all I gotta say. They can't lick our They can't lick our so good. We like don't change in the middle of a screw. Vote for Nixon in 72. It sucks because here's the thing. I'm trying to go in unbiased with all this. And yes, things are fun, but he was just a horrible president. Also very deceptive. I mean, he did lie. And he made our country look like a joke. Dude, and even if he was good, does he have swagger that Kyo-Yoon Han has? I don't think he does. Gaze upon the world, conquer the universe. Are you f***ing kidding me? Also the passion, the raw passion in those photos. I'm going with him. That marks the end of our first round. We get out with the weak, continuing with the strong, and the second round begins now. Starting off, oh God, I forgot about Conrad Andenor immediately. Versus Winston Churchill again. I feel like Conrad doesn't even stand a chance. He got past round one because he was so ghoulish and scary. And I was like, oh, maybe he's intimidating. I feel like Winston Churchill kind of has that too. Conrad also looks like he's on the verge of death. That was the problem with Biden, is I was like, I feel like this guy's gonna die any day.
Dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if...
At any rate, that is what we're going to try to do.
It just feels sad having to run. I'm just gonna go Churchill. Don Chip versus Andres Lepper, the constipated man or the Australian rat. Don Chip he kind of just looks like a politician to me. Versus the Andres Lepper guy, if I'm being honest, this time I'd be like, I feel like you work for like the trash company, like the Sopranos kind of thing. Who would you say, Nick? I already had my vote. I'm just saying what you think.
Probably Don.
That's who I had. I voted Don Chip. Ooh, Franklin Pierce or the Republican witch Christine O'Donnell. Christine O'Donnell just saying I'm not a witch is just so funny to me. She also she has a very kind appearance, doesn't she? Yeah, her like smiling, laughing. It's crazy soccer mom energy. That's the powerful thing about a crazy ass soccer mom, is she's gonna be really kind to your face, but you know she's like planning some shit in the background. Your son looks really cute. I'm like, yeah. And they walk off and like, I'll go get him off the field. Let's go, Joshua. That's like some evil, heinous shit. Christine O'Donnell is becoming a power player on this list immediately. Franklin Pierce, I don't know. His wife also looks like she's 145 years old. Christine O'Donnell moves on. The American Witch. You got also the American Witch. That's pretty good. The American Witch. Come on. Lyndon B. Johnson versus our boy Kyo-Yoon Han. Lyndon B. Johnson is just what I expect of like the golden age American man. You know, he's a guy's guy. He's honest. He's respectable. And now he's just like, I'm in a place to just bring this whole thing home. Kyo-Yoon Han makes me believe in myself. Gaze upon the world, conquered the universe. I like also that he's just like, yeah, we want everything. This is the problem. There's a very important King of the Hill episode where Hank, who is obviously a very stern Republican man, shakes George W. Bush's hand and it's limp. And he's like, then he's like, I don't know if I can vote for a guy whose hand, he has a limp handshake. It changes his whole perspective about him.
His handshake. It's limp.
And I'm looking at Kyo-Yoon Han and I'm picturing that. I'm picturing standing in front of him. Am I taller than him? Am I bigger than him? When I shake his hand, does that make me feel like I'm like, is this the leader I want? Right? Versus Lyndon B. Johnson. I picture myself as like a child looking up to his father. He's just like, here, let me help you up. Or I'm on my back and he's like, let me help you up. And he picks you up. You like Kyo-Yoon Han?
Oh yeah. Look at his wife, dude.
You're all there for his wife. I think, you know what? I'm being too hard on Kyo-Yoon Han's, I guess, his size and stature. He makes me feel too good about myself. I'm sorry, Lyndon B. Johnson. I have to go Kyo-Yoon Han. Kyo-Yoon Han. All right, now this is the semifinals here, guys. All right. And in semifinal match number 1, it's Winston Churchill versus Democratic leader, the Australian rat, Don Chip. The bulldog versus the rat, which is a crazy, insane political battle. Oh my God. Don Chip has some kind of weird hold over me. I don't know why. I look at him and I'm just like, this is a guy that I want to hang out with. This guy. Winston Churchill, yeah, he's gooning, he's edging, and his wife is mogging and looks maxing and all that stuff. But what I really want to like sit down, also he's British. Ugh. Like the thing about the rat, the Australian rat, is he'd be like, you want a Jack and Coke? I'm gonna drink it Foster's and I wouldn't mind having a whiskey and a soda, hey? Versus Churchill, I feel like he'd just be like, let me get a pint of your finest ale. I don't like beer. You see, we're coming down to very petty stuff right now. Also, I'll be honest, after looking at Winston Churchill's Buzz Lightyear jawed wife more, I'm actually just more afraid of her. She doesn't even look real. It looks AI generated. I gotta go Don Chip. Don Chip! I love Don Chip. Oh my God. This next one, the American witch Christine O'Donnell versus the Taiwanese politician Kyo-Yoon Han. This is not even close, dude. Soccer mama energy or like me motivating myself? Come on. Burn the witch at the stake. Move Kyo-Yoon Han on. I will say her starting that political campaign ad once again though. I'm not a witch. It's some serious energy. I'd be like, this is unhinged. All right, our finals. This is an unsuspecting. I did not suspect this finals. The finals. The finals is unbelievable. The Australian rat, Don Chip, versus Galactus, as I want to call him. The Taiwanese politician, Kyo Yoon Han. Here's the facts. Here's the pros on both sides. Don Chip looks like a politician. He's got that age to him, that grace, to where he's like, I've seen some shit. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if I can fix it, but I at least think I can handle the situation. He's a guy I can see where the problems are at. Also a guy that if I was in a bar, I'd like to just have a drink with him. He seems like an all-around, like a man. Here's the positives with Kyo Yoon Han. He has a positive, like, his aura is off the charts right now. He has this vibe of making me feel good about myself and wanting to conquer my future, which is huge. His wife's a baddie, certified baddie. So you know he can pull tail. That's kind of sick. And just an amazing slogan. Oh yeah, wasn't Don Chip's Keep the Bastards Honest? It's pretty good too. Keep the bastards honest. I love that. Let's look at the cons. Don Chip, yeah, he's a bad boy and stuff. I feel like he's gonna do illegal things. I feel like you would want to like him and really be on his side, but I feel like in the back of your mind, you know that he's doing some kind of crime, which is in a way kind of a positive too for me, maybe. The cons for Kyo Yoon Han, once again, are strictly this. One, I don't like the giant mole on his nose, okay? That's petty. I also don't think that he could beat Don Chip in a fist fight, if I'm being honest. I don't think he can arm wrestle him. I honestly feel like Kyo Yoon Han probably couldn't. I don't think he could beat any 9-year-old Australian boy in a fight. That's probably rough to say, but off shooting from the hip, that's what I think. Does he make me want to reach for my future? Yes, but you know who also does that? My mom, okay? Do I think my mom could run the country like Don Chip? No. It's hard saying goodbye to someone you love. Kyo Yoon Han, through this venture, has made me truly look at my own world. I'm gazing at it. I'm seeing that it was a little less empty without him. And I think conquering my universe is realizing that I need to conquer my content moving forward. I need to take action. And I think by conquering the universe, I think it's meaning electing Don Chip as our official political leader here. I know, but Don Chip, he's got a place in my heart. I'm sorry. Don Chip is the kind of guy standing behind the podium and you'd listen. He'd just tell you how it is. And you'd see him drinking at a bar and you're like, well, yeah, of course, that's Don Chip. And that's the kind of guy that I'm voting for. So my vote for this presidential or political race that we have here in this tournament is Don Chip is my champion. And of all these people, I think Don Chip would probably get my vote. I really hope he's a good politician. We'll just put something here. Hopefully he's a good candidate. We'll see. We'll see. I'm curious to see. People almost always disagree with my picks in the tournaments here. So I am curious to see what you guys think. The rat is getting my vote. Don Chip, you are my hero for today. There you go. Once again, hopefully he was a good selection. I refuse to absolutely look into any of this information. So let me know who you'd vote for, and I will catch you all in the next one. Happy voting, everyone. Bye-bye. Talking politics can be pretty divisive. Divisive? Decisive. Divisive. I had it right the first time. Okay. Versus Conrad. I don't want to be in that. I don't even think I want to know this man. He scares me. But is that a good political avenue?